Check, check, check.
Check 1, 2.
Woof. Good morning, everyone. Are you ready to start the final day of CXO 2.0? Yes, this is what I like to hear. Over the past 2 days, we've explored bold ideas, challenged the status quo, and connected with some of the brightest minds in the business. Today, we take it even further. This is the day when conversations turn into action, and leadership insights shape the future of organizations. Before we jump in, don't forget to capture your favorite moments and share them on social media using hashtag CXO2Conf. And let's spread the energy, inspiration, and ideas from this room across the global executive community. We also want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible sponsors who make this conference possible. A huge thank you to all our gold sponsors, Tactical Rehabilitation, in collaboration with Brilliant Health Solutions. Our silver sponsors, EWA by R Evolution and Paul Mitchell Schools. And our bronze sponsors, Apogee Global RMS, Team Up Corp, and the Experience Group. Your support brings this event to life and keeps ideas flowing. Before we begin the session, we would like to take a moment to recognize our bronze sponsor, Team Up Corp. As a small token of our gratitude, we would now like to present a certificate, acknowledge their support, and to receive the certificate, may we please invite Alan L. Krishnan, President of Team Up Corp, to the stage. He is not present. Alan L. Krishnan. Okay, well, maybe we will do this later then. We will circle back. Okay, so let's now dive into one of the most critical factors for organizational success: creating an environment where people feel empowered, engaged, and motivated to contribute their best. Research shows that when employees actively participate in shaping their workplace, productivity increases, innovation thrives, and retention improves. We need to understand how to design this kind of culture, which is no longer optional. Our opening session, Culture by Design: Why Employees Are Now Co-Architects of the Workplace, will explore how forward-thinking organizations are empowering their teams to actively shape culture. You'll learn strategies for creating shared ownership and building a workplace where everyone feels invested in success. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Nancy Matthews, CEO and Visions in Action, Inc., and panelists, Nikki Cruz, founder and owner of Joy Inspired LLC, and Tina Jackson, President and CEO of Jackson Consulting Group, to the stage. Welcome, and take it away.
Thank you so much. All right, good morning, everyone. We're here today to have a conversation about employee engagement, which is a phrase that gets tossed around a lot, doesn't it? What does employee engagement really mean? How do we show our employees, our team members, that they are in fact team members, not servants to the organization? And that's what our conversation will be about today. I am Nancy Matthews, and I'm known as the culture catalyst, bringing to organizations, sales teams, and every single human that I meet a simple principle where we learn how to honor and value one another despite our differences. It's called the One Philosophy. And when you learn to show up in this way for first yourself, loving yourself, the people in your life and in your family, and then in your organizations, all the way to your sales prospects, when you learn to shift to be the one to value someone else, everything changes and transforms.
Absolutely.
So in this space, that's what I do, is bring that into organizations. And when employees feel valued, when they feel seen, when they feel heard, when they feel that they're a part of the vision and mission, everything shifts and organizations thrive. So I'd like to turn this over to my co-panelists here. And let's go ahead and start with Dr. Tina.
Doctor, thank you so much.
Is it Dr. Tina? Well, if you just got...
I'll receive it today.
You just got elevated.
I'll receive it today. Yes. So I'm Tina Jackson. I'm president and CEO of Jackson Consulting Group. We are a DC-based management consulting and executive coaching firm where we help leaders in crises, technically. Leaders tend to call on me in crises to help align boards and their teams for strategic communication and leadership development.
Beautiful. So you've had lots of experience in the space of many different types of organizations and political organizations. So let's talk a little bit about, so are employees today truly the architects of the workplace, or is that more of an idea versus a reality?
I think at this point in 2026, it's more than an idea, right? Because we're in a post-COVID world and people are still in this hybrid environment. Employees they do want to be at home. And I think that we've gotten used to this. And I think as a result, employers are able to save money. And also as a result, they're also able to tap into additional potential across the country because, you're able to hire employees that, there's just more potential.
Yeah. It's interesting, this whole hybrid landscape.
Yeah.
My daughter is a PhD physicist, and she loves to do research, and she's here to help save the planet and the climate, so I'm very proud of her. And she works for a nonprofit. The entire team is remote.
Yes.
Right? So a question we'll address at some point also today is how do you keep those remote teams connected and engaged? You want to speak to that, Nikki?
I do, actually. I do. I think that what I focus on is building a culture in your business that respects every individual, that the leadership and the founders of those businesses make it a place that is comfortable and inviting for people to work in. And I call it the joy factor, because I believe that joy is the most underutilized strategy that we have in life and business. And I believe that providing a culture that has a positive, sustained effect in that culture is what will keep those people engaged, will keep them producing at their best, and stop them falling away. Because that is what we're aiming for going forward, to create this culture of having the individuals participate in the running of the company, not just being used as assets in the company. And I think that's where having people engaged from long distances or even in person makes so much difference.
Yeah. You want to add to that, Tina?
Honestly, you have to over-communicate. And I think the issue we have in organizations is, what does that look like? I think all of the managers and directors in organizations have to be more open, whether that means, doing stand-up meetings, doing, your one-on-ones beyond, the all-staff meeting. I think those are really important.
But you know what? Who likes to go to a meeting? Anybody here we're having a meeting
sure.
today?
I get that.
So how do we change it?
Meetings too.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I hate meetings too.
Yeah.
But you could do a voice note.
Nice.
Voice notes are in, apparently. Let me tell you, I went to a conference a couple years ago, and a friend of mine who's become a really good friend kept sending me voice notes. I'm like, you're over there. Just come talk to me. But it's very effective. It's amazing just having those touch points. I think that's the point, right? It's just making sure that you have multiple touch points, no matter what the mode is, no matter what the mode of delivery is.
Yeah.
And I do think that it's a change in mentality. Corporations are so used to, we must have a weekly status meeting. So why draw everyone into a status meeting for half an hour, for 45 minutes, when you can communicate exactly the same information effectively, more time efficiently elsewhere, and leave people more comfortable? And I think that takes away from the drag of the company you're in. But we have to listen to what people want Do they want
true.
the status meeting? Or are they more comfortable with the voice note? And I think that's where the communication is so important, from leadership to listen and to hear and evaluate and be honest about what they're hearing and why it will and won't work.
This is
That's
good.
true.
And so various modes of communication set up in your organization. So do voice, voice notes, memos, and then also have combined meetings. And here's something I'd love us to dive into deeper. And you can bring those team members, you can bring your staff into a meeting, but how do you know if they're telling you what's really happening? How do we create an environment where an employee feels safe to speak their truth? Because sometimes we leaders need to hear it, but we may not always be open to it. So for example, in my company, my employees, I'm the head honcho, what I say goes, right? So, and sometimes my ego gets in the way. Anybody have an ego that shows up occasionally? It shows up, yeah. And what I started doing to create that safety factor was open the meeting by saying, everything that is done here today is for the good of all. And whatever you contribute, we know is coming from not wanting to out anybody or hurt anybody, but how can we all help the mission and vision grow? It's not always easy to create a space like this.
And I think that it's important that people know that it's not going to put them at risk. What they say is heard as a clear, honest communication, and it's safe for them to express, and also that there is a response to it. When we open up space for people to speak and give no response to it, it degrades the trust in our culture. It degrades the feeling that what I say matters and that I have a space to speak at all, because we don't have to just say you're safe. We have to live it out. We have to do it in the way we act out our leadership.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that. Like leaders, we really have to gut check ourselves. I'm so glad you mentioned ego, because it just happens when you have a business and you're running it. Absolutely, we're running these businesses, right? And it's hard for employees to feel safe to tell the boss when something is wrong. They don't want to bother us. They don't want to burden us with this information. In order for people to feel safe, we have to make them feel safe. Okay, how do we do that? We have to be open and honest with ourselves, that we have to make people feel that there's not going to be a consequence to giving us the information that we need to be more effective, no matter how difficult it's going to be for us to receive the information. And that's hard. That's a serious gut check. Because, someone that mentioned this yesterday on a panel. Yes, it's very important to surround yourself with the right people. Surround yourself with the people that will tell you the truth. But when you get that truth, you have to make sure that you keep your word and that there's not going to be a consequence to them sharing that information with you.
So what can we do to be a better leader and be a better listener to receive that input? Like how do we shift ourselves?
I think it's important to not overthink leadership. This is relational. We have friends, we have family. It's the same way we build relationships with, anyone we want to get to know. I just met you guys. And I feel like we're most likely going to keep in touch beyond this panel, beyond what we did yesterday, right? It's no different. It really is no different. It's making the connection. It's actually caring about people.
And I think another part from a more business perspective is for the leaders to look at it and say, what is the long-term effect of how I respond to this? Because if you continue to build that trust at the cost of your ego with your employees, you are building sustainability, you are building resilience for your business. Whereas if you let your ego stand in the way, if you break that trust, that culture is taking away from every single employee which takes away from your business resilience. So from a business perspective, you look at the benefits as opposed to what it's costing you in terms of shaping and pivoting. And if you look at what people are suggesting, if they're working for you, if they're working with you, then pivoting in a direction that better serves them serves you better. So that's an important one. And personally, as you say, look at communication, look at relations.
So, Tina, you've worked with lots of different organizations. Can you share an example of where communication or leader team, and you don't have to say names, protect all of that, you know, where there was an imbalance or a misalignment? Because as we're sharing today and talking in theory, there are real problems happening within organizations. So, you know, our desire is to give you some good clues to make those shifts. So can you share a story about this?
I mean, I think in any organization, there's a common thread of miscommunication because there's a misalignment of ego. I don't know if you're familiar with transactional analysis. And anyone here familiar with transactional analysis? Yes, that's amazing. So Dr. Eric Byrne wrote a book many, many years ago called Games People Play on transactional analysis. It's the analysis of the 3 ego states we all possess, from parent, adult, and child. And we don't realize this, but a lot of times when we are throwing temper tantrums and we're not getting what we want, we are in the ego state of a child. And if we are managing organizations and talking to employees and giving direction in that ego state, what do we expect the response to be? We should be operating in an adult ego state and bringing people up to our level, to this adult ego state level, in order to get the results that we need and to get the results that they need as well. And that's a lot of the misalignment, honestly.
Very good. And the image that's conjured up is, the boss throwing a tantrum and throwing everything, screaming and yelling. That's the child.
Yes.
That's acting out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side of that, on the parent side, there are two. There's the nurturing parent, the one that gives you a hug when things are not going well, right? And then it's the critical parent, the one that's pointing the finger. You should have done this. Very critical. You should have done that. Why did you send this email? Why didn't you check with me? Why? Instead of giving constructive criticism and feedback, right? What does that do to an employee?
So it's a perfect example, right? An employee has a responsibility and a task they're meant to be doing, and they don't. How do we respond in that moment?
Right, exactly.
And I think that one of the things, and of course being all about the joy, we have to look at the emotional state of those employees. If they haven't responded to doing a task, instead of yelling and screaming or being the controlling parent, we get to be the adult and look at it with a different perspective and look at how we can serve that employee in helping them get that job done.
Excellent.
And that may seem from a leader's point of view, well, I don't have time and effort, these people should know how to do their jobs. But are we going to invest in their ability to work in the team or not? Because that affects the longevity of their employee, of that team, and of our business. So you've got to get back to looking at the emotion of it, finding out why, where you can serve them, or if they're in fact suited to be doing that particular
Because they may not be.
Yeah, on the flip side of that too, our emotional intelligence has to be up to snuff. Because if we don't have our own self-awareness, it's over.
Yeah.
If we don't have that, then we need to hire someone, a number 2, that has that skill set that can help manage the organization, manage the day-to-day, and manage up to us so that we can get it right.
Fantastic. Powerful tip. And as we're talking about tuning in to what's going on in the employee and caring and checking in, energetically and emotionally what's happening in their lives, the principles, so the one philosophy, and I would imagine everybody who's watching out there and everybody in this room, as I shared about treating each and every person you meet as the one. You're nodding your head and you're like, yeah, I try to do that. But this employee, you know what they did? They show up late every single day, blah, blah, blah. I can't treat them like the one. I've got to treat them like a misbehaving child, right? Or my ex-husband, or this and that. You know, all the people that I'd like to treat them as the one, but you don't know them. You know, I think as leaders, as humans, we need to have a way to look beyond that to see the best in everyone.
Yeah.
And to support this, I created 6 principles to live the one philosophy. And we've been talking about them without the labels that I give them. And I'll just do them real quick. So the first one is to talk less and listen more. Like really listen. Let people know I'm hearing you. I'm present with you, being fully present, which is great to do with our team members and our employees. The second is to hold and hone your vision. So as leaders, we must let our team know what the vision is. Where is this train going?
Yeah.
And how does your role serve the vision? Like when we can get buy-in from our employees and our team members and where we're going together, it becomes a joint effort, not, again, this servant aspect. E is to exhibit exemplary behavior, which goes to what we were talking about in not throwing tantrums or things of that nature and having that emotional intelligence. The next one is to own your life with 100% responsibility. And when it comes to an employee who doesn't do or perform the way that was expected, that's on me first, right, as the leader. So one of the questions that I do is, and I've had to learn this over time because I was in the why phase. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? Why did it take so long? I was there. And as I've grown and matured as a leader, I've learned to say, all right, so how could I have communicated better what the job task was, what the deadline was? Like, it's got to come back to me asking those questions. And if you've got a great relationship with the employee, they'll say, you know what, Nancy, you told me exactly what I needed to hear. This happened. I'm sorry I let you down. Let's create a new agreement. You want to add to that?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. You know, I think when we're dealing with employees, the most important piece of this, beyond emotional intelligence, is making sure that as a leader, with self-awareness, that we are emotionally regulated. The reason I say this is because, you know, as a leader, we have a lot going on. We need to make sure that when we're making decisions, when we're having conversations with employees, that we are emotionally regulated, that we are not, we're not emoting too much and putting our emotions on the employees.
Easier said than done, I
I
suspect.
know. No, it's tough. It's tough. It's really tough.
But I think that goes back to communication and open, honest communication and not saying, okay, I'm going to treat you this way. These are the strategies I've put in place and not actually follow through on them.
Yeah.
Comes back to that safety we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
That when we do overreact, and we're all human, I don't know about you guys, but I am.
Most
you know,
of the time.
Yeah, we do overreact, and for an employee to come and say, that's not quite what I expected, so that you have a mutual understanding, and that isn't the culture I want to be in. And you can choose to either say, then this isn't the right culture for you, or shift your culture. Because employees don't want any more. I mean, it's not a question of, I want to do a job to be paid. Nowadays, people want more than just a paycheck.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a huge part of why it is so important how we select, treat, and engage with employees.
Yeah, and I think in today's opportunities, right, how many people have just started their own businesses, like many of us, right? At some point you said, I don't want to be the employee anymore. And there are organizations where it's great to be an employee. You know, I left my job because it wasn't so great.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I think I can do better here.
Yeah.
And today's workforce has way more opportunity to do a variety of things. So, you know, we've got the quiet quitting that happens, and how do you see the changes in the workforce as it relates to, you know, employees just saying, you know what, I'm out?
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier for employees to determine exactly what it is they can actually do. I mean, with social media, with TikTok, with becoming like YouTube millionaires, it's actually, and with AI, with the growth of AI, I mean, you can pretty much do anything so long as you take the step forward and become fearless. You could pretty much do anything.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of them, determining what they want to do and, take the first step. That's the scary part.
And I think as employers, as leaders, knowing this is what their options are, the question now is, how do I create a place where people would prefer to come to instead of the challenge of entrepreneurship? Because, we all know it's not an easy road.
Yeah.
Lots of hills and valleys.
Yeah.
So do you have some suggestions, both of you, on that?
Well, I think so often there are skills, talents that are so evident in employees that are ignored by employers and leaders. And those could form a significant part of their job in the workplace if we make room for it, so that they could grow in those skills and talents within the corporation or the job they're in, and serve other members of that staff group. But we just don't look at it because we're so stuck on, this is what I'm doing, this is where I'm going, and we don't see how that can feed into it. And as a result, people look elsewhere to go and explore and exercise those skills and talents.
I'm chuckling because I had a team member who was my marketing, and she would create my website pages and my marketing materials. And I was like, okay, here's the topic I want you to do on have free reign. Go ahead and do it. And then she took free reign, and what she sent me, I didn't like at all. And I was like, no, this isn't what I want to do it like this and this and this. And as I heard myself, I was like, oh, I was asking you to be outside the box in your thinking, inside my box.
Yes.
So take a look at, are you really giving the team members, like you said, the permission to be fully expressed? And yes, we need to have some, brand guidelines and company values and vision to go with it. But I realized in that moment how I was stifling her creativity. And once I let go of that, she also helped me connect with a new audience that saw things different visually in the marketing, because there was a 20-year difference between us. So it was great to have that fresh perspective.
Yeah, I think that, I'm glad you mentioned that because I just saw an article this morning about reverse mentoring and how a lot of organizations are starting to have the younger employees mentor the older employees to bring them up to speed on AI and a lot of the newer tools. But I think on the front end, we have to make better hiring decisions and make sure we're hiring to people's strengths based on what we really need, as opposed to hiring people because we just need to fill positions, because we're tired or because we're short-staffed. We
In
have
a
to make
crunch mode.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have to make better hiring decisions. And then once you do, and people are in these jobs, we need to make sure that we're giving them good professional development opportunities and putting dollars aside for that, whatever that means, and just getting to know employees and knowing what their interests are. And I'm sorry, listen to your HR teams. You have HR for a reason. Hopefully HR has some sort of pulse on the organization, and HR is there for a reason, as a resource for the employees while also protecting the organization. It is a tough job, but hopefully your HR has a pulse on the organization for you.
And can be that bridge to that safer conversation
Absolutely.
that we're talking about as well.
And I think it again goes back to, Are you employing someone just to fill a role
Right.
because you need an extra head in your company? Or are you actually bringing someone in to be a co-architect in your business? The very topic of this panel. And when you bring them in, why? Why that person? And are you going to honor them as much as you want them to honor you? Because in that you create a lot of that communication. And when you employ, they're not an asset you just pay. They then become a partnership member of your team. They may not be your business partner, but they're a team member. And in that way, they are a partner. Their voice matters. And unless they know and understand clearly their role, like your lady understood, okay, I have free reign because that's what you expressed. And she opened up so much in your business. But if you hadn't expressed clearly what she could and couldn't do and honored her in that, she gets stifled, she feels untrusted, and she would have been out of there in 2 minutes.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. As we're talking about the importance of hiring, can you share some suggestions, techniques, Myers-Briggs, DISC, Colby? What do you have for those things? I'll start with Tina, then Nikki.
I personally like the Clifton Strengths Assessment. It measures the 34 natural talents. I really like that. But the thing is in the hiring process, you can't use those. You can only use them after the hiring process. So that's the thing.
So it can't be a qualifier before
Correct.
hiring.
Yes. Yeah.
And not as much of a strategy, but more an awareness. How does the person align in your interview, in your talking to them? How does their vision for their personal walk align with your vision for your company? How do they align spiritually, emotionally, business strategy-wise? I mean, if somebody is totally on one end of how they believe business should be done and you believe something different, don't forget to ask that because it's important. Do the values align? To me, alignment is one of the key factors that gets missed.
Agreed. And, I'm sitting here thinking, interviewing for a job is a lot like dating. Is it the real person that first interview?
I was just going to say that. Hiring is 50-50. People give you their best selves. Some people are good salespeople, and they present their best selves to you in the interview process. And sometimes within the first 90 days, that's the real test, is whether or not they can live up to all the expectations that you've set forth and whether or not they can perform at the level that they said they could.
I think you brought something big up there. I think we need to know the people we're hiring, what are their expectations of us?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
We forget to ask that.
Yeah.
Because that's where you find misalignment often.
Yeah.
People want flexibility in their jobs. They want to be seen, heard, understood. And if we don't have capacity for that, they're not a good fit. That fitting is so important because you're not putting a person in there. You want them to perform at their best. So are you catering for them to perform at their best for you and for them?
Yeah, work-life balance is now a requirement. I'm not sure how employers feel about that. I've heard some people say that's a personal problem, but that's a thing now.
Yeah, it depends on the organization.
Well, for me, that's a huge one because if it's all about joy, if it's all about that emotional sustainability, it's important, so important, that your employees are balanced because they cannot produce their best in their job if they don't have balance at home. And depending on your organization, you may provide some sort of room for them to express, get support if there isn't. But are you demanding 24 hours a day work and expecting them to come to work happy and smiling and, oh yes, I love my job.
Yeah, and it's a delicate balance
Yes.
between leaving your problems at home and coming to work. But if somebody's having a parent they're taking care of, or their children aren't doing well, we are impacted by what's happening in our homes. And there are a couple of government programs and tax incentives that employers can get by providing benefits for health and well-being. So there is a tax incentive, I don't know if you're familiar with this also, where they partner with various service and insurance companies, and the employer will get a discount on the FICA taxes that need to be paid, and the employee gets a reduction in the FICA taxes if a health and wellness program is provided. This health and wellness program is about fitness, mental well-being. They can get therapy sessions online. There's meditation apps. So there's a way for employers to provide this at no cost to the employer, and as actually a benefit because of the tax incentive you get.
Yeah.
And I think when we're talking about this work-life balance, how can we bring balance into the work environment? Not just about keeping them separate, right, and having those scales, but how can we bring that into the work environment so that while I'm sitting there, I feel better?
Yes. And I think that you, as an employee, cannot balance, as an employer, cannot balance for an employee. But you can provide facilities like that for them. You can make space for them in the workspace. And part of that work-life balance is them being recognized for their strengths. Because if they enjoy their work, if they enjoy their job and feel recognized, they immediately are spiritually, emotionally uplifted. And that impacts work more than we recognize. And impacts their home more than we recognize.
Yeah, one of the things I see across the board in many organizations is the imbalance comes from the imbalance in workload, because the managers or directors are delegating in a way that creates the imbalance. Either they're giving work to specific individuals all the time because this group of people delivers better
They can count
than
on.
another.
Right.
Which is great in some ways because they're good performers or high performers. But what about this group of people that some of the balance should be going in this direction, right? And so obviously the way to fix that is to create the balance, to make sure that the work is evenly distributed. But again, that goes to whether or not you're recognizing people's strengths. And then if you are not delegating at all to a particular individual or group of people, then something is wrong, because that means that is a preference, and that means that there is a feedback loop that is not happening with these individuals. Now, the people that you are overworking, these high performers, they're going home at their dinner tables and they are talking about you. And hopefully they're not on social media speaking in code, talking about you and crying before they come into the office, if they have to go into the office, or show up on Zoom.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, we have just a couple of minutes left. Is there any question or comment? Yes. So,
Absolutely.
did everybody hear that?
Yeah, come up to the mic.
Until the leaders get together and align themselves on the true value of the employees, nothing's going to change.
You are so right.
Absolutely.
Right? Rather than just seeing as, oh, you're my worker bees, you're my plebes, go get all this stuff done.
That's right.
So the change happens from the top down. It's why we're all here, right? So to improve ourselves as leaders and then raise up our organizations.
Yeah, because every leader has a different opinion on the value. What's their true value? Is their employees really a true value? Is it something else that's a true value?
Yeah.
Right? And I'm truly to really be frank, we forget about our employees.
We
our
do.
Employees make us who we are.
Yes.
And I think we forget that.
You know, the other thing too is, I think as leaders, we tend to forget or we just don't know what it takes to actually get certain things done.
Yes.
There are 20 tentacles attached to one thing we might ask an employee to do. One project might have 5 different prongs attached to it.
And then I'm like, why did it take you so long?
Exactly.
And I so appreciate that about the alignment, because the true value of our employees is underestimated by us and often by them as a result. When we begin to celebrate and recognize them and their value, things will shift hugely.
Yep. Yes.
Hi. Oh, great. This is so loud. I work with organizations to get the most out of their Gen Z employees, and I usually tell parents I keep them off of your couch and out of your house and gainfully employed. I would like to know all 3 of your opinion about some of these organizations that are bending over backwards to accommodate some of the demands or expectations of Gen Z versus running a company and trying to stay in business and the conflict around that. How do you negotiate
My
that?
comment on that is those employers are operating from fear rather than the vision and creating that alignment because they're desperate. I need somebody to work. Who's going to work here? And they've had people that have quit on them. So I think they need to take a look inside, realign with their vision, and come from a different space.
And I would like to add, anyone bending over backwards is giving up on their vision. They're pivoting from what they actually want. And as a result, are offering jobs to create jobs that don't matter really to them because they don't fall in alignment with their vision. Sorry.
For me, in the DC landscape, that doesn't fly. It just doesn't fly because there's so many opportunities. I think, if an organization is doing that, hopefully they're being more thoughtful. A lot of this goes beyond, a pizza party. It goes beyond having snacks in the cupboard. But in DC, that just does not fly.
Awesome. Thank you. And thank you
Thank
for the
you.
work you do.
Yes.
Let's come over here. And I know we got last question. I thought that was coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for what you shared. I appreciate it. I'm curious if you could speak a little bit more to the dynamic of asking why. So it's especially as relates to the previous question, the idea of having Gen Z employees, which I have, for example, right? The idea of bending over, creating a culture, a workplace that people can have the balance that they need. On the flip side, you have standards, you have a vision, you have a mission, you have things that you have to get done. And you can ask, I find, what could I have done more? What could I have done more? But there does come a point where this individual needs to shift how they are working in order to fit the culture that is necessary to accomplish the goal. So I'm just curious, how do you get to that point? Because I don't know that always not asking why works in my case.
I think the tough thing is whether or not people are being truthful on the front end. Like, what do you want? And like, why do you want to work here? Why do you want to work with me? Why do you want to work for this mission? And I remember you from yesterday, you have a great mission. Why wouldn't anyone want to work with you or work for you or work alongside you? Like, they're crazy. And honestly, if they're dead weight, your CEO, you got to let them go. Sorry, I know this is being telecast right now,
That's
but
all right.
leaders,
So-
we have to let people go if they're dead weight.
And I'll wrap up with this because I know she's waiting in the wings. Henry Kissinger, as the Secretary of State, he said anytime somebody brought him a project and was about to lay down on his desk, he asked this question: is that the very best that you can do?
Yes.
Set the expectation. I expect the best from you. And half the time, you know what, sir? I'm going to go back and give this another pass.
What I'm hearing is it's less about asking why over and over. It's more about creating self-motivation around this.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you all. That was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a thought-provoking discussion that was. Thank you very much. Now let's shift gears to a keynote that will challenge the way we think about growth, direction, and opportunity in today's fast-paced business world. In times of rapid change, leaders who revisit their strategies and embrace fresh perspectives can unlock new potential, accelerate progress, and create meaningful impact across their organizations. Please join me in welcoming Joan Sugarman, CEO of Gemini Worldwide, for her keynote, Vision Reimagined, a Transformation. In transforming people's lives, Joan understands that everyone has a deep commitment to aliveness, success, self-worth, wholeness, and peace of mind. She will share insights on rethinking organizational direction, navigating change, and making bold decisions that lead to sustainable success. Get ready to gain strategies that will inspire action and help your organization thrive in an evolving landscape. Welcome.
Morning. Welcome to Vision Reimagined. Am I too loud? Oh, is this?
They'll adjust it.
No, this is for the. No, we're leaving it here for a reason. Okay, start again. Welcome to the keynote speech, Vision Reimagined. I'm Joan Sugarman, as was said, and I've supported leaders globally for the last 25 and more years in having extraordinary power in their leadership to fulfill on their vision, to realize their goals, and to actually accomplish the seemingly impossible. And I emphasize the seemingly impossible, because we do think the impossible is actually possible. And we'll see in a few minutes how vision has to do with that. So just a few samples. If I had an audio and video here on a projected screen of some of the people who've said their vision, so I'll say it for them, and I can't possibly say it as well. But John F. Kennedy said, "We choose to go to the moon." He said that at a university speech, and what he said changed the world. And that was from his saying and from a whole lot of actions that took place after that. Ronald Reagan said, "Space travel doesn't belong to the faint-hearted. It belongs to the bold and the brave." And here we just had Artemis. And Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream," as a precursor to all kinds of dreams that he expressed, and that actually many of them got fulfilled in the world. So it all starts with vision. And my intention for you here tonight, this morning, is for you to fully engage in reimagining, reinventing, or even creating newly your own vision. So I'm asking not only to listen, but to engage in what that might be for you. I know that may be a big demand or a big request or a big intention, and if you're willing, I would love you to engage that way. And you'll actually have the opportunity, assuming we have enough time, at the end for you to share what you've come up with. It doesn't have to be fully formulated, but something that you really reimagine during the course of this short keynote. And that will have it be productive and operative on the court. I'm interested in vision, and I'm interested in action, and I'm interested in results. So that would be well worth it in this period of time. All right. Does anyone accept my invitation right off the bat, or you want to think about it? You accept? Great. Anyone else? Okay. So why for centuries have people created vision? This is not a new engagement. Not new at all. And vision usually, except for people like what I just shared and many, many other people, vision often goes dormant or becomes a concept? And why is vision such a big deal? Why are we even talking about it? I've just engaged for 4 months with a leadership group on nothing but vision, and they love it because it empowers them. It gives them life. It inspires them. It gives them a focus. It gives them a rudder on which to operate or in which to operate. So vision is critical for your leadership. It's critical for your life. And it's critical for you being lit up by that there's a future that is bigger than yourself that is worth living for. And by bigger than yourself, there's nothing wrong with yourself. But bigger than yourself, I mean bigger than your doubts, bigger than your worries, bigger than I can't do it, and we all have that, bigger than the impossible really isn't possible. And when you're given by a vision, anything really can be possible. And that's not like a rainbow or a pie in the sky. It takes actions that are correlated to that, of course. So vision also provides a focused roadmap for pitfalls and breakdowns in your organization or even with yourself, meaning vision goes out of existence really quickly when that happens. Failure has vision go out of existence really quickly. We're going to get into that a little bit more. And vision really is a rudder for, and I'm using a sailing image or a boating image, for an organization. I've been part of AT&T for many years. That's where I kind of grew up in my leadership. And there was always a vision, and the vision was service. It was really, really simple. It wasn't about ourselves or myself or the employees. It was about other people. And I was so inspired by that that I actually got fascinated by vision early on. So vision is a roadmap for existing as an organization. Whether it's breakdowns or you're already flying ahead or you have momentum or you don't have a momentum, whatever it is a roadmap for the future. Vision is a future-based phenomenon as opposed to a past-based phenomenon. And we often live, as you know, in a past-based world. If we're really authentic about how we live, we're either engaged in what is predictable or what has been or what we think can happen, but maybe not, and all kinds of yeah buts and doubts and interpretations, etc., on and on and on. Our mind has endless opportunity to dismiss vision. Okay, so what is vision? Now, I have a definition, but I don't actually believe in definitions because there's nothing fixed and there's no ultimate definition, but this is the best one that I've come up with so far. A newly imagined, inspiring future that when shared and realized, alters life. I'll say that again. A newly imagined, inspiring future that when shared and realized, alters life. And I invite you to come up with your own view of vision. You can take that one or come up with your own. This is not, I don't have proprietary ownership of the definition of vision at all. It's the creation of a powerful view that connects to what really matters the most for you, for your teams, for your leaders, and for your organization, and other organizations outside of yours, and your partners. What really connects to you that is most important and what matters the most. And it goes deep. It's the heart, it's your heart and your dreams. And vision catapults you into new thinking and new actions, and inspires you and others to take powerful new actions, bold actions that you may not otherwise take when you're fueled by vision. If you're fueled by anything else besides vision that isn't future-based, meaning the past, you're not going to operate that way and you will not be in a state of high performance. So effective leadership, I'm going to assert, starts with vision. Operating from an inspiring, reimagined future alters the results you want to have for your clients, your company, your colleagues, your partners, and yourself. Mahatma Gandhi, who led India into freedom quite about 4 decades ago, I think it is, said, "You must be the change you want to see in the world." A lot of people go to work on changing the world, which is very noble and really great. He has a more profound view. And the profound view is that you must be the change that you want to see in the world. Well, how come? Why does he say that? He says that because it has integrity. It's like if you want peace in the world and you're fighting with your spouse, that's not being the change that you want in the world. I mean, that's a very general example. But even more specifically, if you want to have people who are unified in communication and vision-oriented, wouldn't it be a little absurd if you didn't have a vision for yourself? It lacks authenticity, and it lacks integrity, and it lacks being the real deal. So I'm asking you to be the real deal. Gandhi was a very wise man, and I'm suggesting that vision become the context out of which you operate. And the context is decisive, meaning the context decides your thoughts, your feelings, your actions, your results, and your vision. In fact, vision is a context. When Kennedy said, "We choose to go to the moon," what did he do? I don't know all the things that he did, but I know that there was a moon, but there was no going to the moon and no way to get to the moon and no funds to the moon. So it became the context many, many years ago that now resulted in the Artemis launch that we're all so proud of. It started with Kennedy. Now, they're circling the moon, they're not going to the moon, but we've gone to the moon several times already. But it became the context for his life and his presidency, and probably a lot of other things became the context too, but that's the one I'm focusing on. So consider, we were talking a little bit about integrity, consider that what creates vision is not it's not from somewhere else. Gandhi said vision starts with you. In fact, you're the origin of vision. No one else can give you what really matters to you and what's really important to you. Consider that vision is a sacred saying. Now, you can look at that in a religious context. I'm going to offer you another context as well. Consider that your speaking of vision is so integral to what really matters to you and to your organization that it is unmessable with if you relate to word that way. And I know a lot of you relate to word as really powerful. It could be your word like honoring your parents. It could be your word like being a good father or a good mother or a good brother or a good sister or a good daughter, or on and on and on. I know that you've lived that way. I don't know if we relate to vision that way. The leaders who have sustained vision over time, and some of them that I mentioned, and there are many, many others, have related to vision as immutable and unmessable with, particularly in the face of breakdowns in organizations, and I'll give you a couple of examples. First of all, Alexander Graham Bell, who we don't think about much these days, but he invented the telephone. My original leadership training was when I worked for the telephone company, and it taught me a whole lot about corporations and organizations and leadership. Well, Alexander Graham Bell, before he invented anything, was engaged in supporting and helping the deaf. As a personal, it has nothing to do with the telephone. He wasn't even interested in the telephone then. But he was interested in human beings communicating. And he started with his interest in the deaf. And then it became a vision for the future. And his vision for the future, let me read you that 1 second, is to revolutionize human connection by human communication that eliminates barriers of time and space. And here we are in the age of cell phones and now in the age of AI and digital communication. It all started with a sacred saying of Alexander Graham Bell. That's pretty awesome to think about. So it was a sacred saying for him, and it was sacred because it was true to his heart and true to his commitment and true to what really mattered to him personally. Vision isn't an idea. It's not a good idea. It's not a concept. It's not in order to get somewhere. That's not what vision is. You can call that something else. Vision is something else, far more integral to what really matters. Any questions so far? Okay, cool. So how do you keep vision alive? It's fragile. Even if you're really powerful with your word, vision is fragile. You have one failure and vision is out the window. Your company fails in revenue. Vision is out the window. What happened to vision? And then suddenly everything is wrong and you got to fix it and vision is out the window. Well, what if vision weren't out the window when there are real challenges and real breakdowns? What if vision is not out the window at all? Then your word wins, and your word is your vision, and that keeps the rudder of your organization going. I coached a high technology company for over 10 years. Their revenue skyrocketed, but it didn't start that way. In fact, the CEO I was coaching died in a plane crash, and there was no succession plan. So the COO, who I was also coaching, stepped up to be the leader of the company. But that was a real crisis because the employees, I think were 400, wasn't a huge company, but it was big enough and really made a big impact in technology. The employees did not want to work for him because they were tied to the former CEO. They weren't tied to the vision. In fact, I'm not sure there was a vision. They were tied to him as a personality and as a leader, and that's great, but they weren't tied to the organization as a vision. So I started coaching him, and one of the first things he did was to create a vision. He was a Marine, and he created, the vision of the company was to save America. And they had huge contracts, all technologically based, having to do with defense and other ways to save America. He went to every single employee in the company and talked to them about reinventing the vision, in fact, actually creating a vision, and getting connected to them and getting their trust, and that he was going to lead this company into a new future. And not one employee quit. And he was faced with maybe 50% of them quitting. So vision is really important, and people are hungry for vision, and these employees really loved it. And that's why they stayed. It wasn't about his personality. It was about the vision. And people are hungry for vision. Vision is a team sport. We think of a lot of team sports, but vision is a team sport. Now, why do I say that? Because it can only happen in the world with other people, and with other people aligned with that vision. You can have a sole vision and operate from that, but that only gets you so far. If you're leading an organization, or you're leading a small group, or you're leading a giant Fortune 100 company, your vision communicated and having the employees inspired and aligned on that vision creates magic. Just like the example I gave to you. It creates magic because people are motivated on their own. They're not forced to do stuff. They're not doing stuff for their salary. They're doing stuff because they're inspired by something that really matters to them. So it's a way to actually realign a company and have it reinvent itself. So my question to you is, do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision that's operative? Do you have a vision that's on hold? Do you have a vision that's a concept? Or maybe no vision at all? Or maybe after hearing this, and I know this is a short talk, maybe you're willing to invent a vision. Well, that would be a really extraordinary, tangible result of this keynote, if you're willing, really. What is leadership like with no vision? What is it like? It's kind of dull. It's not that effective. One of the foundations of high performance, and I coach executives in this all the time, is to be aligned with an empowering context for actions and for performance. And if you want high performance, it takes being given by a future that is seemingly impossible. It's called a vision. So what displaces vision? Well, certainly, as I said before, failure. Certainly your doubts that something can happen, and that doesn't take much. I mean, I know for myself, doubts creep in all the time, but I'm trained. I'm trained to disappear that right away. What else displaces vision is a weak relationship to your word. Like, how strong is your relationship to your word when things get tough? How strong is your relationship to your word when it takes time for the vision to materialize? You know that there are many companies that have taken a long time to launch and to be successful. And that's the leaders who lead their way through that have a powerful relationship to their word. And having that be unmessable and immutable. So what displaces vision is a weak relationship to your word and letting circumstances and disbelief and doubts and other people's views and all kinds of ways that a company can go off track get in the way of your vision. Thomas Edison, who invented the light bulb, said, "Vision without execution is hallucination." Now, that's a little exaggerated, but what has vision come to life, aside from sharing it with others and having others aligned in it, is it being operative in the world through actions. It's clear that Kennedy took actions to actually have us go to the moon the first time. I remember a worker at AT&T, he was sitting on the floor in what's called the mainframe. This was in Washington, D.C., and there were miles of wires on big metal racks. This was a while ago, and it may still be there, I don't know. And I kneeled down and I asked him what he was doing. And he stopped with his pliers and his yellow and green and red wires. He stopped working with his pliers and he looked at me and he said, "I'm connecting a mother at a naval base in the Pacific to their child at home. I'm connecting people in need to each other around the world." That's what his pliers and his wires meant. He was given with no training. He didn't even know I was going to be there. He had no training. He didn't expect my question. That's where he's lived from. He was not doing menial work, which is putting wires together. He was given by a single solo vision that is so inspiring. I remember it today and I'm still moved by it. At the World Bank, there's a vision on the wall. It's a company I've coached for, I don't know, at least 15 years. And I've coached out almost the entirety of the World Bank in the US. And there's a vision on the wall called End Poverty. That's their vision. But that vision was not even operative, alive, real for most of the employees, including the executives. And what had happened was the employees of the bank, no matter how expert they were and global and amazing at what they did, were not inspired by that vision and were not connected to each other. In fact, I interviewed so many people, and I supported huge teams at the World Bank in getting reconnected to each other and having respect and honoring each other. And I have how many more minutes? 3 more minutes? Got it. So what was I going to say? Oh, so they got reconnected to each other. They got reconnected to their vision, and they reinvented the entire World Bank, both here and all their headquarters globally, out of a reinstated vision that really what they're about is ending poverty, not about making great deals with foreign countries and all the things that the World Bank does. So vision comes alive when it's shared. And so now I'm going to ask you to share your vision that's current, a newly imagined vision, or a vision that you've just reimagined, or you can always reimagine a vision. We have little time. So who would be willing to come up to the microphone here and share your vision? I'd ask you to come up to here instead of the ones out there. So who would be willing to do that? Would anybody be willing to do that? Don't be shy. It doesn't have to be totally formulated. It can be rough. That's fine. I'm asking you to be bold and courageous. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you want me to share my vision?
Yeah, stand up.
Okay, my vision is to help small and medium businesses be the most successful businesses in the Houston area. Houston is a huge economic region, and they're undergoing a lot of change. And my vision is to see small and medium-sized businesses be the most successful businesses in the state of Texas, even in the U.S.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for coming up here. One more? We have time for one more, please. Anyone else? Okay. Well, I really thank you for engaging in this, actually what I consider a very important conversation. We're just tipping the iceberg has just been touched. We're nowhere going as deep as we can go regarding vision. And I really appreciate your engagement in this. And I ask you to take your vision into the world, share it with people, and if you don't have a vision, to create one and leave the world inspired. I'm committed to a world transformed, and this is one way to do it. And I'm asking you to do that in service of all of that. So I appreciate your being here and engaging in this conversation, and the keynote speech is now complete. Thank you so much.
What an inspiring keynote for, did you need a microphone? Yeah, there it is. From Joan Sugarman, thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights on rethinking organizational direction and leading transformational change. You would agree that empathy is becoming a game changer in leadership. In today's fast-moving business environment, leaders who truly understand and connect with their teams are seeing remarkable results. In the next session, Empathy in Action, the leadership skill that builds stronger teams, our panelists will explore practical ways to integrate empathy into leadership, creating environments where people feel valued, heard, and motivated. Prepare yourself to discover strategies that enhance team cohesion, boost morale, and deliver measurable performance gains. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Dr. Jasmine Burns, founder, owner, CEO, and psychologist at Burns Virtual Psychological Solutions. And panelists, Dr. Joan Schaefer, MD, President and CEO of CIRV Health, Consulting and Coaching. And then we have Jose Pereira, founder and CEO of JoseConnect.com, LLC, Dr. Heather Walker, CEO of Lead with Levity, Marty Herbert, President and CEO of Herbert Insights and Innovations, HI&I, and Anna Kay, founder of Supreme Health Solutions. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause.
Excuse me. Can you guys all hear me? That is yes, that's on. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day of the conference. We're going to do things a little differently today. This is not going to be one of those panels where I throw a question to the panelists, they answer, and blah, blah, blah. We really want this to feel like a flowing conversation. So today we're going to talk about empathy in leadership, not as a buzzword or a soft add-on, but we're talking about what it actually looks like in day-to-day moments that shape teams, how leaders communicate, how they build trust, how they navigate tension, and how they help people, their staff, do their best work. So the goal today is to make this practical, honest, and grounded. So I'm hoping you guys are going to come away with real-world examples that we're going to talk about. There may be some disagreement, maybe. This is like live, so we'll see what happens. And hopefully a few things you can use right away in your practice. So panelists, when you hear the phrase empathetic leadership, what does that actually look like in real life? Not in theory, but in day-to-day work. Because what I've noticed is you can't be an empathetic leader without compassion. Empathy is important for building trust and understanding, but compassion seems to be that next step where you bridge the understanding into action. So just for a quick example, at my practice, I don't do just general check-ins with my team. I'm asking more explicit questions like, how can I support you in your work? What does your workload feel like? Does it feel manageable? And I allow a safe place for my team to feel like they can have that transparency and open communication and vulnerability with me. And I validate my staff when they experience life stressors in their personal lives, and I don't guilt trip them when life happens. So I'll turn it whoever wants to answer. But again, what does empathetic leadership look like in your practice?
So I would love to add to what you just said. Growing up for me, when people talked about empathy, they would always talk about, well, you need to kind of think about what life is like in the other person's shoes, right? Put yourself in their shoes, think about what their challenges are and what their perspective might be and all of that. And that's all well and good, but if you don't actually know the person, if you haven't taken the time to have a conversation with them, to understand what's important to them, what their struggles are, what their values are, where they want to go in the future, it's really difficult to put yourself in their shoes. You're not going to know. You're only guessing, you're only assuming. So for me, empathy requires a level of familiarity with the person, right?
And we've all been there, right? I mean, we've all been in their shoes. And a lot of the time, it really becomes about remembering we've been there and meeting them on that personal human connection and realizing that they're probably going through the same struggles that we went through when we were, little baby consultants or whatever it is that we were growing up in that same realm. They're there to do the job that you've put them there to do, and remembering that we had to do it first.
Yeah, for me, empathy is where I feel it starts with self-awareness and checking in with yourself, and then being aware of others, and then checking in with others, and asking questions and listening.
Absolutely. So, I'm already hearing that empathy is not just about being kind, it's about how leaders understand people well enough to lead them effectively. So, one thing that comes up quickly, I think, is again, as Heather was talking about, it's hard to empathize with people you don't know, right? If you know their title, great, but they're more than a title, they're a human being. So how do you actually get to know your people in a real way, especially early on, whether that's onboarding or even as early as in the interview? Anyone want to share?
I want to add something related to that because I think that because you talk about empathy, putting in the shoes of the other, that's so true. But having empathy, that doesn't mean that you need to agree with them, but you need to understand them. And the only way is having the interaction with employees. One of the most common mistakes that the leader does is that they tend to isolate themselves. And the only way you really can understand the other is having the interaction with them. And then you can know how they think, how they feel, how they believe. That doesn't mean that you have to agree, but you know where they're coming from. So you can have that empathy that they know that you understand them. So that makes that relation more trustful when you do it that way.
I would like to add that having led teams of 4 to teams of 500, it's really important as a leader that you build environments of trust, because until you have an environment of trust, you can't have your employees be vulnerable. And as a leader, you need to be vulnerable first and create that space to get to know the person that you're working with. So you can do simple, practical things, which I know we'll get into, but just creating the environment of safety and trust to allow vulnerability to exist. You're the leader goes first, and then hopefully it will be reciprocated that they can be vulnerable and you allow that space to get to know the person that you're working with.
So I'm going to ask, how do you guys feel about those icebreakers in the office? Because I know some employees absolutely hate them, but do you find like activities like that are actually helpful in building that compassion, that empathy, learning about the person?
I think it depends on how the icebreakers are done, because they don't always have to be so deeply personal. They can be things like, hey, if you were going to walk onto a baseball field, what would be your walk-on song? You know, it could be something fun that is not as threatening to an individual about revealing something so personal, and you let that evolve over time. You can also do things when you're the leader, when there's a new hire, just have coffee with the new hire. It's 30 minutes, it's hardly any time, and you would be amazed at what that little tiny bridge at the beginning of an employee starting one-on-one with the boss or the big boss does. I had 500 employees. I still had time to make a coffee roundtable with the 11 new hires of that quarter, or that, we just made it, when I had 11 new hires, we had coffee. You can have time. And when I was with a smaller organization, I made sure that I had one-on-one coffees. But you get a chance to meet with the big boss, the leader, and see that they're human too. And then I made a point to get to know them, their spouse's name, are they dog people or cat people? And then I remembered it, and I took notes on their profile. And I tried to remember that stuff, because even when I worked at a company with 500 people, I wrote birthday cards handwritten to every single employee. It did not take much time, and those are things that really build a culture.
I think that's really important, that human connection. And it sounds like, again, once you really know someone, it's harder to just reduce them to a frustration or a problem or just a number on your team. So empathy gets easier when people stop feeling so abstract, right? So let's make this concrete, because I think that's where the idea really starts to land. So can one of you maybe share a moment where leading with empathy actually changed something? What happened and what was that difference? What did you do?
I can share. This is a leadership mistake / let's kind of try and find a way to make this right. So I've led teams of 2, just me and one other person, right? A mighty team of 2, all the way up to production lines of over 25. And I hired someone who was in the middle of a career transition, and I thought, this person can do the job, potentially with some time, some training, some support, but the team did not want me to hire this person. They were so against me hiring this person. And guess what? I did it anyway, because I said, we need someone in this role, and we need them now, and this is going to give us some relief. And this person, it's gonna be okay, y'all. It's gonna be fine. Fast forward, 30 days in, I'm starting to notice that it's not fine. They are not picking up the role. We're moving at a pace that's a little bit too fast for them. And the team is noticing it. It's starting to create a burden for everybody. And I was trying to figure out, what am I going to do about this? We started having conversations, yes, about, how's it going? Let's talk about your development plan. Let's talk about all of these things. But it got to a point where I started to realize this is just not going to work out. So instead of taking this person into my office, sitting them down across from me in this, we're going to face off, and I'm going to tell you that you have a certain amount of time to get it together or you're out of here, because that's often what happens, right? I said, let's go for a walk, because I love to do walk and talks with my team, because, that's, especially if you're having a conversation that might be a little bit tricky, it allows you both to get all of that nervous energy out and to be able to focus on what's going on. And throughout this conversation, at first, I didn't even know that he also noticed that he wasn't performing at the level that he wanted to. And we got to talking, and we talked about his values and where he saw his career, and we were able to eventually work him into another position that was a much better fit. And it wouldn't have happened if I wasn't courageous enough and humble enough to say, hey, this is on me to some extent. What can I do? How can I help? And I know that you have strengths, I know that you have gifts and talents, and they might be better placed in a different position. Let's find that for you.
Let me share something that's a life experience. 35 years ago, I was in the oil and gas, and we started a joint venture with a Japanese company. I have never worked with Japanese. So when I began to interact with them, I was kind of trying to understand them. I remember I bought a book about how to deal with the Japanese. I began to read about the Japanese culture, and it was kind of difficult because I'm Venezuelan and we are Latin Americans, And working with Japanese, we were totally different culture. So I remember that my boss was a Japanese, and I remember one day he said, hey, let's take a break and let's have some drinks, and we went because they do Friday drinks, and they do a lot. And we begin to interact with these guys, and the things begin to, connect, because we begin to treat us from the human side. Long story short is that we created a great culture that I maintain with them as of today. Today we have a WhatsApp group. All of us are grandfathers, and we share our stories. Some of them are retired, and we are still our friends 35 years from that. And that is a real life example how connecting with the people from a human side, you can do that.
I absolutely love that. Thank you both for sharing. That's wonderful.
I would like to add too.
Sure.
I have noticed too moments where someone might not perform their best. And rather than coming from a place of reacting, I pause and also have already understood how they want to be addressed and what motivates them and the support that they need. And having that understanding builds that trust and builds upon the empathy, and how to communicate with your team.
Absolutely. So I think that these examples matter because they show that empathy is not vague. It's actionable. You guys are putting in the work, and it's not a ton of work. You're having these conversations, even like just these microscopic moments, if you will, can go a long way. They're very, very important. But now I want to talk about the part that people usually avoid. So I'm going to call this the yeah, but section of our conversation. So empathy sounds great when relationships are healthy, but what about when things start to feel, strained or awkward or just hard, or you just don't like the person? So what do you guys do when the relationship is off, and how do you feel an empathetic leader should handle these kinds of situations?
I think it's interesting, a lot of the conversations we're having so far are the in-person connections. I have a fully remote team. We're everywhere. So making those connections in a real human way through the virtual screen becomes difficult, right? It becomes one of those challenges that we're constantly up against. We talk about, getting to know the cat name or the dog name, or having the cat crawl up on your shoulder during the virtual meeting that you're having with the team, right?
That's my cat.
So, and you immediately find out, that Patron is there, so you figure out the animal names very quickly in those situations, and having the trust and the belief in our people and meeting them where they are allows them to have their camera on, allows them to be there in their pajamas or whatever, allows their family to be running in the background, and having the type of culture and openness within your company as a leader that lets you have those natural moments. Because at some level, we're even more personal when we're virtual, when we're completely remote. Because how many times do you get into an office situation and you get the office version of whoever that person is? And sometimes I think it's probably even more challenging sometimes to break through that in an office situation, whereas from a remote perspective, we immediately are inside your home. You know when the kid's late to school, you know when it's time to go pick them up, you know what that schedule looks like because you have the flexibility in your culture. You have the trust of your people for them to let you as a leader into that, especially in a small business like we are, and we're multi-time zone, so things are happening. Life is happening throughout the day in the background, and it gives us the ability to lean in a little bit and kind of turn that challenge of being not in person and not having the cup of coffee into something a little bit more sometimes.
And I love that you brought that up because my team is fully remote as well. And so the multiple time zones and everything, and we're a small team as well. And the life definitely happens. There are times I swear I lock the door and somehow my 4-year-old still manages to make it into the office and talk to my staff. And I love it. And they love it too. I think that kind of also breaks the ice and shows, again, that human level. Like, I'm not just the boss, I'm a mom, right? Now, one of the things that I have noticed being fully virtual is that written communication comes across very differently, right? Because you can't be in the room to feel the energy of what that person is giving off. So I know that in the past, we've had some awkward moments, between students, because I have students on my team as well, students and staff, chatting with each other on, Google, and I have staff later and they're like, I think this person is mad at me, or they're coming across as really bossy. And I've had to do check-ins. I can't do a walk and talk, but I can do a quick little Google check-in to see what exactly is going on. And in those moments, in those human moments, and when I'm having those conversations, I'm noticing that the tone is coming across from a place of anxiety. The person is afraid they're failing their team, they're afraid that they're gonna miss a deadline or whatever. And when I have those conversations, I'm like, okay, if you need help, all you have to do is ask. I'm not gonna be mad at you if you ask for help. And so again, I think having those moments, those specific check-ins, seeing if everything is going okay, even on a personal level. You don't have to go all up in their lives, but just say like, hey, is everything okay? That makes a person feel seen, and that can really alleviate those awkward moments, and I think lead to very strong, powerful moments on the team.
I would add that, a lot of healthcare is delivered in person with teams, and so there's not a virtual component so much. But I think when you find conflict, when you can feel the tension, the best thing to do is to have a, wave the white flag moment and say, hey, just confront it directly. And it's the leader's opportunity or the manager's opportunity to brush up on that EQ, get that moment and deal with it immediately and say, hey, I'm feeling that there's something not right here in this space, and I'd like an opportunity to talk. And get it on the table right away and say, this is just maybe I'm feeling a disconnect, but how can we repair this moment in time? And the leader has to go first, be calm, be cool, collected, and offer to repair and offer to apologize if there's anything you've said or done, that has been miscommunicated. Was there an email? Was there a moment, I've found as a leader that there have been many times when I said something that was completely misinterpreted because I had more information than the person did. And so you look for those opportunities to apologize, and it can really build a relationship. If you've done that and it's not working, and the relationship is not taking the step forward, call HR, get HR in the room, and now it's time to document stuff. I don't mess around with those things. You either fix the relationship or you start down another path. It's just better because the employee needs to know they need to get on the plan or grow somewhere else. As I like to say, I'm gonna plant you, I'm gonna water you, and I'm gonna feed you, but you have to grow. And if you're not growing here, then I need to uproot you and get you somewhere else where you will grow. Not a judgment, it's just you're not right for here. And so yeah.
Go ahead.
I have something to add. We've been talking a lot about people leadership, right? But there's also empathy when you're working with your peers. Empathy can give you so much influence when you're working with your peers. And when you're working with someone who's in another department, another part of the organization that earlier you mentioned you don't like, you don't get along with, maybe on the surface it seems like you have opposing views even. I personally like to take a step back and say, okay, what kinds of assumptions and biases am I bringing into this that I'm putting on this person, that I'm looking at them and I'm saying they are against me and they want all the resources and they don't want me to have any of the resources. Why am I saying that? That's not necessarily true. I work very hard to try and find the commonalities between myself and that other person so that when I do approach them, when we do have that conversation, we can find some common ground. Because chances are good, if you're working within the same organization, you should have the same goals ultimately, and the same values, similar values, and you can stand on those, and that can be your firm base to then grow from there, and you can find allies within your organization, people who maybe spoke out against what you were doing before, but because you were able to see eye to eye, now they've become supporters for you. That's great. Thank you for that. So, everything we've said so far might feel easier in like smaller teams or smaller groups. But, many leaders who might be listening are part of these like huge organizations. So, what are realistic things that leaders can actually do when they feel like they can't talk to everyone?
But in a huge organization, you can do things, for example, morning walks into the offices and saying hello to the people. You take, let's walk in this building, this floor, this week, and next week the other. So you organize yourself. Or you select the employees of the month, and you bring it to the headquarters, and you have a lunch or a dinner with them, and you recognize them. You have a chat with them. You do the monthly accountability meetings with them. So you have many ways you can connect with them, even in the organization is big. You're not going to have one-on-one with everybody, but they will have the opportunity to talk directly with you.
I agree. And one of the things you can do is when you're in a large organization, when I had 500 employees, I had a large administration. So I had several vice presidents, and then they had directors and managers underneath them. I asked them to let me know how employees were doing. Like, did someone lose a mother, a father, a child, a spouse? I wanted to know those things. I would send cards to them, personal cards. I wanted to know when people were doing a great job, had very good success with a project. I wanted to know the team members so I could recognize the team members in either on calls or meetings or in manager meetings. I needed to know the kudos, and I needed to know when people were struggling with things so I can go by and recognize them. We were largely in the same building, so I was able to go and do morning rounds, and I'd target an area of the building and I'd just hit them. It was a great pickup for me, but it was a great pickup for them too, just to see the boss walking around with a cup of coffee and do my morning rounds. It was kind of a hangover from morning rounds at the hospital, but this was way more fun. And just walk around and say hello to people, and you get to know them, and you get to know different things about them. And you see the pictures of the families on the desk, and you ask who they are, and it's just a way for people to be seen. And people remember this stuff. And I would walk around and I'd see the birthday card I sent them 4 months ago still on their card or on their desk. So you can have an impact. And when you're managers, when you hire leaderships that are like you hire those leaders that are going to be empathetic. You're still firm, you still follow the rules, you still hold people accountable. And you're not just nice, you're not weak. You're kind, you're caring, you're compassionate, you're empathetic, and you get the job done because these people stay, they're loyal, and it adds dollars to the bottom line.
Let me add something else, because that is a great example that you put there. It came to my mind. I live in Houston. We have a couple of years ago the Harvey, the hurricane. So it was really messy in Houston, and many people lost their houses. And flooding, all this stuff. And I remember that I called to my team and said, hey, let's see what we can do. And we organized like a kind of a team group. They begin to take care, organize all the employees that had lost their houses. And we begin to organize the company how to help them. And we begin to send direct message to everybody. And until today, people still recognize that because we impacted their life. And for the company, it was easy. It was not a big money, but it was a highly impactful in the organization.
So you can be visible in quote unquote small ways, and that's something that's scalable, right? You don't have to do these big grandiose things as an empathetic leader, but these small moments can go a long way. And I remember when I worked at a larger, business with multiple departments, they would do like team challenges, and newsletters, and it would make the office feel fun if we had to during holidays, who made the best, Christmas cookies, or who had the best costumes, and even moments like that made it feel fun and human, and I think those are some, again, realistic things that leaders can do starting tomorrow if they wanted to. So we've talked about people, we've talked about trust, we've talked about communication, and somehow we've made it this far without talking about AI. Okay, so AI is shaping leadership, and so I wanted to just kind of touch on that a little bit. what have you guys noticed in terms of AI helping or hurting leaders when it comes to empathy?
Well, it's the corporate email, right? I mean, the easy answer is it's the corporate email that, the leader tucks away in his office and he gets onto his favorite AI platform and says, hey, help me craft a message that sounds empathetic for my people. And it does in robot ease, right? So it can be helpful, right? It can be helpful to craft the more serious messages, death in the family, those types of things. Right, and especially if, as a leader, you aren't naturally empathetic. It happens, right? There are some very cold leaders out there. So AI can help a little bit in those situations to help tone down and help bring some kind of empathetic view into what it is you're writing. But it can also come across as flat. It can come across as not caring. So I think there's a fine line, right? AI is everywhere. But as soon as it starts to take over the humanity that's supposed to be in the leadership roles that we're all trying to fill, that's where we as leaders have given up that ability to stay connected and stay relevant to our people. Right? We have to remember to not take ourselves so seriously. And sometimes it can be very humbling to be in a situation where you need help from AI or from maybe the person right next to you, right? So keeping all of that in mind, there's a fine line, and it's really up to us to kind of walk that and remember to remove the M dash, right? So do the little things that make it seem like it's not so impersonal, and stay connected to your message. Right? It's going to give you a good draft. But you have to really lean in, and even if you're not, right? Even if you are that cold leader, try to have that empathy that connects you to your people, especially in the big messages and the big moments.
And if you are using, just real quick, if you are using AI, you guys please read the draft before you send it, because I've received emails and it's like, dear employee name. Okay, well, that's a bad start. So read the draft before you guys send it. Go ahead, Anna.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. And I think that AI is an amazing tool for efficiency, but that human-to-human connection cannot be replaced. And in order to do that and to have empathy, you need to build a relationship with the other person. AI won't do that for you.
People are more likely to reach for their favorite AI tool than they are to pick up the phone, to walk into someone else's office, to whiteboard with them in the way that we used to. And I think that's something, we're missing something in that human connection. So I love AI, by the way. I am not anti-AI. I live in Austin, Texas. We are ground zero for AI. That said, we do need to take some time and think about how is it modifying our behavior? Are we now at a place where we're no longer reaching for the other person to say, hey, what do you think about this idea? Let's stress test this together.
And I think as leaders, we need to be aware of our shortcomings as leaders, because you can punch something into AI, and depending on the prompt, AI might become an echo chamber. And it's like, oh, you're the greatest leader, everybody loves you, whoop de whoop whoop. And you're not. We're not perfect leaders. We're human leaders. And so when you're using AI, it's important to acknowledge those shortcomings in the prompt. So saying something like, I'm really wanting to support this person, but I'm having a hard time because whatever, I'm having a hard time, finding time. I'm having a hard time finding time to connect with them, or whatever the case may be, right? So you're identifying the problem, but you're also identifying the issue, your shortcomings. And that, I think, is when AI becomes more of like a sounding board of like, okay, here are some realistic things you can do now. It's a personable thing. It's not just some generic, suggestion. So you also want to make sure that you're using AI as a tool and bringing some awareness to how you're leading your people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just keeping an eye on time here. And I want to leave time for questions if there are any. So
Can I add something?
oh, sure. Heather, go ahead. Yeah.
Because I've been thinking about empathy a lot because we have this panel here, right? But, you know, empathy, when we're talking about sort of empathy 1.0, taking the time to understand another person's perspective so you can figure out how to work better together. What about empathy 2.0? What about going a little bit deeper? What is the environment that this person is working in? How are we supporting them? So with AI in particular, I had a conversation with a leader a few weeks ago, and she was like, Heather, I love this. I can do so much stuff, but when do I stop? And I'm using Copilot, and my organization has all of these limits on Copilot, and I'll get started, and then I hit a limit, and I feel like I've just wasted a lot of time. It's incredibly frustrating. So what this person was missing was use cases, was systems to plug her AI tool into so that she could take that information and sort of apply it to her job. So don't just give your team the tool and say, here, you have Copilot, go use it. Help them come up with use cases for that tool.
I think that's really important. I like that empathy 2.0. That's going to be the next 2.0 thing that the conference will use. So
I agree with what Heather said about creating an environment that's safe, where others feel respected and they are seen and heard. Yeah.
absolutely. So in closing, maybe we can just go down the line here. What is one thing that a leader can do this week that could make a real difference within their practice?
I would say if you can adopt a philosophy of understanding that people don't come to work every morning saying, I want to do a bad job today because I just feel like it. So you understand that people generally want to come to work and do a good job and then get paid for the job that they do. And if you can just understand that when things aren't going well, it's not a people problem, it's a systems problem. And if you can just understand that people just want to be seen and heard at work, and they just want to be recognized, they just want to be a person at work, and they want to bring their whole self. And so how can you enable the systems at your job, whatever they may be, so they work smoothly and the employee can do their job? And if you are the boss, you're supposed to do that. They're trying to produce widgets. You are the widget master. Help them produce their widgets. And then in the in between, they're a human being. So get to know them and have a little fun. You spend a third of your life at your job. Don't make it painful.
Yeah, I agree with that. I always say that you spend more time with your employees than with your family sometimes.
Yeah.
So try to make them part of your family. I know that sometimes people say, no, I'm not here to make friends. No, but it's good if you make friends,
Exactly
it's good if you make friends. So try to understand them. It will be more fun for them. It's going to be more fun for you too. Yeah.
I would say adopt a posture of curiosity. So oftentimes I hear leaders say, it's common sense, they should know. But what I've learned through all of the workshops that I've run, hundreds of people I've talked to about this, we have, depending on where you come from, how you were raised, what your experiences have been, you may have very different views of what it takes to gain trust, lose trust, what respect looks like. So adopt a posture of curiosity around those points of difference between you that seem a little bit rough around the edges so you can understand it.
Yeah, I'd say most of us start in corporate America, right? We don't start as leaders. We start in a place where we figure out very quickly what we don't like about business. Otherwise, we wouldn't be the leaders that we are now. So my challenge to everyone would really be the kind of business that you wanted to work at when you were younger. Create the culture, create the environment that makes you want to go to work for you back when you were that age, whatever that age was.
I would say, I think that at the end of the day, everyone wants to be acknowledged for their efforts. And I would say also that when leaders show up and are present, and they show that they care and really listen and listen to understand, that's how empathy is, small, consistent efforts, continuous. And that's how empathy builds and trust builds.
Yeah, and I'll just close by saying just remain humble as a leader. Don't forget where you came from. Again, just kind of like Marty was saying, we all started somewhere. We might have felt like a little peon or a cog in the machine. Remember those moments and remember what kind of leader you were like, I want to work for that person. Because at the end of the day, again, like Marty said, you want to be the leader that maybe you didn't have when you were, again, a little peon. So thank you all. I think that this conversation makes it clear what empathy is. It's not about necessarily being nice all the time. It's not just a theory. It is something that leaders need to practice in how they show up and communicate with their team, respond under pressure. And at its core, empathy helps leaders lead better. And most of the time, it's not about these grand gestures. It's about those small, consistent moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if we have time for questions. I'm looking for the MC. Do we have time for questions? No, okay, that's okay. No time. Okay, well, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll say that again. Thank you, experts, for such a fantastic session and discussion on empathy in leadership. In the evolving world of executive leadership, the role of a CEO is no longer confined to traditional boundaries. With AI, remote teams, and constant market shifts, leaders are rethinking how they make decisions, stay agile, and inspire organizations. In this session, CEO 2.0, how the role of leadership is being hacked and reinvented, our panelists will share perspectives on redefining leadership for the modern era. They will discuss strategies for integrating technology and enhancing emotional intelligence and navigating disruption with clarity and confidence. Please welcome our moderator, Quincy Hodge, President of Quincy M. Hodge Consulting, and our expert panelists, Shadin Atala, Executive Coaching and Consulting, Corporate Communications, JJ Velasquez, CEO and founder of Monumental Media, Dragana Linfield, Senior Director of Technology Consulting at Ernst & Young, and Suzanne Castle, CEO of Suzanne Castle Consulting. Let's give them a warm round of applause.
Thank you all for being here. We are excited. I am excited to be up here with such an accomplished group of professional leaders here.
We feel the same, Quincy.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And listen, this idea of the CEO position or CEO 3.0 being hacked is certainly a question that's been on a lot of people's minds. We've done a lot of thinking about it. And quite honestly, we're just going to sit here and have a discussion about it amongst us professionals and kind of feed off of that. But at the same time, what we want you to do is be thinking about what questions and ways that you're thinking about this topic. And then we're going to open it up to questions in the last 10 to 15 minutes, okay? So we want to hear from you and be able to respond to what your thoughts are so that we can respond appropriately, okay? So why don't we get started? I've got my first question here. Actually, the first question I have for all of us, and it's kind of like, what does it really mean for the CEO position to be hacked? Are we really talking about the position, the title, or the way the CEO operates? Anybody want to take that?
I'll jump right in, Quincy, if you don't mind. So I think when we use the word hack, we're thinking about software. We're thinking about, even a cyber hack, right? But I want you to think a little bit more about your brain. So I think the evolving CEO is spending a lot of time with what I call neurological identity, understanding what is actually going on in your brain when you make high-stakes decision-making. How are you hacking that to your best ability? Are you using your brain to serve you at the best possible way that it can? And when you can understand your brain ecology, I think your leadership changes immensely. And then we just heard about AI, and in the age of AI, understanding the human brain is becoming more and more important for leadership.
That is really on topic, because I think the way we think as leaders has the biggest impact on how we're actually going to lead people and bring them along with us. What do you think, Shadden?
Yeah, actually, sorry.
You go ahead.
I love it that you are starting with the brain, because I always say, the brain is a muscle. And just like if you want your biceps, to grow, you need to go to the gym. Mm-hmm. It's not enough to look at a photo of Schwarzenegger and say, no, I want those biceps. And I don't know how many repetitions I need to do. You need to go. You need to go to the gym. And it's the same with the brain. The brain is a muscle. So you need to have that mental gym working. You have to do the workout. You have to do the inner work, the mental work. And that's why I think this is a very important part of this new way of looking at leadership, because it's a mental, from the inside out work. And you have to just keep doing it. I mean, I'm a coach. 90% of my work is one-on-one coaching, because leaders realize that it's not just a one thing, a book you read or a workshop you go to and then you know how it works. You need to do the work.
There is a lot of work that's required of a CEO to do a lot of preparation, planning, thinking, communicating. And it goes throughout their processes when they're with their people and when they're not. And the discipline of that is very important. And so preparation is a big one. I talked about this a little bit on the first day when I was talking about, how to manage their workload and their thinking and how they respond to people. Dragana, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, for me, I think in this new era, the whole leadership operating model has changed. So before, they relied on control and the power to exercise their power, so everybody had to do what I say or to please them, but that would take company nowhere. So now I think it's more about reading the room and orchestrating intelligence. So nobody has to be any more the smartest person in the room, but they have to ask questions, and it's absolutely fine to ask questions and have this collective intelligence from the room, and still make decisions, because you are the one who will have consequences.
Yes.
They really do have to monitor what's going on inside their organization and outside constantly, right?
Yes.
And they have to take all those inputs in and create this context. What's the context I'm working in with my people? And then also in the environment I'm in, and what's the best way to lead people through that? Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, just like LLMs, we're talking about AI here.
Oh, yes.
They will drift if you don't adjust them. Likewise, the leader will have to reevaluate and do a lot of self-assessment and read the room and read in between the lines and not always have one solution, equal one for everybody. I mean, if I want to engage everybody, not everybody will be engaged using the same strategy. And so we have to, as leaders, adapt to each person so that we can get the most out of them and allow them where they operate the most.
That's really good.
And I love how you're articulating, though, also the need for boundaries, because when you understand the people in front of you and you're looking at them and you're like, okay, I'm a major extrovert, obviously, right? And I'm talking to an introvert, so I can decide how much of my extroversion do they need, or is that creating a barrier for them? So understanding the people that you're with, how they respond, what kind of candy bar do they like when they're hangry? I mean, these little things that you can do as a high-level leader make such a big difference in an organization, and the time that it takes to do that is not monumental, but I think it's crucial. Absolutely.
And I really need to say that we always talk about how leaders lead their people, and we forget that leaders are people. So the thing is, and that's why I really believe in self-knowledge, and leaders are starting to understand how important self-knowledge is, and self-reflection, how levels of awareness shape the way they engage with their employees, with their customers and stakeholders, how they make decisions, how they make choices, how they set boundaries, and how they set priorities. All of that is something that comes from within. So they also need to know how they function, what are their values, where they come from. And this is, again, I really believe in this, from the inside out. That is sustainable quality leadership, in my opinion.
I really agree, because, leaders have to start with their own beliefs. We act on what we believe on.
Yeah.
And we're going to project that out there to our people. And they're either going to follow or not, based on that integrity and whether or not they read the right or wrong thing. If they see incongruency in us, they're not going to have that trust. So we have to be solid in that as leaders, don't we?
Yeah.
What do y'all think about the next question here? How is AI changing the way CEOs make decisions, use judgment, and lead their organizations? Big question.
That's Dragana's
Yes.
I was going to say, you're the expert here.
It's very interesting because many people think now I have AI, I don't have to talk to anybody, but it's exactly the opposite. The AI is actually never going to tell you anything. It's just going to mirror you. And is always going to try to please you. And that's not what I want. I want to be challenged all the time. But of course, there are techniques to do that. So I think that there will always be space for people, because models are good at certain things and they can't do people things. So let's just acknowledge where the models are good. They are good to process a lot of information. They are good to recognize patterns. They are fast. They can make fast decisions. But the leader has to understand whether he needs to make a fast decision or maybe it's time for reflection. And not every decision, and they need to understand the trade-offs. Because after all, they're going to be making decisions and they need to understand the long-term consequences. And just like models, they need to have this feedback loop, because no model, no AI solution gets it right the first time. It collects the data and it adjusts.
Yeah.
And therefore, the leader has to do the same. They have to read the room, they have to read in between the lines and keep adjusting so they can be better over time.
Yeah.
I like what you say about reading all the time. And when I'm a pilot, so, when I was flying, we were constantly scanning. And one of the terms we used to use was, you need to stay ahead of the aircraft. A CEO needs to stay ahead of their organization, and they need to do exactly that. Read the room and be scanning for any information that would give them an indication, don't you think, about, okay, well, I sense that there's some fear here, or I sense that people aren't really sure what we're trying to do. And they need to handle that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, I think too, in this AI kind of world that we are finding ourselves in, and you can be mad about it and you can moan and groan about it, but it's here. So let's just get real about it. Let's traffic in reality, okay? And part of that is setting up AI as, I think, a high functioning leader to serve you, instead of the other way around. So I love what you're saying. So for me, I have routines set up in an AI that I use, and it's constantly asking me in the morning, mid-afternoon, in the evening. I have my 90-day plan, my yearly plan. It's all loaded in, and it's asking me questions constantly. Or it's noticing things that I didn't notice, pattern recognition. Oh, you said you were going to do this, Suzanne. Guess what? You didn't do this today. So now what are you going to do about that? And if we can do the same thing with our people and show them, okay, it's okay, even I get off track every day. Let's get you a tool to get you back on track. And that is reading that room, and that is understanding your people. That people intelligence, I think, is just going to rise to a greater level than it ever has before.
Totally agree with that. Other thoughts?
I
Yes.
just would like to add actually that AI as such is actually nothing new. You know, we've always had this kind of technology. Now it is just everywhere on the streets, you know, for the public to be using it. But so it's really not about fearing a certain technology. But this is actually a chance for leaders, again, to think about their identity as human beings. It is their chance, because there is now this tool that can take off work from their employees, so that their employees and the leaders themselves can have more time for that human connection, for all the communication, which in the past maybe needed more people, you know, like in factories or in this kind of environment. So I really believe that AI can be the chance, again, to connect more on a human level with your employees as a leader,
Yes.
and with your customers.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
You just like inspired me to actually share one of my biggest mistakes in the past, before I kind of evolved into a better leader, was I thought, I'm going to make an analogy with large language models and AI. So we all think if we give all the data that we have to AI, it's going to create the best decision. And that's how I thought that.
Yes.
And it can be rubbish data, it can be non-relevant data,
Yes.
it's just confusion. So the same with people. In the
Yes.
past, I thought, I really like you, I'm going to give you all information I have, so you can then take that information and deliver something. And then I realized it's just going to confuse you, because you need relevant data.
Exactly.
Model needs relevant data, and you need real-time data.
Right.
Because something will change from yesterday. So I, as a leader, need to decide what am I going to tell you intentionally, because I want to know what you have to do, like a goal-oriented, and therefore I'm going to selectively tell you, but I will be genuine. So that's very important, because we need to build trust here.
Yeah, I love that trust factor. I think that's absolutely key here. What do you think about that?
I think that's very important. In fact, it probably gets back to the point that all y'all are really leaning towards, is that the leader has to set the tone on how we're going to use AI, right? And we all know AI even tells us it makes mistakes. And the leader needs to be able to set the tone on how the company, the group, the organization should be using it, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you think they could do that the best? By showing them how they do it, or should they set a policy, or what do you think?
I know with my clients, one of the things that we've been talking about, I want to come at this kind of a different way. So everybody that's watching right now, if you looked at your phone right now, the only time I'm going to ask you to look at your phone and not at our faces right now is right now. And you counted all of the notifications on your phone, from your email to the text apps to anything that needs an update. And you think about that. Let's say it's 50,000. Okay, let's hope it's not, but let's say it is. 6,432. Let's go with that number. Would you allow 600 people, 6,000 people, 50,000 people to come knocking on your door of your office unannounced? But this is what's happening in your brain. This is what's happening with AI, with the speed of technology. And so to talk about that, you need policies about that. Like if you have unopened loops, your brain is keeping those open because it doesn't know the difference between a text notification and a bear. Your brain looks at it as a threat. It's the same. And so I think for all of us, I mean, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think all of us with our clients, one of the things that we're doing in students and where we teach and where we speak is we're saying the boundaries, the guardrails that you're setting up as a leader are more crucial than ever. Mm-hmm. And the more transparent you can be about, here is, I have 87,000 unopened emails. So I'm going to be open about that. And what do I need to do about that? What is your best hack? What is your best hack? Because you never know when someone's going to give you that one bit of knowledge they need to make a difference in your life for your business. Notice what I said there, your life before your business.
Well, if our lives aren't operating on a good keel, then our business is going to suffer for that too, correct?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Any other thoughts on this?
Yes, yes. So I'm just gonna totally agree with you, and I think that the CEO or the leader has to think in different layers, and it's like a multifactorial problem because CEOs don't have only one stakeholder. CEOs have millions of stakeholders, and they need to think about all of these policies that will have to be in place so that the brand doesn't lose reputation. The customers don't lose trust in the company and switch to competitors. So he has to preempt the pre-mortem. He has to do the pre-mortem as well as post-mortem.
Oh, I love
so
that.
it has to play what could have happened if this is not put in place. And here we are talking, if his stakeholder is a business person, he has to put the policies through AI or other, like a center of excellence that are about the business. Then the technical policies as well, like how does data comes, how it is cleaned, how does it flow, is it real time, etc. That will be technical. Then the people, the employees, he needs to spend equal time in not only the change, but how employees perceive change.
Exactly.
And he needs to be there.
Yes.
And he also needs to offer the latest tools, whatever is needed, so the customers don't use shadow AI.
Yes.
So he has to be ahead of a game in every aspect.
Yeah.
And that's why he's paid to be a CEO, because it is not easy.
That's his responsibility, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say, my experience is also exactly that with the CEOs, is that they need to see who is following and who is reluctant to go that path, from their, if I'm talking about their leadership teams, because not every member of the team will want to follow immediately. I mean, I know that this is a big issue. For example, you have new technologies, you have new processes. A lot of people are unhappy with it's not working. I don't want to, I have to learn something new. I work in Fortune 500 companies where people are or have been more than 30 years in the company, and suddenly they are supposed to learn a new tool or to go through new processes, or salespeople who are 50-something who are supposed to sell such kind of new AI technologies to their customers, and they are sometimes reluctant about that. And some are younger and very enthusiastic about that. So you have that mix, and as you say, the CEO needs to have that umbrella view, if that is the right way to say it. But it's really just to be able to consider timing, or to consider who needs more support in what, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I do too. I tell you, I ran an organization with over 300 people in it, and we had people scattered over 55,000 square miles in 50 recruiting stations. And I was going through 4 layers of communication when I was going through my management group and giving the goals and how we were going to accomplish this. I needed to go out there and get around the actual people doing it. So I traveled around once a quarter to each of these stations, and I was asking the recruiter in charge and the individual recruiters, okay, so what are you hearing from up above? That was my way of testing to see if the message was getting down clearly. Sometimes it did, and sometimes it didn't, and I had to correct that. But that gave me that layer, as you say, of understanding, okay, I've got some areas I need to make some adjustments here on my communication, and also with the people between me and the folks actually getting the work done. So I can really relate to that.
And I just wanted to add something that every CEO needs to understand that the company's biggest asset are people. Right? Yes. It's not technology, because people make technology, and it's replaceable. But people always are asking, what is in there for me? So I think the leaders have to preempt that question. Yeah. Instead of saying, what is in there for me, I'm going to look after you and explain to you what is in there for you. And they have to be excited about the thing, because they can't say, I really think this AI is a great thing, okay.
Yes.
Be excited about that.
Yeah.
They have to actually breathe it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That's really good. Well, I think this is a good segue into our next question. What does strong leadership look like today when teams are distributed, attention is fragmented, and trust has to travel further? That's a big one.
That's a loaded question.
I think while y'all think about that, I know y'all have great answers, but I am just thinking that strong leadership really is like, there's a burden of responsibility if you've got a distributed team to go the extra mile. What does it take to actually get and reach the furthest people who are farthest away from you and make sure they are on page with everybody at headquarters?
Yes.
And it does take effort and time.
Yes.
We used to have a term in the Navy called management by walking around. Actually, that was Draper, I think. That was an old management thing. It still works today, even in the age of AI. I don't know, what do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so I think that now that the leader does not need to lead by presence, although I love presence.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah.
replaces
Yes.
that.
Yes.
So they have to be more intentional, and they have to also understand that in order to succeed, the team to succeed, they need to create engagement. If one employee is not engaged, it's not only like one employee not engaged doesn't matter. No, that piece of the puzzle is going to be very, very relevant. And maybe you can continue.
No, that's great. That's great.
Hey, that was a good, that was a great recovery.
Yeah, it's a delegation.
It's a delegation, that's right.
We got you.
Hey, that's what we're here for.
All right. Well, actually, I was just going to say that sometimes they just need also practical solutions in the sense of, I mean, this is also, when I talk to my clients, it's simply what is your time? What can you offer? And you have to make the space for your employees. It's not like, okay, no, I'm busy, I don't have enough time. As you were saying, you have to reach out and create, I don't know, meetings once a week. You have to events once a month, and it does happen. You have to maybe even with kind of workshop every quarter, and that works very, very nicely because, like you said, of course you cannot always be present, but such kind of meetings brings people together, and that is an essential. Practical solution for this kind of issue.
I also think, though, that there is, I agree so much with all this because I think community is going to be central to how good companies retain their culture right now and bad companies don't. They don't care about community building anymore.
Yes.
But I also think there's something about empowering the employees.
Yes.
And so when someone's coming to me, I mean, even my 20-year-old daughter, okay, and I say, what have you already tried before you got to me?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to know that you thought about something, that you tried something, and then I'm in the trenches with you. I will help, I will give you resources, I want to know what you did, but I also want to know that I wasn't the easiest solution for you, that I was one of many that you tried. And then you got to me because one, they're showing initiative, which I always want to reward, but also with the way things are going education-wise, I think it's really important to continue to develop critical thinking skills and problem solving in people. And if you want to have good teams and you want to have depth of teams, enabling managers, people when they're coming online and you're onboarding to say, this is the most important question before you get anywhere is, what have you already tried? I think it's going to be crucial.
That's very beautiful because sometimes when I go to my boss, he says, don't come to me with problems, come with solutions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I also expect from my people
great.
to do the same
Yeah.
because I'm helping them exercise critical thinking.
Yeah.
And then I think also what is important is that they see me as unblocking their issues as well at the end when they can't really do that very well. So I have to be seen as helping them achieve their success. And they come to me for the feedback. So what I ask them, do you want me to give you a feedback as your position in the current role, or you want me to give you feedback if you were already promoted? So are you want a senior manager feedback or you want a director man? And they want the director, and then I can see that they have done nothing. It's expected from director, and that's how they get interested.
Yes, I totally relate to that. Chad, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, actually, I wanted to say also the thing is that leaders don't need to know everything. Exactly. And this is so important. I remember one of my clients once was preparing, we were talking about this review meeting he was going to go to. And he was like, look at this, what they, my people send me from these KPIs and so on. Yeah, of course, I need to prepare for that. But, I don't need to know the details of where, how this KPI was, was born. I just need to know from them what they did and, present the results. And he was very self-confident. I was even a little bit surprised at how confident. I mean, it was eye-opening. He was like, I don't need to know all the technical details. I don't know, you need to know all the sales details, how we got to this result. My job is to understand the result, and their job is to explain to me how they got there. And I think this is also very empowering. Also, it's a matter of trust. When you deal with your employees in this way, you're telling them, you do your job, I do mine. I support you, of course, but that's, again, a totally different position.
I made this mistake on my own skin.
Yeah.
I did it not because of the lack of trust, but because I really love the details. And I love the technical area.
Yeah.
And so I want to support my knowledge. And, so I was spending a lot of time. And then I asked ChatGPT. I said, can you please, the company one, it's actually Copilot.
Yeah.
I said to Copilot, I said like a couple of months ago, literally 9 months ago, I said, can you tell me where I'm making this mistake? What am I doing wrong? And he told me exactly my issue. He told me, you are spending too much time focusing on the meetings that are not relevant for your domain.
Exactly.
You
Said everyone in the room.
Never
Never.
And they were 6 a.m. meetings with the team in India because I just wanted to understand how, and then they were so painful because it's like you have to drag the information, and there was any productivity there from my side. And then I stopped going there, and my life improved.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I know. Isn't it so true though that the 80-20 rule still works for us? It's how I really only get 80% of the results out of the 20%. So what is the 20% I really need to be focused on?
But these are the boundaries, Quincy, if I
They
may say.
are.
I mean, when we talk about setting
You're right.
boundaries, these are also boundaries.
Absolutely.
What do I need to know and what I don't,
I love that answer though that Copilot gave you. That was really great. So I want to ask this question before we open it up to general questions. In an era of reinvention, how does the leader personally need to change?
So I'd love to start. And I think I'll go back to what I started with, which is how to boss your brain, I think is going to be the most important aspect. So one of the frameworks I teach in my trademark method is that you really need to understand first what you are thinking. And you have to have time. Your brain needs a break. A break doesn't mean while you're walking and taking a meeting. A break means nothing is happening because your brain needs a pause just like you need a pause to reset. And when you understand what that thought produces inside of you as a feeling, those two things connected will result in your action. And because that result is always an action. So at any time, you can interrupt that. If you don't like what you're thinking and what you're feeling, then start with your thought. What should I think instead so that I feel differently about my role or my people or what's happening so that I get a different result? And anyone can do this anywhere. And I think if we just literally took the time to do that without any computer technology, put your bare feet on the grass. I'm probably where the woo-woo meets the work on the stage, and I get that. But to really take some time to sit in nature or to get outside of terrible UV lighting and just be for a minute, your brain would respond in a way that is so magnificent, but you haven't given it the opportunity to serve you. And as a leader, it is your responsibility to make sure that your brain is serving you and that you're not in a reactive posture all of the time.
I think that's awesome. That was a great answer. Look.
Actually, just like at the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's you.
Just like at the beginning, because you were talking about the brain, because what I really believe in is that the monologue, and I like to say it this way, the monologue precedes the dialogue. How you talk to yourself and how you encounter yourself is how you encounter the outside world, how you encounter your environment. And one without the other will not be quality leadership. And so, just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I think you did a great build-up to what I wanted to say, because I totally agree. My answer is it has to be, in order to reinvent yourself, and you have to reinvent yourself all the time, constantly, exactly. You need to have all of those requirements that are not happening, you have to make them happen. Because if you don't do that, nothing is going to be, your brain is going to be completely overstimulated. Right. So at those moments, I think it's important for people to know that whatever made them successful to come where they are is not going to work anymore. And they can become the victim of their own success.
Yeah.
So what they need to do is they need to go maybe even 180 degrees.
Yes.
They just need to understand that the new era has come, and they need to maybe use more EQ. Maybe IQ is not enough. Maybe reading the room is not. They have to differentiate themselves.
Yes.
They have to be that like 3 percentiles of the population that want to be followed.
You know, I came out of the entertainment world. I used to be a ballerina and an actress. And I tell people all the time, surprise, I tell people all the time, you know, on my talk show too, I say constantly, it's you need to audition constantly for the life that you want.
Yes.
And if you are unhappy, if your job's not going well, if you're not in the leadership position you want, then, you know, out of the entertainment industry, go audition. Go try on a different costume. Do something different for a day and see what that sparks inside of you. You'd be amazed at that practice. And if you study some of the most important CEOs on the planet, they minimize the decision making. Like Steve Jobs used to wear the same outfit every day so that he didn't waste brain power on trying to decide what to wear.
Yes.
So, but what they did is they constantly find ways to audition for the next thing.
I can't minimize that.
Right? I love my clothes. It's okay. It's
Well,
okay.
there are a few exceptions, right? You know,
I accept the trade-off.
you'll trade off something else. You know, you're all making me think about a principle called self-awareness. And you know, sometimes we have blind spots.
Right.
And what I'm going to put in a guilty plug here for everybody. You know, everybody needs a coach. Because you need somebody to help you see what those blind spots are.
Yes,
don't
definitely.
you? And we experience it every time we talk to somebody in a leadership position.
Yes,
And it's like, okay, well, all of these things that you all are talking about are things that CEOs need to be thinking about.
That's true.
And they need to bring their best game to the table
Yes.
because their entire organizations are going to depend on that.
True. Yeah.
And being ahead of the game, ahead of their organization, is going to require all these things y'all just discussed. So,
Actually, I would like
right on.
It's also this. The first thing I always tell any new client is that I also have my own coach. Right. Yes. I mean, it's important. It's not something. It's not just a service. It's a way of life.
Yeah, I can't coach if I don't have a coach. That doesn't work in the world. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I just wanted also to add that life is evolution. What you were saying, you cannot always keep doing the same thing, but you cannot just say I don't want to move to the next step. I don't want the progress. It's just not possible because we do it subconsciously anyway. I mean, who is in the same position or thinks it the same way as 20 years ago? We are either conscious and aware about our lives and what we do and what we think and what we decide, or we just go with the flow, subconsciously not realizing what's happening to us, and life is happening to us instead of we leading our life, because leadership is really leading your own life before you lead others.
The leader has to lead themselves first.
Exactly.
I like that because it's been a rule of mine that if I'm going to lead others, I need to know how to lead myself.
Yes.
And hopefully somewhere along the way, I learned how to be a follower before I did that. So are we ready for some questions from the group?
Absolutely.
So
bring it.
Please, y'all come up to a microphone and please feel free to ask us a question of any kind that you have. What's at the top of your mind? Anything we talked about, maybe something that we didn't talk about. Here we go. I think we're going to have our first one. One of our loyal question askers from the conference here.
How about humility, vulnerability, and understanding that leaders are only made by the people below them?
That's a great question. Anybody want to take a stab at that one? You know, I'll start off with the humility piece. You know, I've been humbled by circumstances where I didn't lead very well in the past, and I had to learn some hard lessons and be honest with myself and get some help in order to get past that. And then I needed to find a way to make it right. And that's very humbling to go to an employee, a worker, somebody that you did disregard and I did. And I've made a lot of mistakes as a leader in the past 40 years. What has helped me the most is understanding when I did make a mistake. It's like, I am not beyond mistakes, I'm a human being, and then go admit it, bring healing to that process, and then let's try to move forward. I don't know, what are y'all's thoughts?
Yeah, I'm very open to being vulnerable, but only for one-to-one conversations. I'm not at that stage to be publicly sharing them, but there is no way that if somebody comes to me and has confidence in me and shares something, that I will omit sharing something personal to help that person, even professionally or personally, so there is no way I would ever do that. It's like not in my, situation.
Yeah. I wanted to mention the word ego, because in leadership, in my coaching practice, there's a lot of talk about ego and, as the proximity of humility and being able to make mistakes, and not just to being able to make them, but being able to talk about them. That again, you don't need to know everything. So humility, and these are the values we are talking about. To have integrity, to be able to say no, even to maybe customers or stakeholders, and when the culture or the value is not fitting with your own. These are things where the ego needs to be, I don't want to say tamed, we have, in a sense, it's an important topic. We have good egos and not so helpful egos. And this is, I think it's a very connected issue here.
There's a balance.
Yeah, how to balance that and when to know what is important and what is not, for you to be in the foreground or not.
When I'm keynoting and in front of groups, and especially doing leadership training, one of the things that I say often, doesn't matter the size of the room, is I'm wrong about something every day. Like literally, I am wrong about something every day. So I just want to even out the space for all of us to be able to say, I could be wrong about this. Yes. And I think if you are open and honest enough to say, well, this might be the thing I'm wrong about today, and if it's not today, I'm gonna be wrong about something tomorrow. It literally, like we're all laughing, but it just changes the dynamic enough to where people are like, okay,
It really
she's not all that all the time. I mean, I want to be, like, let's be honest, there is ego there too. But
we all have a little bit of ego we have to keep in check, right?
We do. But I think just being open to say that, then it allows someone to come to me and say, you know what, the thing I was wrong about was this, and I made a big mistake. And I'm like, great, let's go fix that together. Let's start, because I come out of the Disney world. And so I say, Disney used to pay us 95% of the time to fail. And because the technology might not have been there, or the park structure wasn't there yet, or whatever. So, I was only paid 5% for my ideas that I thought were gonna work, but they were like, no, we want all of the things that don't work yet. And so I'm telling people that all the time, like, it's okay if you were wrong, maybe that's gonna work tomorrow, I don't know. Let's just keep an open dialogue. I hope we gave you some.
Hopefully we answered your question,
Okay.
that's great, good.
I know we just have a few more minutes.
Yeah, we do, we have time for one more question probably.
Yeah, good morning. We talk a lot about AI transforming how we think and how we decide. If one day AI becomes the brain of the organization, how can CEO ensure that they remain the heart of the organization, especially as they lead and inspire new generation of Gen Z talents that expects purpose, authenticity, and real human connection?
Wow, that's good. So I think what I heard is in the age of AI, how does the CEO be the heart of the organization as AI becomes the brain of the organization? I'd like to say real quickly that I don't think AI is ever going to become the brains of the organization. I think of AI as a tool. Yeah. And we always need to remember that. AI makes mistakes. It's a tool. I'm a Star Trek guy, Trekkie. They're always talking to the computer, getting information. Computer, tell me this. Computer, simulate this, that, and the other. And then it's like they all sit down and have a brain discussion amongst themselves and make a decision on what's best. I don't ever see AI replacing human heart and mind. I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
And it cannot, because AI is just, it will create something based on the information that you trained it. And it will look like to you that it has feelings, sentiment, but it's just predicting the next word based on the previous sequence. So when you know that information, and when you know that AI is probabilistic and not deterministic, they will never become the brain.
Yes.
And there are still something that they cannot touch, which is the ethics, which is prioritization,
Right.
which is the engagement, which is the
Exactly.
heart.
Yes.
So I think we still have space here.
Yes.
And I love that you talked about Gen Z specifically. So I just want to thank you for bringing up, the workers that are coming up right now who, have been with technology almost since the womb. It is native to them. And I think the more that we can talk about what can't this do, and even more important than that, what don't we want AI to do as a leader in our organization, as a team member? Like, is it a companion? Is it a tool? But what element of our business, of our work, do we not want AI in? I don't hear a lot of people asking that question right now.
I agree.
But I hear Gen Z asking that question right now. And so I think we would do really well as leaders to really think about that question deeply and make sure that we are asking a different generation what they want AI to be able to do.
I think that's excellent. We need to set the expectation.
Especially for creativity. So,
Absolutely.
a couple of months ago, my daughter created a poem for my husband about her dad, and I posted it on LinkedIn. And then I literally got the answer saying, AI could never do that. Because that poem was magnificent.
Exactly, yes.
You can't replace the human emotion
Exactly.
and creativity
Yes.
that's in AI.
Yes.
Just don't think you can. Any other thoughts?
Oh,
on
well,
that?
maybe I can just add that language is very, very important. So how leaders speak to their younger employees, for example, in organizations, the language they use. Just talking about the, keep doing this, I'm sorry, but just talking about the heart, for example. When you talk to your employees about courage, courage comes from the heart. It is cœur in French, from Latin. It's basically when somebody is bold enough to work, do, say things, be vulnerable from the heart. And this kind of language, to how do you communicate, not just what you communicate, how you communicate it, especially with a generation that knows, from day one, they are with technology, with phones and AI. It's just part of their lives. I think how we speak to them as human beings, really, what does, the time ask of us as human beings, how we communicate.
We have an opportunity here to really connect with Gen Z, don't you think?
Yes.
I mean, probably better than ever because they're seeing what they've been thinking about since they were born.
Yes.
Come to fruition, and it's like, well, what are we going to do?
Exactly.
And we need to answer the questions, and we need to engage with them to see, well, what do you want AI to do?
Yes.
And get that feedback, Well, I don't know. I think we're out of time. We are, okay.
We are.
Well, listen, this has been a wonderful opportunity to hear some glowing thoughts and ideas about how to handle CEO 3.0. And I hope you, as our audience, were able to take away some nuggets from that today. And we were enriched by it as well and by your questions. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you for being here.
Thank you all so much.
Quincy.
You
Thank
did a
you.
great
Thank
job.
you.
Oh, yes, I think we could. Listen, can we get a picture? Okay.
Oops.
Ended on time. All right, thank you. Here you go, ladies. Let me get this out of your way. You bet. Oh, thank you so much for coming. Oh, you're very kind. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you.
Have a safe flight to you, son. Yeah, have a safe flight.
Hey, thank you, and you have a safe drive back.
Thank you.
That was lovely.
Thank you. That was fun. I enjoyed it.
I'm Shannon.
Shannon, I keep
I
doing this
know
to you.
it.
I'm so sorry.
That's why I
Please
mentioned
forgive
it,
me, you know, it's like.
A huge thank you to our panelists for such an inspiring discussion. Now, we have come to one of the most special moments of the CXO 2.0 conference. It is time to honor the change makers who are making a real impact in business today. These are the visionaries who lead with purpose, make bold decisions, and create change that sets new standards across industries. To present these awards, please join me in welcoming Dr. Donna Valise, Chief Educational Luminary of Educational Luminaries, to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you.
So just come on over here, and everyone will come and take a photo with you. Okay. So we will start our award session with Maggie Buchanan. Maggie Buchanan is the founder and CEO of Vesta Assurance, Inc. after working for a Fortune 500 insurance company. Maggie earned a Master of Business Administration from the Fuqua School of Business at Duke University with a concentration in innovation and entrepreneurship, as well as Master of Public Policy from the Sanford School of Public Policy at Duke University. Congratulations.
Sure.
Okay.
I guess I just mostly want to thank this conference, but especially my husband, who not only supports my dreams and endeavors, but enables them beyond compare. So that's made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. So as I call your names, do as she did. Just take a photo, and you're welcome to say something. You don't have to, but just please keep it under a minute or 30 seconds. Thank you. Next award is Brian Licata. Brian Licata. I will skip to Joanna Marie Aguila. Joanna Marie Aguila. John L. Ebron. John L. Ebron. Okay? Kunal Fule. Kunal Fule. I pronounced his name incorrectly earlier. I'm doing it correctly, but he's not here now. Okay, we'll get back to him. Dr. Marquette L. Walker. Dr. Marquette L. Walker. We have Nageswara Korlapara. Nageswara is the founder and CEO of Impacto DigiFin Technologies and a respected leader in banking technology and digital transformation. With over 25 years of experience spanning banking operations, core banking systems, and financial technology innovation, he has played a pivotal role in modernizing banking processes through AI-driven solutions. Known for his strategic vision and commitment to innovation, Nageswara continues to drive impactful change in fintech ecosystem. Congratulations. Did you want to say something?
I think CXO 2.0 has been a wonderful place to demonstrate and also get in touch with many people. The award is really an honor for the years of experience we have put and also the innovative job we have done to bring about probably the first AI mobile into picture. Thank you very much.
Next we have Ramona Calderon. Ramona Calderon. Sam Shah. Sam Shah. Sidra Sharmin. Sidra Sharmin. Do we have Srikar Reddy? Srikar Reddy. Next we have Suzanne Castle. There we go. Come on with the silver boots. Dr. Suzanne Castle, CEO of Suzanne Castle Consulting, is a Stevie Award-winning strategist, keynote speaker, and modern-day business fairy godmother for high-achieving women leaders. A former professional entertainer turned trusted advisor, she brings bold presence, sharp strategy, and an intuitive gift for making the right next move obvious. Suzanne is also a Zonti Award recipient for her pay-per-view media feature, recognized for impact-driven storytelling and standout visibility. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I trained for Broadway and I built a business, and it turned out that both of those things were the same audition. I just didn't know it at the time. And I think what I've learned on stage and what I've spent my career proving is that the same skills that make a really great performer in the world are the same skills that make a great leader. They're exactly identical. It's presence and preparation, and the courage to show up when the lights are on and the stakes are high. And so to receive this Business Leadership Excellent Award in this room, among this caliber of leaders, it tells me that the audition was always worth it. And so I'm really proud, I'm really grateful for it, but I just wanted to say thank you to the entire CXO organization for putting this on and for honoring me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Next we have Valerie Velasquez. Valerie Velasquez. Okay, and the next awards are those that cannot be in the room and will be watching virtually, so we will present them virtually. Here we go. Katrina Reese. Katrina Reese, owner of Katrina Reese LLC, is a speaker, author, certified relationship and marriage coach, and award-winning wedding consultant, dedicated to empowering individuals and couples through personal growth, communication, and transformation. With a dynamic and relatable speaking style, she delivers practical insights that inspire clarity, confidence, and purposeful action. Drawing from extensive experience in coaching, weddings, and personal development, Katrina equips audiences with tools to strengthen relationships, navigate life transitions, and embrace authentic success. Congratulations. Next we have Darcy D. McJanet. Darcy D. McJanet, founder and CEO of Stratego Consulting International Incorporated, is a global thought leader, visionary, and 3 times best-selling author, recognized among the top 30 inspirational women by the New York Journal in 2024. With over 30 years of experience, she serves as a high-level advisor, guiding leaders, entrepreneurs, and executives towards meaningful successes and sustainable transformation. Known as a multidimensional advisor, Darcy blends science, strategy, spirituality through a whole brain approach that integrates leadership, business, wellness, and personal growth. Congratulations. And if you'd like to take a seat, I don't want to make you stand there the whole time. Okay, perfect, if you don't mind. Yes. Next we have Dr. Ira Roach III. Dr. Ira Roach III, transformational leader in faith, re-entry, and civility initiatives at Focus Forward Civility, a leadership and second chance initiative, is a passionate leader, pastor, and global voice for second chances. As senior pastor of City of Refuge Church, he has spent over 2 decades helping people heal, grow, and rediscover their purpose. Dr. Roach is a Civility Ambassador, award-winning author, and recipient of the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations. Next, we have John Diggs. John Diggs, Mapineering mentor at Mapineering Ventures, Inc., is a motivational speaker, author, and former professional football player. As the creator of Mapineering and I Am System, he guides audiences to define their identities and design lives they love across health, wealth, success, and happiness. John is the author of I Am, Big Play Power, and Mapineer Your College Years, and his TEDx talks have inspired thousands to embrace whole brain thinking and visualization. Congratulations. Next, we have Kite Peck. Kite Peck is a consultant as Helping Pigs Fly, Inc. She has specialized in supporting underserved communities, including people of color, indigenous, rural, and LGBTQIA. She has 7 novels in print through Sapphire Books and was the inaugural Poet Laureate for Las Vegas, New Mexico, and New Mexico. Katie has won numerous awards as a playwright and screenwriter. So, Katie Peck. Congratulations. Next, we have Kyoka Russo. Kyoka Russo is the Chief Executive Officer at ITS at Matchmaking LLC. She brings over 14 years of experience in matchmaking, personal development, and business leadership. Her expertise lies in relationship coaching, strategic growth, event planning, and building meaningful connections through innovative matchmaking solutions. And if you could play her video next, please.
Hello everybody, my name is Kyoka Russo, known as Coco Russo the Matchmaker. Thank you so much for the Leadership Award. I have worked very hard. My website is still under construction. It'll be ready and launched May the 3rd, 2026. Thank you so much for this award and have a great day.
Thank you. Mark Concanon. Mark J. Concanon is the CEO of Concanon Business Consulting. With over 30 years of diverse industry and initiative experience, he brings not only his powerful insights to new endeavors. Mark has recently launched his podcast, People Are the Point, to explore how emerging technologies are being successfully deployed to empower the workforce in today's economy. Congratulations. Next, we have Ryan Walcott. As founder and CEO of both Apex Professional Solutions and Weight and Shakes, with a background spanning executive leadership, operations, business development, and compliance-driven industries, Ryan brings a hands-on, data-informed approach to solving complex challenges. Known for bridging strategy and action, Ryan is valued for his clarity, accountability, and ability to lead teams through change. Okay. Next, we have Samir Suhad. Samir Suhad is the founder and CEO of Funds for NGOs over 15 years. He leads a diverse international team of 50 professionals who produce high-quality resources of fundraising, proposal, writing, and nonprofit management. Under his leadership, Funds for NGOs has evolved into a trusted global platform serving thousands of organizations worldwide. And please play the video. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm truly honored to receive the Business Leadership Excellence Award at the CXO 2.0 Conference USA 2026. My sincere thanks to the organizers for this recognition. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I'm unable to be there in person today. This award reflects not just my journey but the mission behind Funds for NGOs, which is to empower organizations worldwide with access to funding, knowledge, and opportunities that drive real impact. I'm deeply grateful to my team whose dedication makes this work possible every day. Congratulations to all the fellow honorees and participants. Wishing you a successful and inspiring conference. Thank you once again.
Congratulations. Tiruvisaru Damodaran. Tiru Damodaran is a Singapore-based keynote speaker, consultant, and trainer with over 2 decades of experience across engineering, strategic growth, digital transformation, and market development in the Asia-Pacific region. With a background in materials engineering and dual MBA qualifications from National University of Singapore and Fudan University, he blends analytic rigor with human-centered leadership. Congratulations. Mara Amber. Mara Amber, President and CEO of Nordic Global Strategies, is a highly accomplished professional and executive whose career spans over 20 years. She possesses extensive expertise in global, federal, and state issues with an exceptional depth in knowledge in legal, regulatory, and international trade matters. Her multifaceted expertise has made her a formidable negotiator and advocate. Mara's contributions have had a significant impact on global public policy and international relations. Congratulations, Mara. Pooja Sohi. Pooja Sohi is the founder and co-founder of Sohi Family Office. She founded the firm after witnessing how inadequate planning can affect future generations. Her work focuses on coordinating advanced tax strategy, estate structuring, and holistic wealth planning in collaboration with licensed professionals. Congratulations. Next we have Sidra Sharmeen. Sidra Sharmeen is the founder and CEO of Viz Digital Marketing LLC, a Wyoming-based company offering global services in digital marketing, HR solutions, job placement, and IT support. She began her journey at the age of 25 during the COVID-19 era, starting as a freelancer to support businesses and individuals in navigating challenges. Congratulations. So congratulations, everyone. A heartiest congratulations to all our awardees. Your dedication, vision, and impact are inspiring everyone here and setting a wonderful example of leadership and action. Now it's time to take a well-deserved break for lunch. Savor your meal and connect with fellow executives, innovators, and thought leaders around you. Some of the best conversations, new ideas often happen when we share time together, so take this opportunity to engage and learn and connect. And while you enjoy your lunch, we'd love for you to capture and share the moments that inspire you most, so please post your highlights on social media using hashtag CXO2Conf. And let others feel the energy of what you're experiencing here today. Don't forget to visit the exhibit booths and to see the latest innovations, solutions, and technologies from our partners who are helping shape the future of leadership. If you're curious about what's ahead or want to know more about our upcoming editions in Singapore and Dubai, reach out to Jatin Sidhu from the 2.0 conferences, and he'll be happy to share the details and answer your questions. So enjoy your lunch, connect with new faces, and take this time to recharge. We'll be back at 1:30 for more engaging sessions, meaningful discussions, and ideas to inspire your big move as a leader. Thank you. We'll see you after lunch. And thank you, Donna Valise.
would surely know. He's watching her go. What a fool believes he sees. The wise man has the power to reason away what seems to be is always better than nothing, and nothing at all. Keep sending him somewhere back in long ago, when he can still believe there's a place in her life. Someday, somewhere, she will return. She had a place in his life. He never made her think twice. As she rises to her apology, anybody else would surely know. He's watching her go. What a fool believes. train and run out of track. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman, Lord, she been doing to me? Can't you see? Can't you see what that woman, she been doing to me? Oh, Lord. Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman, Lord, she been doing to me? Can't you see? Oh, can't you see what that woman, she been doing to me? Can't you see? Oh, she's such a crazy lady. What that woman, oh, that woman, she been doing to me. Can't you see? Lord, I can't stand to see what that woman, she been doing to me. Can't you see? I'm gonna take a freight train. Can't you see? Down at the station, Lord. What that woman ain't never coming back. Oh, gonna ride me a southbound down, all the way to Georgia, Lord. But that woman, till the train and run out of track. Never thought about tomorrow. Seems like a long time to come. How can I be so blind, baby, not to see you are the one? I let you slip on from me, honey. I let you walk on by. I refuse the love you had for me. I refuse the love and let it die. I must have got lost. I must have got lost. I must have got lost somewhere down the line. I must have got lost. I must have got lost. Give away the days you're mine. Love can be a sweet thing. I just don't understand. I made a game of loving you, and now I hold the losing hand. So I must have got lost. I must have got lost. I must have got lost somewhere down the line. I must have got lost. I must have got lost. Give away the days that you were mine. I just can't understand it. I just can't understand it. I just don't understand it. And I must have got lost. I must have got lost. I must have got lost somewhere down the line. I must have got lost. a land down under. Women go and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? You better run, you better take cover. Buying bread from a man in Brussels. He was Imagine me and you, I do. I think about you day and night. It's only right to think about the girl you love and hold her tight. So happy together. If I should call you up, invest a dime, and you say you belong to me, it leaves my mind. Imagine how the world could be so very fine, so happy together. No matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. Me and you, and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. No matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. So happy together. And how is the weather? So happy together. We're happy together. So happy together. You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south, way on down south, London town. You check out Guitar George, he knows all the chords. But it's strictly rhythm, he doesn't want to make it cry or sing. If then an old guitar is all he can afford, when he gets up under the lights to play his thing. And Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the horn saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. And a crowd of young boys, they're fooling around in the corner, young and dressed in their best brown baggies in their platform soles. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans, they play Creole. Creole. And then the man steps right up to the microphone and says at last, just as the time bell rings, good night, now it's time to go home. Then he makes it fast with one more thing. We are the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing.
Hey, where did we go? Days when the rains came down in the hollow, playing a new game, laughing and a running, hey, hey, skipping and a jumping in the misty morning fog with all our hearts a thumping, and you, a brown-eyed girl. And whatever happened to Tuesday and so slow, going down the old man with a transistor radio, standing in the sunlight laughing, hiding behind a rainbow's wall, slipping and sliding all along the waterfall with you, a brown-eyed girl. You, my brown-eyed girl.
promised everything to you. You say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Maybe I'm grieving, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear, but then a lot of nice things turn bad out there. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child, girl. You know I've seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two, because I never want to see you sad, girl. Don't be a bad girl, but if you want to leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad and beware. Beware. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. And I'll always remember you like a child, girl. Baby, I love you, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad and beware. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child, girl. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world, and it's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh, baby, baby, it's a wild world, and I'll always remember you like a child, girl. Celia, you're breaking my heart. You're shaking my confidence daily. Oh, Cecilia, Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I wanna fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. I walk through the revolution, feed the baby who don't have enough to eat. Shoe the children with no shoes on their feet. House the people living in the street. Oh, there's a solution. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like an eagle till I'm free. Right through the revolution. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. serves 100 ships a day. Lonely sailors pass the time away and talk about their homes. And there's a girl in this harbor town, and she works laying whiskey down. They say, Brandy, fetch another round. She serves them whiskey and wine. The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine girl. Your eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. Brandy wears a braided chain made of finest silver from the north of Spain. A locket that bears the name of a man that Brandy loved. He came on a summer's day, bringing gifts from far away, but he made it clear he couldn't stay. No harbor was his home. The sailor said, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Yeah, Brandy used to watch his eyes when he told his sailor story. She could feel the ocean fall and rise. She saw its raging glory, but he had always told the truth. Lord, he was an honest man, and Brandy does her best to understand him. At night, when the bars close down, Brandy walks through a silent town and loves a man who's not around. She still can hear him say, she hears him say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine but my life, my love, and my lady is the sea. Ah, crackling Rosie, get on board. We gonna ride till there ain't no more to go. Taking it slow. And Lord, don't you know, I'll have me a time with a poor man's lady, hitching on a twilight train. Ain't nothing here that I care to take along. Maybe a song to sing when I want. Don't need to say please to no man for a happy tune. Oh, I love my Rosie child. You got the way to make me happy. You and me, we go in style. Crackling Rose, you're store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on to me, girl, our song keeps running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Crackling Rose, and make me smile. Girl, if it lasts for an hour, well, that's alright, 'cause we got all night to set the world right. Find us a dream that don't ask no questions, yeah. Oh, I love my Rosie child. You got the way to make me happy. You and me will go in style. Crackling Rose, you're store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on to me, girl, our song keeps running on. play it now, my baby. Crack the nose and make me smile. Girl, if it lasts for an hour, well, that's alright, 'cause we got all night to set the world right. Find us a dream that don't ask no question. Come out, Virginia, don't let me wait. You Catholic girls start much too late. Oh, but sooner or later it comes down to fate. I might as well be the one. Well, they showed you a statue, told you to pray. They built a true temple and locked you away. Ah, but they never told you the price that you pay for the things that you might have done. Only the good die young. That's what I said. Only the good die young. Only the good die young. You might have heard I run with a dangerous crowd. We ain't too pretty, we ain't too proud. We might be laughing a bit too loud. Oh, but that never hurt no one. So come on, Virginia, show me a sign. Send up a signal, I'll throw you the line. Stained glass curtain you're hiding behind never lets in the sun. Darling, only the good die young. Whoa, 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 whoa. I tell you, only the good die young. Only the good die young. You got a nice white dress and a party on your confirmation. You got a brand new soul, and a cross of gold. But Virginia, they didn't give you quite enough information. You didn't count on me when you were counting on your rosary. Oh, 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 and they say there's a heaven for those who will wait. And some say it's better, but I say it ain't. I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. You know that only the good die young. Oh, baby, I tell you, only the good die young. Only the good die young. Said your mother told the only I could give you was a reputation. Oh, jumping that paddle wheel bumping, black water keep rolling on past just the same. Oh, black water keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Oh, black water keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Oh, black water keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Yeah, keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything great. Mama gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. Well, if it rains, I don't care. Don't make no difference to me. Just take that streetcar, let's go uptown. Yeah, I like to hear some funky Dixieland and dance a honky tonk. And I'll be buying everybody drinks all around. Oh, black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Oh, black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Oh, black water, keep on rolling. Mississippi moon, won't you keep on shining on me? Keep on shining your light. Gonna make everything, gonna make everything alright. And I ain't got no worries, 'cause I ain't in no hurry at all. Mama, come and take me by the hand, pretty mama. I'd like to hear some funky Dixieland. Pretty mama, come and take me by the hand. I want a honky tonk, pretty honky tonk, with you all night long. I'd like to hear some take me by the hand. I want a honky tonk, pretty honky tonk, with you all night long.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to recharge and enjoy some great conversations. Now that we are all energized, let's begin our next round of sessions. Today, so much data is generated across teams and systems. Yet getting a clear, reliable picture of performance can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Now, do you know what's working, what's falling behind, and where to focus your attention? In the next session, Unprecedented Performance Transparency via Benchmarking Done Right with AI Automation, our expert speaker will highlight how intelligent frameworks and automation can provide real-time visibility, accurate comparisons, and actionable insights without the manual headache. Please join me in welcoming Raul Valdez Perez, CEO of Only Both Inc., to the stage. Welcome.
Let's see, is this the clicker? Okay. All right, good afternoon to everyone. I'm here to speak about a topic, as was introduced, that is at the crossroads of AI and business operations. And it's an innovation in an area where there has been very little innovation. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I have 15 minutes, And is the audio okay? Can everyone hear me well? Yes? Even over there? Okay, thank you. So the task that I'm going to talk about is benchmarking, or sometimes it's known more lengthily as comparative performance analytics. And it's not a very narrow task. There could be different aspects to it, as you will see. So I'm going to talk about a different approach that was first undertaken when I was at Carnegie Mellon University quite a while ago. I was on the faculty there, and it was originally sponsored by the National Science Foundation grant. So the problem is that a lot of the benchmarking leads to things that are not understandable, especially when you use dashboards, for example. I think dashboards are great to tell you that your car is running out of gas or that your warehouse is on fire and call the fire department. But for comparative analysis leading to thinking, discussion, persuasion, blah, 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 no dashboards. Much better is English or natural language, as we're doing now. I'm not up here to show you dashboards. I'm up here to persuade you that maybe this is a good thing, okay? So there has been very little innovation. Everybody does benchmarking the same way, and it's a task that's carried out in many different sectors. I have a Google News alert on benchmarking, and I get a ton of results every day from Google News. So there has been, it's kind of an important area. There's been very little innovation. It's used in many different sectors of commerce, and also government uses benchmarking as well. So what we bring to the table is we think we're bringing unprecedented performance transparency through the innovation that we have. And it's not just for the heck of it. It's just, the idea is that performance transparency encourages improvement. That's been said for a long time, including by a Supreme Court justice in the United States. So it's a good thing when done right. He said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And he said a few other sentences as well. Okay? So, and also there's a National Academy of Medicine article there. It talks about how people have trouble really understanding the results of benchmarking as published in the healthcare field. So by the way, this is a PowerPoint that I'd be happy to share with anybody who requests it. I can't click really on any of the links here because that's the way it's set up technically. So if you're interested in clicking on links, probably best is to ask for the PowerPoint. Okay, status quo. Problem is that everybody does it the same way, kind of a cliche approach. So if you're benchmarking hospitals in the country, cliche approach, okay, let's benchmark this hospital, and maybe if it's a maternity hospital, let's benchmark it against all maternity hospitals in the country. What does benchmarking mean? Here's their number, here are all the other numbers, and say what percentile you are. That's kind of the cliche approach to benchmarking. A Harvard Business Review article that I wrote some years ago is there on that link. Smart benchmarking starts with identifying peers, okay? So another problem with the current benchmarking is, and this happened to be at a previous startup that I had when I left Carnegie Mellon, which was that a common reaction is, well, and all those dots on that image you have there, you know, we're not like those other people. That's why we're below them, okay? That removes the persuasiveness from benchmarking, which should drive improvement. So basically, performance comparison needs automation, it needs innovation, it needs clarity, persuasiveness, etc. And depending on the nature of the data, also peer optimization. Now we mentioned AI. So the AI used here is not LLM. Forget LLM. Okay, this is classical AI automation. If I had more minutes, I would describe to you what classical AI automation consists of. It's about 6 steps. If you're interested, then grab me later before we all leave for the airport or something. Basically, 6 steps describe what classical AI automation is. It doesn't mean it's easy, okay? It means that these are the 6 steps that are taken. Okay, so the technology that we have at this point is pretty mature. Started out at Carnegie Mellon, it's been worked on for some years. And we've taken the technology and put it on display on federal and state data sets, as well as simulated data sets for anybody to see freely, don't have to pay, openly, you don't have to register, okay? And where is the location? Benchmine.com. So like gold mine, benchmarking, gold mine, benchmine.com. You can go there, you can test out, and I'll show you images of what that looks like. Okay. Why should you trust the output? Well, it's like in classical computer science. Why should you trust the output of any software? Okay? Can you verify the output of any software? And it depends on the task. Sometimes you can verify it easily, sometimes you can't. With LLMs, it's hard to. That's why it hallucinates a lot. Okay? In this particular task, the challenge, computational challenge, is to uncover insights that are well hidden. Okay, because the combinatorial space is very large. If that word combinatorial means anything to you, it means there's a lot of possibilities. But once you propose an insight, it's supposed to be factual, you could hire an IT freshman for half an hour and say, please verify that what this is saying is correct, and they'll do it. Okay, so it's easily verifiable, but it's hard to uncover, right? Okay. So this is what benchmine.com looks like when you go there. The main focus right now has been employer 401k plans, where your employer is large enough and the 401k plan is large enough that they have to file a Schedule H, which is a financial form. So there are about 57 or something like that, I don't remember the exact number, 57,000 such plans in the United States. Is anybody on an employer 401k plan at a semi-large company? One? That's it? And nobody else can understand what I'm saying? Okay, so you can look up your 401k plan whenever you want. It's not going to evaluate its performance for your account, but for the plan in general. Other data sets, the second one is a Texas school districts benchmarking data set. Anybody have children or nephews, nieces in Texas schools? Ah, yes, wow, that table, Texans there, okay? This was done as an MBA project at CMU, where the task of the students was to find an interesting data set to apply this to, and we applied it jointly. So the second one is just the Texas school districts. The third one is healthcare. There are a lot of different sectors in healthcare: hospitals, nursing homes, hospice, long-term hospital care. I'm forgetting, there's 6 of them there, okay? And the data is a little bit old by now, but at least it shows how it's done, and someday in the future we may update that depending on how partnership evolves with us. The fourth one there is, I can't see it, geography? Is that what it says? Okay, population health. That's data sets of all counties in the United States with many different aspects of the performance of a county. So if you want to know how your county is doing, go there, and in a few seconds it'll tell you, okay, on many different measures from federal data sets, census, and others. There are other data sets on the 500 largest cities in the United States and the neighborhoods within them. So if you want to see how your neighborhood, if you live in such a city, is performing on many different aspects, go there and you can see the same thing. Okay? And then the sixth one there is simulated data of business operations. So there are 3 types of opportunities, I think, for businesses. One is you're a retailer, say, or you don't have to be a retailer, but you have 5,000 locations or 10,000 locations. You're McDonald's, you have 12,000 locations. And you'd like to be able to benchmark all of them against all of them to uncover people who are doing really well and uncover and articulate how somebody is not doing well in a particular aspect of their operation. The operation could be finance, it could be employee retention, it could be anything. How long somebody has to wait before they get their food delivered to them, blah, 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 okay? So that's one. Another one is you have a very large sales force. You're a big company, you have 500 salespeople, you gather data on them, you could do benchmarking on that as well. And the third one is SaaS companies, who often their customers inquire about how they are performing compared to their other customers in using their service, okay? So all of those are there. So you go on there and you click on one. Here we're clicking on employer 401k plans. And then the 50, whatever number, I forget, 55,000, 60,000 401k plans there are subdivided by total assets. The largest one with a dollar bill is you have at least $1 billion in total assets. And the smallest one is from $1 to $1 million, and then the ones in between. Okay? So if you know the asset category of a plan you want to evaluate, just click on that. If you don't know, there's a red thing there that says, don't know the asset category, type in the name of the plan there and start typing something in, and it'll show you in what category it is. Okay, so let's click on the billionaires. Okay, and this is the typical homepage. Why are there 4 engines here? Depending on the questions you want to ask. The benchmarking engine is you want to evaluate one particular entity, in this case, 401k plan. The next to one, the comparison engine, is you want to evaluate side by side up to 10 plans. Much like in e-commerce, or when you want to buy a vacuum cleaner, you want to evaluate up to 10 vacuum cleaners side by side. So there's some novelties here in the user experience, but that's what that does. The one below that is the discovery engine, different type of query. There, you don't want to ask about a specific plan. You want to ask a plan like, say, for 401k plans, within 50 miles of my office here in Bellagio, tell me the top things that are going wrong with employer 401k plans in terms of total administrative expenses, so I can approach them as prospecting and get them to hire me instead so I can do a better job, okay? There are a lot of stakeholders in this benchmarking area, okay? So that's a discovery engine. You do a query like that, and then you get insights or you get entities back. And then there's a scoring engine that takes all the performance insights and kind of makes them into a single number. Somebody suggested that I do that a few years ago. Okay, so 4 different engines there. All right, so let's click on the benchmarking engine. And what plan, can anybody guess what plan among these billionaire plans I decided to show as an example? What's the nearest 401k plan to where we are now? No, Bellagio. And the Bellagio employees are part of the MGM Resorts plan. So I picked one benchmarking insight there, and it's public. You can look at it yourself. And this shows some of the novelties here, okay? Again, you get your benchmarking insights in as a perfect English sentence, followed by supporting context as perfect English paragraphs, okay? So what does that say? It tells you that it has the 10th highest total administrative expense ratio, 0.11%, among the 150 billionaire plans in the far west. So it's pretty high, okay? And that 0.11% compares to an average of 0.046 across those 150 peer plans. Okay, so what? Well, here's something that's interesting to the user. Okay, if you could just be average, how much money would you save? Am I running out of time? How much do I have left? Nothing? A little bit. Okay, so you can look at that yourself, or if you want the PowerPoint, I can send it to you. But anyway, perfect English paragraphs, etc. You can use the discovery engine for other queries, like the discovery engine there. And there is, within 25 miles of Bellagio, show me the top insights that say, mention employer and participant contributions to your plan. Okay, you can do that yourself, but I'm not going to show you that because there's no time. There it is, but I'm going to skip it. You can do it yourself. Okay, here's the last slide. Okay, try the applications yourself at benchmind.com. Also see how business ops could work. There are also articles that are there at the bottom. If you want to inquire, Valdez at Only Both, that's me. Valdez with an S, not a Z, okay? And then I will answer to you. Again, last thing, the novelties here, perfect English, computes all the insights, in this case about 650,000 insights beforehand, so you can query the insights instead of just query a plan, okay? Novel types of insights. I'll just give you one example. Benchmarking insights, typically we human beings, we come up with very standard ones. But part of the research here at CMU was to think of new types of insight that people never come up with, but are insightful. Okay, you want a business example or a humorous example? Okay, my friend Joe, only Joe, is both as handsome and as rich. Anybody as rich is less handsome, anybody as handsome is less rich. So only he is that high on both. Or only Joe is both as ugly and as impoverished, either one, okay? Make that into a business thing, and people never make statements like that because they can't think of two numbers at the same time. Anyway, I'm out of time. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raul. Now, before we're going to start our next panel, we are going to present an award. Ramona Calderon. Ramona Calderon is the founder of Calderon Management. She has established a real estate portfolio spanning 17 years. Since founding it in 2007, she has maintained steady revenue in line with industry standards while focusing on creating affordable housing for Chicago residents. This reflects her consistency and dedication. Congratulations. Would you like to say a quick? Oh yeah, really quick. Go ahead.
I appreciate the award and everyone coming and supporting. I've been doing this for 20 years now, and I love it. I love the camaraderie with everyone. And again, thank you. I do have something I want to segue into. I'm going into the grocery industry, and I will be presenting my mama's potato salad. So hopefully you'll see it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. So now let's shift our focus back to a topic that is increasingly shaping the way organizations succeed. In today's high-pressure environment, the ability to recover, adapt, and maintain well-being is not just a personal skill, it's a critical business advantage. Resilient teams are more creative, collaborative, and equipped to navigate change with confidence. In our next session, Strengthening Employee Resilience, a Key to Personal and Workplace Success, our panelists will share insights, strategies, and real-world examples of how leaders can support their people in staying strong, adaptable, and engaged. So we already have Chris Lewis, President, Lighthouse Leadership Services, Inc., on the stage. Thank you for presenting that award. But please join me in welcoming our moderator, Kevin McRitchie, CEO, President, and Chairman of Tactical Rehabilitation and Brilliant Health Solutions, and our panelist, Dr. Heather Walker, PhD, CEO of Lead with Levity. We have Chris Lewis. And we have Dr. Kai Wynn, mental fitness coach at Invisible Wins. We have Oak Arias, CEO of Navigating Resilience, and Beth Ryan, Executive Director and founder of Stepping Forward LA. So let's give them a round of applause as they guide us through these vital conversations about creating stronger teams and thriving workplaces. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Opportunity to be here. Again, my name is Kevin McRitchie. I'll be your moderator today. And as we start, we're going to start a little bit differently than maybe some of your other panels have. On my right, I'd like to introduce Oak. Oak, if you'd introduce yourself first and then your company, and then everybody will understand why I'm going to ask you to define resiliency for us.
Sure. All right. So my name is Oak Arias. I'm the CEO and founder of Navigating Resilience Company. And that is probably why I'm being asked to define resilience.
You catch on quick, Oak.
I'm trying, it's that new vitamin B. All right, so we talk a lot about resilience. We have so many different definitions of resilience, but they all center around being able to bounce back, right? We've heard this before. Resilience is like bamboo. You don't break in the storm, you bend. I will challenge that and say that is not our company's definition of resilience. Our company's definition of resilience is being able to move forward successfully through an event and continue to proceed towards your goal. Not that you are like bamboo and bend and return to baseline, but that you are like, for lack of a better term, a tree with a high biomass number, which, by the way, oak trees have a high biomass number. I am not fat.
Interesting
but
to know.
their limbs, oftentimes in storms, will begin to dip to the ground, and they won't completely break off the trunk, but they will get pretty close. When that storm is over, new shoots from that same trunk grow up towards the sun and bring that trunk, or bring that heavy part of the limb back up off the ground. That is resilience. It's taking the event, it's taking the crisis, it's taking the tragedy, it's taking whatever happens and integrating it into how you're going to continue going forward. So that is resilience.
Thank you.
Sure.
Very much. So today, as you may be looking at your syllabus and your agenda, we're going to be talking about resilience both on the personal side and the workplace side for our personnel and our employees. So as we go around the panel, we're going to keep that in mind as part of the discussion. And some things that we're going to talk about are employee retention, understanding that personal and space and workplace environments and how impactful they are to the success of that resiliency, costs of retention of employees, and how important it is to set some high but achievable goals so that we create a workplace that's fun and enjoyable for that retention and the resiliency is defined. So Chris, let's start with you. Just a little background on you. Maybe we'll do 45 seconds approximately for everybody. That would be great.
Yeah, my name's Chris Lewis, and I'm the president of what's called Lighthouse Leadership Services in Canada, Toronto, Canada. I'm a retired police chief of 36 years in policing in Canada, and of course experienced the good and the bad of leadership over those years, and subsequently wrote a book on leadership, and there's a whole chapter in that book on resiliency. And I have very strong feelings about the importance of resiliency, including among the leaders that have to be strong as well to keep their employees strong and supported.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll go last, so Heather, over to you.
I am so excited to be here with all of you today. My name is Dr. Heather Walker. I'm an organizational psychologist, and I'm coming to you from Austin, Texas. Yay.
Yay.
And yay. We can celebrate that. Yes. And I've dedicated my career to helping organizations create strong people systems. You know, if you have a strong group of people, if you have a strong culture, you can get through almost anything. And we saw that during COVID. We've seen that during various crises. And so that's something that I focus on and I've dedicated my career to.
Thank you, Heather. Kai?
That's amazing. Hey everyone, I'm Dr. Kai Wayne. I'm from New Jersey, and see, nobody wants to celebrate that. Woo, yes, my people over there. I'm a neuroscientist, data scientist, and now it all comes back to one circle. Now I help organizational leaders and team members to help them become more aware of their chronic stress pattern, to be able to regulate their nervous system, because we all want high-performing teams, right? And you know what high-performing teams are made up of? The brains. And you need to make sure that the brain has proper recovery built in. So that's what I do at Invisible Wings. I'll pass it over to Oaks.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you. Beth, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sorry,
So, as you know, my name is Oak. I'm with I had to think for a minute. I'm with Navigating Resilience Company. I work in crisis response, rescue, management, mitigation. On the individual level, I work with folks in processing their trauma after they've come through something and they actually find something that's stuck and it becomes trauma. I gave a keynote earlier this week on medical trauma in the healthcare conference. But in the B2B space, I work with companies and leaders on their business continuity plans and disaster recovery. We stress test those plans, and then we go into working with individual executives so that they are regulated, so that they know what their role is in a crisis when they're not in a crisis. And our goal is to plug revenue leaks so that their attrition rates drop, their organizational health scores increase, because all of that affects your bottom line. And then the shareholders stop yelling at them. And so does their CEO if they're like, a senior director or something.
Awesome. Thank you, Oak. Beth?
Hi, everybody. My name is Beth Ryan. I'm the executive director of Stepping Forward LA. We live and breathe with resilience. Our clients are foster care that are aging out of the system. The definition also of resilience is somebody experiencing trauma, adversity, consistent stress. That is a foster youth, and they come to us not in woe is me or victim mode, but they come in survival mode, and they really want to help others survive. And so we get to witness resilience every single day.
Awesome. Thank you. And again, my name is Kevin McCritchie. I'm the CEO of both Tactical Rehabilitation as well as Brilliant Health Solutions. Tactical, our focus is almost exclusively military. We have been the military's #1 healthcare provider for the last 5 years in a row. And in 2023, America's Best Place to Work. Proud of both of those and our team. Sheena, I'd like to recognize you since you're sitting behind the lights again, and I can barely see you, but I know you're here somewhere. But I do see you out there. And I'd like to introduce my business partner out there, Karen Lyons, our Executive Vice President of both companies as well. On Brilliant Health Solutions, we are the leading provider of biomechanical orthotics and other biomechanical solutions as well. So thanks for having me here as well. Chris, I'd like to start with you.
Sure.
All right. Let's talk about the cost of employee change. And as we think about it, the change in employees is if we lose employees, what does it take to get employees back up? What are the strategies also that we can employ to retain employees, knowing that that's usually our #1 cost to the business of bringing new employees on and that ebb and flow of employees?
Absolutely, and I think it all comes down to leadership. When you look at my background in police organizations and surveys that have been conducted in many corporations across North America, employees often leave because they're just not happy working there. It's not always about salary, it's not always about benefits or pension plans. It's about going to work and feeling supported and valued, and knowing that the boss can actually connect with them, knows who they are, and is there for them when they need the support. So retention is incredibly important, obviously, because for every employee you lose, you end up paying someone to replace them. Often you're paying 2 people at once, one to do the old job, one to do the new job. You lose that expertise, you lose part of that community culture, and ultimately it impacts those that are there, and it impacts the potential for recruits when they hear that it's not a good place to work. The last person that left quit because they hate the place. And with social media out there, it's pretty easy to communicate the pros and cons of any organization. So leading to support people and keep people on side is so critical to the organization, not just the cost, but the loss of good personnel that may impact you for many years to come in terms of recruiting.
Thanks, Chris. And you don't know it, I've worked for the Sheriff's Department the last 16 years. So
I do know that.
Oh, you
actually.
do
I know a lot about you, actually.
Google will tell a lot, I presume. So we think a lot alike in many of those areas. Heather, what are your thoughts on employee retention and resiliency and the importance of that? What are some of the things we need to do to kind of avoid those otherwise very expensive costs of that ebb and flow of employee change?
Oh, that's a heavy question,
I mean,
really.
I can make it lighter for you if you'd like.
Right, so.
You're the psychologist.
This
so-
is true, this is true. I'd like to agree with what Chris said, and I want to add to it. One thing that we don't always think about is people, they join an organization, but they often leave their supervisor, their manager. They come in and they see this company with a vision, with a mission, with a benefits package, and they get really excited about those things. And then they get into the team and they work directly one-on-one with their manager, and they start to make a decision about, am I going to continue to engage here? Is this the kind of place that actually aligns with what they say on the website, you know? And so because of that, as leaders, as managers, you have a disproportionate impact on every single person on your team. And you can set the tone for whether or not they decide to stay or go. And most of them make that decision within 90 days.
Awesome, thank you. Let's move on to another area, and that is employee retention strategies. And Kai, if you could talk a little bit about differentiating the personal and workplace, just so we can set some framework around that. And then I'll ask for some input from a few others as well.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, let me ask the room first. Have you ever felt fine in the moment while you're at work, whatever, doing your thing? And the next thing, when you get home, you realize that you're already exhausted. Or at the end of the week, you didn't even realize what you've been doing. Because sometimes as leaders and as team members, feel like we're running around like headless chicken, and excuse my analogy, right? Because we are always going after that urgency, then we forget what our North Star is. We're just doing so many different things that other things are just falling through the crack. So to me, Kevin, there isn't a separate needs when it comes to personal versus workplace. There are three different pillars that I want all of us to focus on. 3 C's. Number one is capacity. And I'm a neuroscientist, and so it's all about our brain, mental, and actually cellular energy, right? Capacity. Do I have enough emotional and mental bandwidth to function well today? Because after you leave work, you still have to face your other life at home or wherever you are, right? So capacity. The next one is going to be connection, right? Going back to what you're talking about, is there an alignment between what the organization say as opposed to how they present themselves when it comes to connecting with your team members, connecting with other colleagues, right? It doesn't matter. Leaders are the one without the role title. You don't need to have an actual VP or any other role title to call yourself a leader. I used to be a team member, but I lead people, right? There is that huge difference. When you feel your purpose, you start to realize your purpose is the one what's driving the production, not your paycheck. So the connection of asking that question of, do I feel like I matter here? Because whether you like it or not, and this gentleman sitting here too, we all want to feel we belong somewhere, right? I mean, maybe, sorry to pick on you, but we all want to feel like we are a part of the group. And so, it doesn't matter whether you're on a team or outside a workplace. We all want to feel like we belong. So that's connection. And the last one that Kevin's also going to touch on, which he is a great example of what he is doing with his team, is clarity. Setting the expectations right off from the bat so that the team members doesn't need to guess, what am I doing here? What's the success criteria look like? Right? Giving them the tools that they need so that they know how to execute, as well as providing the tools and the resources and the support that you need. So that's from the personal. But then workplace, we as leaders, we as team members need to be more outspoken, more supportive to the people around us to provide that What's the first C? Capacity, right? So that our team members aren't just in constant overload. And we're feeling like there's a psychological safety, a sense of connection. And then, yes, I know why I come to work today, because I'm here to make an impact for the people over at military or the veterans or whatever that I do. Because no matter how minuscule my role is as a team member, I know that I'm going to be making a huge difference to the organizational role. So that's like the disconnect that I've been seeing in many different organizations. We don't trickle down that passion to the people who are doing the actual grunt work.
I can feel the passion right now.
Oh yeah, I'm passionate.
Yes.
Let's go, baby.
Yes.
Yeah. Beth, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, we very similarly, we have core values that we go over with our staff every single year, and 82% of our staff are former foster. It's just Pat, who is part of our team, our community.
Welcome, Pat.
That's great.
Yes. Without him, I would not be here, and we would not be able to expand and do as much as we do. But 82% of our staff are former foster, and we come up with core values, and the core values are connection, community, communication, collaboration, creativity, which is really important when somebody ages out of the system, that they feel like they're seen and heard, and trust. And so, we really live and breathe and, enjoy those core values as a team, and we come up with them together, and it's what fuels us every single day to do the work, and they are supporting their peers that are coming behind them. Their peers that are coming behind them are learning and seeing very clear examples of success and what that looks like. And again, Pat and I just get to be along for the ride, which is pretty fun to work alongside them. But yeah, definitely, I can feel her passion over here, Heather, too. And so, yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Beth. You had a comment, Heather? Good.
Yes, so I just want to say I attended your session earlier this week, and it is very clear that you're spending a lot of time to understand what's going on at the frontline level, and you're making sure that you are keeping those values alive. That's very, very clear. It's not something that is as common as it should be. And that's something that I would like to talk about for just a moment, if it's okay.
Absolutely.
How do you create a fragile system as opposed to a resilient system? Because we're here today to figure out how can we make sure that our employees are resilient, right? But if we're not careful, we could create a very fragile system. And let me give you an example of this. I'll bring it super duper home. Okay, so back in 2010, I came to Las Vegas to get certified in the Hogan Leadership Assessment Suite. And I stayed at the Vidara, and it was right after they opened, and I was in my late 20s, and I felt like, oh, I've made it. This is heaven. This is heaven of hotels. This is nice. And I thought, one day I'm gonna come back to this hotel. And fast forward, it's 2026, and I decided I'm going to stay at the Vidara. I'm doing it. And I have to admit to you all, they're not paying me, I am their customer. I am super disappointed. I was incredibly disappointed with the experience. Everywhere I looked, there were signs of deferred maintenance. Shades had holes in them, drawers did not work, the wood had scratches all over it, and there was a tablet that was supposed to be in the room, but guess what? It was missing.
Tablet?
A tablet, yeah, the room had a tablet. Apparently, it'll cost you $500 if you take it, and it's gone. So there were signs of deferred maintenance all over the space. But guess what? The concierge, the cleaning crew, the people at the front desk, the people have such amazing hearts. The service is quality service. They're doing the absolute best that they can to prop up a broken system. A system that was amazing when it launched, and leaders said, yes, mwah, this is a good thing. And then they continued to move forward. They did not go back to say, wait a second, what can we do to ensure that this is still working? that it's still running correctly. So you have people who are propping up a broken system, and what do you do when you start to feel like your leaders are not paying attention to those details? They're not paying attention to you. They're not giving you the resources that you need to do your job. We get hardened. We start to say, well, they don't care. If they don't care, I'm not going to care. That is how you build a fragile system. And one way that you can, as leaders, you can correct for this with something as simple as process mapping and getting everyone together in a room, looking at your most painful process and saying, hey, everyone who touches this, let's get some sticky notes out, let's map this out end to end, let's see where the bottlenecks are and where the issues are, and let's start to identify opportunities to make this process better, to make this experience better. We are, after all, at the CXO conference. So our goal is to find ways to make the employee experience better as well as the customer experience. So I wanted to add that to the discussion because I just want to make it real. There are ways that we don't even realize how, 16 years later, I would think that there would be some maintenance. I would think that they would go back and say, wait a second, let's make sure that we're okay. We're not going to leave our people to try and prop this thing up all by themselves.
Can I add to that?
Go ahead,
So a lot of the work that I do in crisis response works with first responders. And as we know, city budgets are tight, right? You don't always get that new ambulance. You don't get that new fire truck. Maybe Kevin and Chris, you don't get the new police cars.
I do police horses.
Well, that's a benefit. You do horses, so you get your own. You do you, man. But
people actually like it when we roll up on horseback.
Exactly,
Nobody
right?
likes when somebody shows up in a car.
Can I pet the horse? No, just drop everything. Just pet the horse. But yeah, so one of the things I want to challenge everyone in this room with regard to what she was just saying was this. I hear leaders all the time when I'm asked to come in and do assessments. Well, we have financial constraints. Okay. It's good that you know that. It's good that you understand you have financial constraints. Why did you bring me in? Well, our bottom line is not doing so well and our shareholders are mad. Right, you have financial constraints. That's not an excuse. That is never an excuse to not see or listen to your line level employees who are propping up the system. Just because you can't get that new box, the new ambulance, the new fire truck, the system is broken. There may be vehicles that are broken, but the system, your folks are telling you your systems are broken. Your systems are where the crisis exists. And it's within those systems that you can become resilient as a business, because in building and in process mapping and in rebuilding those systems to be resilient, to be able to handle those ebbs and flows, your employees see that you see them. And you've just built psychological safety, or the start of that. And you've reduced apathy in your employees. You've increased connection with the end result, and you've probably increased their capacity because now they see that their leaders care about them, because their leaders are sitting at the same table they are to figure out what's going on. They finally heard them. Watch your OHS or employee engagement scores go up after that.
Awesome, thank you. We have about 12 or 13 minutes left. We're going to try to cover a couple different areas quick, so we'll do some lightning rounds. So, Chris,
yes,
coming to you. Let's talk about, we've talked a lot about leadership, employee morale, those sort of things. What's the role of HR? And then what's the role of leadership in motivating the company and bringing this resiliency concept into light?
I personally think that HR, the human resources division or whatever of any organization, has a supporting role in terms of ensuring the proper programs are in place to help people, to support them through a variety of instances that bring people down, whether it's their physical health, their emotional health, family issues, financial issues, or whatever. HR should have the programs in place, communicate them well, maintain integrity and confidence and trust in those programs so people feel that, you know, their information is safe with the HR folks or the programs that they oversee. So they have to provide all of that, but it still requires strong leadership to really encourage people to use those programs. It requires trusting leadership that people feel confident they can go to and say, I'm having a problem. Or their leaders know them well enough to know that I've been watching her come in this office every day and said good morning to her for 10 years. She's not herself. And then opening the door to saying, you okay? Let's have a coffee. Something's up. I know you, and you're not yourself. And then steering them into those programs that HR has developed. I'm thinking as everybody's speaking here, just looking out in this room right now and looking into different sets of eyes, I know very few people in this room. But there's people in this room that have problems. They've got aging parents, they've got kids with problems, they've got financial issues, they're unhappy in their employment. Maybe they've been through traumatic situations in their life that still trouble them. There's a story behind every set of eyes. And if I asked any of you, and some of you have those problems, to sit down and tell somebody you know, or somebody about that story that may involve very intimate details of life and trauma, would you pick someone that you like and trust and that you feel confident would support you and cares about you, a real leader? Or would you pick somebody you don't like or trust? It's pretty obvious. You're not going to go forward to people that you don't have confidence that are going to support you and look after your best interests in a confidential way. So the HR provides the programs, the leaders have to lead and be that person that people will want to come forward to and have the ability to notice change in people and say, come here, let's have a coffee, something's going on. Does that make sense?
Awesome. No, that's awesome. And so, as police chief, which is this very big leadership role, how did you leverage your HR team to support your leadership?
Well, you know, actually there was a real fractured relationship with our senior leadership in HR for years. And my wife ended up taking over HR at one point, and she was frustrated with it and tried to make change because they were really a bottleneck as opposed to a supporting mechanism. And so the leadership and the HR team have to work as a big team in sync and look after the best interests of employees. So the programs need to be there. They need to be, people have to have trust in them and know they exist, know how to access them. Leaders have to help build that trust to steer them into those programs. And so it should be a big team, not two separate entities working at opposite ends of doing what's right.
Awesome. Critical that all functions work together as a team, certainly leadership and HR. Oak, you had some interesting thoughts, and we had a great diversity, and we won't get to everybody on every one of the remaining topics, but if you don't mind commenting for maybe a minute or so on HR and the leadership companionship role.
Yeah, so first, anybody in the room with HR? I want to make sure. You're with HR. Okay. You were once upon a time. That's a story. There's something going on there. So we know, Chris mentioned earlier, when you replace an employee because they either attrit of their own volition or let's say they're terminated for whatever reason, depending on the level of that employee, it takes anywhere from 50% to 200% of their salary to replace them. And Chris mentioned earlier about the workload in the meantime taken on by the rest of the team while you're searching for the right talent to fill that role. So one thing I think that a lot of, especially this is with the employees, get a little bit confused on is HR is my friend. HR is there for the employees. And I have to challenge this over and over. HR is not your friend. HR doesn't work for you. HR works for the company. HR is there to protect the company. And so the leaders are there to work for the company and protect the company. So that accompanying role that Chris was mentioning is vital. It's critical. It cannot be a combative role. If it's a combative role, everybody loses, from the line level employees to the executives, the shareholders, and the customers. So I think it's really, really important that if you are a leader in a mid-management role or a director role or a supervisor role, that when employees say, oh, I'll just go to HR because they're my friend. I had someone that I knew a long time ago We said, oh, the director of HR is my next door neighbor. We go out to eat all the time. We have coffee. We do all this stuff together. I told them how I was feeling about work, and I was like, you what? And like, oh, it's in our personal time. They're not going to tell anybody. And I'm like, oh my, yeah, okay. And they did, right? Because they're there, always on, because they work for the company. They have to report things. When you have a medical device and it fails, and let's say you're just a salesperson, but you find out that company's medical device fails, you have a requirement, legal requirement to report that failure. It's really important that folks know HR is there to protect the company, and employees can play part in that because they can help report crises, they can report red flags early to show that systems are breaking or something's going awry or customers are not happy or their employee, their peers are not happy. But leaders and HR together, working side by side, will help create that psychological safety in the business where employees can report those things, even if someone has a punitive leadership style, but not everybody.
Awesome, thank you. We're going to cover one more topic in the few minutes we have left, then I'll make some summary points from all the comments today. So AI is a big topic. I think I've been in every room I've been in. Somebody's either topic's been around it or somebody's brought it up as 25% or more of their conversation, right? So let's talk about AI on employee resiliency and the mindset that goes with, am I being replaced? Because it's very different than automation in the 17, 18, 19. We've had automation since time began, right? We've always automating something. So Heather, I'll start with you, and Kai, I'll come to you next. What's the mental impact on that, and what do we see employees, especially where AI is becoming prevalent, are we seeing a move away from that, or are we seeing employees embrace that, and how do we incorporate that in a way to retain employees?
I've seen a little bit of everything. And with the general population, the civilians, they don't care very much about AI. They're not super users of the tool necessarily. But when I speak to my colleagues, and I have worked in HR for quite a few years, specifically in learning and development, and I connect with them because I'm curious, like, what are you doing with AI? And my hope for them is that the tool will help them finally get to a place where they can do the strategic work that their function demands and requires right now. Because oftentimes when you're working in a function, a service support type function, you have requests coming in from all different directions, and you don't have time. You just don't have time to do the meaningful kinds of work that you want to do. And these tools can assist with that. They can assist with thought partnership and all of that. What I would say to someone who says, you know what, I'm opting out of AI. Here's my public service announcement to you. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. We don't know what it's going to look like by the end of this year, but it is not going anywhere. I don't know if AI is going to take your job, but what I do know is the person who knows how to use it may take your job. They may get preference over you if you haven't taken the time to learn the tools. If you haven't, it's just like when PowerPoint came out, you know, that it did come out before me, so I'm not dating myself, y'all. But the people who don't take the time to learn to use the tools at their disposal are going to be at a disadvantage. So I would encourage you to take the time to learn now while it's relatively safe to learn some of these things, while it's still cutting edge, so that you can at least be knowledgeable. You can at least know what is available to you.
Kai, in 60 seconds, your thoughts? Maybe 75?
So just the thought of thinking about, will AI take my job? Will AI take my job? And you come to work thinking about that, and then you go into with this mindset of, oh, I'm going to be replaced anyway. Can you imagine what it does to your mental energy, right? And anything you do. Because over time, what happens to your brain is it produces chronic cortisols, which then impact not only your memory, but your overall mental well-being and the highest level of performance that you need. And so, to Heather's point, don't worry about if AI is going to take your job. You, me, we as individual are the creators. You know, AI is created based on all our data, and we created AI. We have that thinking brain. AI doesn't. So it's more important now than ever to go back to develop that more critical thinking skill, because that's what makes us human, the connection, the thinking. I would focus on that.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to just take about 60 seconds and try to summarize a few key points that I heard from everybody today. First of which, so I'm going to summarize some of them in your exact words, and some of them I'll rephrase them. Capacity, connection, clarity, communication, trust. I think if you can align those with your vision, mission, purpose, you can bring a workforce together in ways maybe that you may not have thought in the past. And if all of you are aligned on that same set of principles, a lot of the other things we talked about will flow much easier, and you'll have a passionate workforce, create a resilient workforce. Two, harnessing the event for success for the future. That's about resilience in general, right? Oak, that was right straight from you. I think that's important as we think about, we're always going to run into obstacles. We're always going to have to make decisions. Things happen. I always say it's not that it happened, it's how we deal with that, right? So taking that forward, making that a success somewhere down the road. In general, the conversation talked about, and Heather, you sort of led this, personal and workspaces personal space and workplaces are blending together. And so setting all the things from every 15 or 30 or 45-minute meeting all day long, connecting them together, because your brain finally gets the ability to relax and bring those synapses together. Constantly reevaluate and course correct. Hugely important. Again, kind of going back to the second point, making those things happen, but in a little bit different way. From Chris, notice your people. Notice when something's off, and that could be positive or negative, because if something's off in a great way, how do we then regenerate that in other areas? But if something's off in a negative way, how do you help them get back on track? Because that negativity goes faster through the organization than positivity does, as we all know. And then from an AI perspective, kind of what I got from what you said is, let AI be the employee's employee, so that they can move up strategically and build that knowledge set and be successful.
I think there's a very old adage, your attitude determines your altitude, and I think it applies to this as well. If you come in with the attitude that this sucks, my job is gone, I don't know how long I'm going to last, they're going to get rid of me tomorrow, you're going to carry that energy everywhere. It's going to show. Your work is not going to be the best work possible. And the person who is bringing their A game and is still bringing that positive energy and finding a way to make it work will win.
Awesome. Panel, thank you. I know we're out of time. Thank you, audience, for being here and taking the time with us.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you.
A big thank you to our panelists for sharing such practical insights on building stronger teams and healthier workplace cultures. Leadership is tested every day, and the ability to act decisively can make the difference between a team that thrives and one that struggles. In the upcoming session, Decisive Leadership, the Risks, the Rewards, and the Lessons Learned, our panelists will explore real-world examples of decision-making, highlighting both successes and challenges, and sharing lessons that can guide leaders in high-stake environments. Leading this discussion are Suzanne Castle, CEO of Suzanne Castle Consulting. You're welcome to join us. Thank you. We have Manuel M. Vega Sr., Senior Corporate Director of Quality, Business and Strategic Planning at Cortec Precision Manufacturing. We have Marty Kilmer, Chief Operating Officer at Gravis Law PLLC, and Srikitri Kartik, Director of U.S. Business and Partnerships at Infido Tech Inc. Let's give them a warm round of applause as they share their strategies for leading with confidence and impact. Take it away.
I want to start by saying what we're not going to do today instead of what we are going to do today, and I hope that's okay with you. We're not going to give you any kind of polished version of any of us. We're going to give you the real truth about when things have gone right and wrong, what we feel like is the anatomy of the decisive leader in this day and age. And I promise you, each of these experts is not going to tell you that decisive leadership is easy at all. But what we are going to do, I know from our conversation, is tell the truth. And it's going to be things like what it's cost us, when to make the difficult calls, the moments that nobody saw us be decisive at all, and what it actually looks like, and the lessons that we've learned on the other side. In my experience, the most powerful thing a leader can do in a room like this is to be honest about what it actually takes. So I want to welcome you to the real conversation that I'm excited to have with the brave people that are sitting next to me. So I want to dive right in. And I want us to think about the time when you made a decisive decision. There was a moment that came for you. I'd like for you to talk about that and what it cost you. So Kriti, can I start with you?
Sure. And yeah, just like Susan said, something that we were chatting about just before getting on stage, and the reason I think I'm also smiling is we kept telling ourselves, we are going to keep it real, all right? We are not going to go by the book. It's time to keep it real. And I love that we are talking about our own experiences. And what it just got me thinking was, so within Fido, I actually moved to the US recently, about 3 years ago, to drive business and partnerships here. And a learning moment for me from when being decisive, I could say went wrong, but was pivotal to me figuring it out was everything felt right on paper, right? On paper, I'm like, this is a great decision. This is how, be it the customer strategy, the team structure, I was so sure of how things need to be, right? And I just kept telling myself, this is great. How can it go wrong? Right? But something I missed to account for is the team sentiment, right? I didn't rely on the patterns. I didn't account for cultural nuances. I didn't tell myself how processes could be different in a new region with a new team. So that's when I was like, okay, so did not help me being so decisive, right? And the data spoke for it. It was a very slow start as compared to what I thought, you know what, give it a month and we are going to build momentum, right? So what it really got me to realize is that I'd rather take a decision that's going to show us results slowly, but make that in alignment with my entire team, rather than taking a faster decision where everyone in my team is disconnected from it.
That was a writer downer, am I right? Like, we want to go slow with our decisions, not necessarily the fastest decision. Okay, Martin, I would love to hear from you.
This is going to be an interesting one, a tough question. And I would just say, when I answer this, it's not about regret. So let's be clear on that. You make decisions and they cost you. Mine's way back. I walked away from the Naval Academy, a full ride scholarship, a pension, a career as a naval architect, to leave, go to a liberal arts school, and ultimately become a lawyer and now an executive. Those kind of decisions sometimes come very early in our lives, but have long-standing consequences. I don't regret it, but it was probably the most decisive moment in a very young life that changed my whole career path and the evolution of my life.
Big change. Big change. Thank you for being honest about that. All right, Manuel, what do you think?
Mine's a lot different. So mine was in my early days as well, and in my early 20s. Starting off as a leader. I was a new supervisor at a huge company and got a call. Need your help. Your expertise is in the packaging organization, logistics. I need you to go fly to Korea, make this happen at this huge customer. I need to go find this box. Flew out to Korea, yeah, I'm going to Korea. First time happy. Elevator speech, I get there. If you have never been into another country, sitting in front of a bunch of executives that are not happy, needless to say, I'm there to do one thing. They asked me to do multiple things that were way out of my element. But my decisive decision was not to say no, but also not to say yes. Just basically to say, how can I help you? Help me. I'll do my best, and we'll make it happen to make sure you're on your path to get your system up and running. So I took the notes. I knew my job, so I made a decision to shift, move, get to my hotel, stay up all night, bring my team together, which was not my team, but get a hold of everybody together, build the case, go back to the customer, solve the issue, solve the problem with their help, and then I got my job done. So the decisive decision at that time was to do something out of my comfort zone, make a decision as a leader, bring in another team to help me. Until this day, that company is probably one of the largest billion-dollar companies for this company that I'm no longer with. But I can say I was a stakeholder helping drive some of the decisions at that time because it was a huge decisive moment in my career. So from then on, I just kind of been climbing up, using it as an example.
I love that. For me, I love how each of our examples is very, very different and came at a very, very different time. For me, it was leaving professional acting and dancing after a terrible injury and not really knowing what I was doing at all. And it was the scariest moment of my life. And I was professional at 12 in the acting world. And to come away from that and walk into rooms that used to pay attention to me and then didn't anymore because I wasn't popular anymore was very hard. And the decisiveness that it took came from my gut. I wish it had come from my brain. Yeah, I think I would have done things a lot differently, and I think we've heard a little bit of that in here. And things can go right and things can go wrong. I love where we're going, and so let's talk about what decisive leadership. Let's talk a little bit about the anatomy of a decisive leader. So, what would you say? And I would love to start with you. From the inside out, what is a decisive leader?
Well, it's a listener, and it's understanding your audience, and it's not just your audience, the people in front of you, it's the people that your customer, your internal customers, the people that you lead, and doing the upfront work and understanding them. So the decisiveness comes from there to understand. Everybody doesn't have the same answers, are not on the same level as certain people, so you need a team. But when you're a leader, in my role now, as I told you, I play multiple hats as corporate quality, as business and strategic planning. So I'm dealing across the board with executive staffs throughout the whole, realm of customers. So I have to make decisions. And you had mentioned dealing with an ISO, dealing with that. If you don't understand the platform of what the process is, you cannot make a decisive decision. So you have to understand that you never stop learning. You have to keep studying, and then you flip the script. But you have to teach your people as well to be self-sufficient, decisive thinkers as well. And I through my career, I always have a successor, not just one or two. And I still have a mentor, and I have a decisive mentor. Manuel, why do you keep making these decisions? Well, I'm learning from them. I won't make them again. So that's my role on that.
That's great. So Martin, you're big in the EOS space. Let's start there. And we know that EOS gives a really good framework. But does it help in the moment, do you think, for decisiveness, or do you find that sometimes it gets in the way?
It depends. Typical lawyer answer. But it really depends on the organization that you're using it, how you use a structured system like that, and the commitment to using it. And let me be clear, with EOS, it really provides a good structure, a cadence for meetings, an objective of setting your strategy and goals and expectations. It's something you can communicate throughout your whole organization, which really becomes important in terms of motivating and getting buy-in. But it also can get abused and becomes a form over substance issue. If you get stuck rely on let's identify an issue, let's discuss it, and come to a solution within that framework, it does create great guidance, but can also be a distraction. Meeting for the sake of meeting or having that cadence for the sake of having the cadence can sometimes undermine what you really need to do.
I think that's so important. And Kriti, a lot of your work at Infido is very data-centric. And I think right now we are in the land of data mining, and the amount of data that our brains are asked to hold and make decisions from is staggering every day. The research says somewhere between 20,000 and 35,000 decisions are what a human makes every day, and that's a scary number. So are you finding in your work that data is helping people make decisions, or that sometimes it paralyzes them because there's so much data?
It's so funny, Susan, that you speak about this because it's as of today morning. So we work with a lot of clients, right? It's B2B. So as of today morning, that is a discussion that I was having with one of the CHROs of a company. And you are right. When we say decision-making needs to be data-driven, the question is also how much data, right? I could look at, a data could be a pie chart, a data could be a line, a data could be an entire textbook, right? But I think what really differentiates is what you're doing with that data, right? You could just have a handful of data, but as long as you're able to pick up patterns from it and there's no ambiguity, you're good. You know that your decision making is now data backed, right? I think where things go wrong is when leaders wait for the perfect data, right? Like the best sample set, and now you're delaying your decision making and you're over analyzing your data because you in your mind tell yourself there's like this ideal example or the best data I'm looking for, but you're not going to get it. As a leader, you got to know how you can play around with the data that exists. And most importantly, in my line of work, we always talk people, right? Yes, data is important, but are you going hand in hand with being data-driven with your people, right? Are your people, your teams, your org, is everyone on board with the kind of decision-making that you're doing? So I think it's data and people, and it's always got to go hand in hand.
I love how you talked about waiting. I think in my work, what I'm finding, and you all touched on this a little bit, is that waiting is such a dangerous place to be. It's super costly, and I don't mean your bottom line. I mean on your brain, because that's my field of research, and what I do with my clients is the neurologic side of things. But when you're waiting, the amount of open loops in your brain, that it is scary. And so most leaders, I think in today's age, because information is right at our fingertips, are thinking, well, if I wait, I can just get more information. If I wait, the right person's going to walk in the door. If I wait. And the longer that you wait, the longer the loop is open, the more damage it's done internally to your actual brain system to be a strategic thinker. So I love how each of you is using technology and systems and processes to help you actually filter the data to help make the right decision. It's almost like we're all talking about how we're recalibrating as decisive leaders in an age of information overload. So Martin, how then are you helping in your company to talk about decision making?
Well, we start at the top. It's the place where our executive teams, we meet frequently. We talk about decision making. In fact, I wanted to follow up on that last statement about data. If you go to a structure like EOS, we at the executive level talk about the 5 metrics that we need to run the business. If we track and trend on those 5 things as opposed to the myriad number of different factors, then we're going to get overloaded. We really go, these are the things we need to know and watch all the time. In that structure, it then allows us to set strategy and understand the key elements of things that, because we're monitoring them, we make the micro changes in order to adjust strategy. A lot of times corporations and individuals basically flip and flop back and forth because each new data piece that comes in, or each new metrics, or each new decision, or each new change in government or politics or whatever environment, make them switch their strategy. And really, we talk about it in terms of here's where we're going, here's how you can contribute, and how we are going to be decisive. We set specific times when we'll look at budgets or changes. In EOS, you call them rocks. We have 2, they're quarterly rocks, and then we've now developed pebbles. Within that quarter, there's a few things that you've got to kick. They're the pebbles, but really for each quarter, it's just 3 or 4 rocks that each of us look at, and then we translate and communicate that throughout the company.
So how does that change for clients?
Oh, this is great. We were talking about this in the hall. So in a service organization like a law firm, you're on a different side because I'm there to represent a client It's less about me being decisive as an owner who has power to make a decision and influence it as a counselor or advocate. So we spend a lot more time influencing decisions, and that's a whole different art. How you communicate, how you set out information to allow that client who has the ultimate decision rights to make a decision that's well informed. Two different styles, two different important things as a leader. Really, one is where you have the power, and one is where you have to use influence, and really, it's an art.
Love that. So I'd love for us to kind of talk about the difference between, when we hear the word decisive, I think sometimes people get confused with, I'm a decisive leader because I made a quick decision. And impulsiveness and decisiveness are not necessarily the same thing. So can I start with you? And what is the difference there for you as a leader? Because you are dealing with a lot of different companies and you're global, and that can be cultural as well. So
Yes.
I'd love for you to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah. So impulsive and decisive, I do it backwards. Impulsive is, a lot of you're waiting, or you're trying to find certain ways of building that path. What decisive is on my end in operations and managing globally is the customer's not going to wait. It's fast to market, right? If you, for instance, everyone who has a new cell phone today was outdated as soon as you walked out. When you go buy a car, you drive off the lot, it's already depreciated, right? That's in my field of work, is the same thing. So my decisive thinking has to be globally to understanding what customer needs what, when, why, and how am I going to do it. And how you're going to do it is using your people. Your people, for one, decisively will think that, well, you have all the answers, you make the decision. Well, build a roadmap so that your team understands that without them, it's not me. And the decisive thinking comes from them, and we will put together a plan to get them either recovery or get something there on time to them. Let's just not wait. Let's all get together, collaborate. I believe in collaboration, cross-functional teaming, and self-sufficiency. And you build your team, you're going to see stars that are going to shine. The stars that will shine won't be the ones that are doing it all, it'll be the ones that don't want to do it. And then you'll kind of know. You'll kind of know which ones do you want to build that team around that'll help build your decisive thinking as a company. I'm responsible for KPIs at the company I'm at now. At the bottom was always people. Now it's at the middle. Everybody's KPI is always at the top. I want to make more. Now at the top is customer satisfaction. That all has to do with decisive thinking. How fast do you get to your customer to make sure that they're not waiting? Now, I'm not saying they're not going to wait. That's why you have a containment plan you have to put together to make sure you meet that.
And I love what you said, because I think leadership right now, it's really hard to not do everything.
Right.
And very talented people, like everyone on this stage, for example, I feel like you have honed in to your special genius zone and what you can do and not do. And so by saying, to stop some of the impulsivity that goes on is, I got to do this, I got to do that, I got to do this, which is literally anxiety at its finest form, and allowing your brain to run you instead of you to run your brain. So Kriti, I would love for you to add to this dialogue.
Of course. I love that this whole time when I was hearing roadmap and customer satisfaction, a lot of it is so much similar to what we like to prioritize and what we ultimately work towards. But what's interesting, and something I've observed, working in this space of HR professionals even, I think there's a difference between timely decisions and fast decisions, right? Be it internally or with customers. Like, that's the reason you have a roadmap. That's the reason you take some decisions, but we've really learned the very hard way, trust me, when I tell you that there is a difference between timely decisions. Sometimes there is this instinct as a leader where you tell yourself you got to do it all, right? And then you're like, I got to do this. And you forget that there are a team of brilliant people, and you got to let them take decisions, sometimes even for you, right? So timely decision making, I think, becomes a lot more important. And so that's something I've observed. And the second thing is, fast decision making or impulsive decision making is not getting us anywhere. It might work for a day or two, it's going to break down the way, right? And that's why I always talk about like what right decisions are, but they're always just on paper. You never know whether you're making the perfect decision, right? But all you can do is evaluate, read the patterns, and listen to your people, most importantly, because how that's going to help you is over time, you shift your priority to more like timely decision making, right? Now you're not being impulsive. You know that, hey, you have a team of brilliant people who are good at this, and this is what they believe for a reason, and you want to go by that. You're just going to trust your gut and go and see how that works out for you.
Can I touch on that real quick?
Yes, please. I was just going to say, I saw you nodding, so jump in.
And one of the things is exactly what you hit on is the impulsiveness. Is a natural person that cares about their job or about people, about customer, will naturally just say, I'm going to go do it.
Yeah.
I can go do it. Not necessarily I'm going to do everything, but I'm going to go do it because I have something to do. The impulsiveness is a human nature.
Yeah.
What's not a human nature is failure.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where when you build your team, you figure, hey, I'm not always going to be it. So we got to, in the world of what we're in now, if you become and stay impulsive, it becomes their culture. They're going to wait for you to make that decision.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So that's why I drive self-sufficiency.
Yes.
And you bring it in, and nothing they say and they bring into the room is bad.
Exactly.
Right? And nothing's bad. It's that we're going to collaborate together and make a cohesive decision. Of course, I'm the decision maker at the end, but I use every aspect of what they gave me to make that decision that makes the best for the company and for the customer.
So Martin, we've kind of gone into the anatomy of a decisive leader to really be about empowerment and pacing. So you wear a lot of hats.
Yep.
And how are you pacing as a decisive leader?
That's a great question. It really also depends on the type of decision and where in the organization. Not all decisions are created equal or all made on the same time schedule or timetable. I will give you an example right now, which is really, really relevant for us in the legal field. And if you watch the news or read any business journals, you'll know that the transition in legal tech right now is a hot topic. Deciding when you use it, how you use it in your law firm, what sources you use, how quickly you adopt it. We have some in our organization, and this goes to who you listen to and why. We have some early adopters who want to go out to ChatGPT and non-verified sources and build little tools for themselves because it'll make them more efficient as opposed to the organization as a whole. And for us in legal, because of malpractice and our responsibilities towards our clients, it really mandates that we take a paced, measured, strategic approach to adopting AI, what tools we develop, and how we deploy them in the firm. So to the point of listening to them, we certainly want their input. We want to create a sandbox where they can play, but at the same time, we have a responsibility to our clients and to our own employees that we do it on a measured, very cautious and strategic way.
Yeah, I do think we have a responsibility. And it's not something that we've talked about yet. And I think the responsibility piece is so crucial because that is about your integrity. And it's not just about you or your team or your institution, but how you're going to continue to show up in the world, which leads me to pity parties. Okay, I want to talk about pity parties for a minute because we've all had the big decision we made that totally backfired, that was horrible, that we'd love to get in a time machine and go backwards. And I think for me, I'm thinking of a specific instance, and that what I did is throw myself a pity party. Instead of just, beating myself up for the decision or wishing for something that wasn't true anymore, I took the time to put on all the sappy, sad songs, and I ate a lot of raw cookie dough and ice cream and all the things. But I gave I just gave myself the chance to say, I'm going to just sit in the muck for a minute so that I don't get impulsive and I don't get reactive and just feel. So I'd love to know about backfires and your feelings with decisive leaders, because in panels like this, we don't talk about feelings very much. But I think it's really important to talk about feelings and when things go right and when things go wrong. So Kriti, could we start with you?
Of course. And again, I'm going to talk about people. I told you you're going to hear me and people throughout today. But something I've observed, right, is my biggest pattern and what plays a role ultimately, and I'm sure you'd all agree with decision making, is the layer you're at. There are possibly your mentors, right, and leaders, and you got to sometimes take decisions to keep some of those leaders, your peers, your mentors, right? Like, hey, do they have what they need? But on the other hand, sometimes your decision could backfire for your team, right? What you're thinking as the best decisions for the org, right? It could be your board members, it could be whatnot, it could be your partners, does not necessarily mean it's going to be working well for your team, right? And I have been in some of these situations more than I'd like. But again, like I say, you always learn the hard way, right? And we just spoke about that. We just spoke about how there's no such thing as a failure in the room with your team, right? The more you welcome them, they learn to embrace failures as well, right? Like we actually do this fun thing. So we all have like team stand-ups and whatnot, right? We actually sometimes towards the end of a month have a call which is called the Doomsday, and we all talk about what went wrong, full transparency, everyone there, and I'm talking about heads of departments right down, right? It's called the Doomsday Call. We talk about everything that went wrong, everything that we believe empathetically someone else maybe did wrong or didn't do the best way, and we all laugh it off, right? It's like, you don't keep it in you. No more pity parties, no more, oh my gosh, I wish my colleague did this better. You know what, that was wrong on their part. They took a wrong decision. So we saw that really build that team morale, because everyone's coming to the doomsday, because it is a doomsday. You know what? And the doomsday, let's put an end to the doomsday is what we call it. So that's how it has really worked. So yes, now we are able to embrace that some decisions at any level will backfire, some things will fail, and it's okay. They're just going to be stepping stones for you to get to where you got to get.
How about you, Martin?
I have two, actually. My wife and I have this joke at our house. She says to me all the time, "This is happening to you again because you didn't learn the lesson." And it's so very true. So on the personal side, it's about being a lawyer and a leader and getting away from the mentality of saying to yourself, "I told you so," or "I knew beforehand," which means you failed in the sense of you succumbed to some pressures outside to allow a decision that you knew was wrong, get to a place where you said, "I told you so," as opposed to laying out the facts, getting in front of it. When you talk about throwing yourself a pity party, if you knew that was the case and you stated your case about why that decision shouldn't be made, well then you still maintain your integrity. You don't have to throw yourself a pity party. You have to say, "I did everything I could to make the right decision here, and I provided the facts, and I didn't succumb, I lost, or I agreed to something, but I made my case." So that one happens all the time, and I'm however many years into relearning. The second one really is we just rolled out a company-wide training program, and we call them postmortems. We rushed to get it done before the end of the quarter. We could have used a whole nother cycle, a quarter, to get it done, but we didn't. So we had a postmortem. We talked to all the people that were in the room. Everyone scored their own performance, and we scored it as a team. And you really then have a really good dialogue individually and corporately with that team to talk about the project, how you could have done better. And it's not a focus on failure, it's a focus on learning and what steps specifically you need to take between now and the next time it happens to make it better and improve the process. And I think those are critical when you make mistakes or act too quickly or move too quickly.
It was very compassionate, the way that you described all of that. And I would hope that we could be a little more compassionate with ourselves as leaders. Okay,
And
Manuel.
if I just could add, I love how you said the number of times we ourselves even ask, tell ourselves or tell others, "I told you so." I do it to myself, right? And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we do it more than we realize, right? The number of times we want the urge to tell ourselves or people around us, "You should have listened to me. I told you so," right? But instead, to ask yourself, why do you maybe think so? What could have been better? That's been huge for me too. So yeah, I'm glad you spoke about that.
That's great. Okay, Manuel, talk to us about something that's backfired.
Oh, which one?
This time, yeah.
I'll give you two. One, again, you say you learned in my early. I wish I can say I learned it in my early. I was in my 40s. But I was responsible for a huge logistics of going to Asia. Long story, we already had the plan laid out, customer was set, we're ready to go. It was a huge, huge launch for this system, opening up a new fab in this region. And I decided to use a different courier, thinking that this courier would get it there faster. I bought into the used car salesman kind of thing. So, needless to say, I concisely made a decision to ship it the way where it was. It got there a week later. They missed their launch. And you want a pity party in a hotel room by yourself? I'm not going to call my wife. I'm not going to do that. But I was more focused on I should have listened to my people. I should have listened to the customer. And immediately, I just wrote down the reasons to the customer why it happened. And it was my decision, and I take the responsibility. I take the accountability, and it was solely my decision to do that. And whatever I can do to help. And believe me, they took that on. And so I helped them, we helped them as a team. But that was my pity party moment that I really felt so bad that I did not listen to my team. And I took a different thought process because I felt mine's overrid that. I learned that very quick. The second one really quick, and we were talking about this in here, is come from Northern California. So born in Oakland, California, Bay Area, Raider fan. They're in Vegas here, but I'm an Oakland Raider fan. But you're around making decisions a lot, right? So your cultural thought process, your Westernism, your antics, the way you speak, certain things are different. But when you're in Malaysia, which I had to fly to Malaysia, Johor, to set up, and I had a whole team, and you use certain metaphors, like earlier someone said a chicken with the head cut off, or why are you running around like a monkey, or I used the running around like a monkey. You guys, we have to get it together, we have to make sure we launch. And you look at the people's face, and the people that I respected so well, as we worked so hard, were like, and I couldn't understand why. The one person that was so quiet, and I won't mention her name, but she was so quiet, but such a really good leader, came to me after and said, that is basically disrespectful to say that I'm a monkey, because monkeys run around, monkeys, they don't know what they're doing. We know what we're doing. I felt so bad. Another pity party. I'm in Asia. So came back, I can't go buy donuts. I can't go do all these things to help them. So I had to get on stage. I had to go tell everybody I totally apologize. But another stayed up at night understanding my metaphors, the way I think, it's not always for everybody. And as a leader, we have to understand your audience, understand your people, who are you directing it to, because the perception when you walk away from there as a leader has to be in their hearts as well, as much as yours. So it helped me to open up to them.
Such powerful stories. And, it strikes me that I don't think anyone hands you authority. And especially in decisive leaders, you take it or you don't. I mean, you show up in the room or you don't. And I love the stories of when things haven't felt just right, and thank you for being very truthful. So let's talk about building trust as a decisive leader. So I'm curious, I would love to know, when you're dealing with high-performing leaders and you've got teams, how much are you letting people know how you decide versus the system deciding? Because those are very different things. I think there are times when a framework just doesn't work and you know it, but you're in a policy and it says you follow these steps. That's when you have to really be a decisive leader. So Martin, I'd love to start with you.
Okay, this is also another tough one. I would say this, as a leader, you have to be able to support the decisions that need to be made. You have to act with integrity. You have to check your own motivation. You have to check yourself and understand why you're making that. As a decisive leader, as you mentioned, no one hands it to you. I think there's a couple things that are really, really important. First, and there's an old adage, like, I'll do any job. I'll clean the bathroom. I'll come in on Saturdays. I'll put in the extra work. I think first of all and foremost, it's leading by example. Because then you get the credibility to have a dialogue with people, to talk about how you're making your decisions and why. What people dislike most, in my experience, is the executive or leader who doesn't substantiate their decisions and aren't representative of the work they're asking other people to do. And we see this a lot in our organization. We talk about it. It's difficult to get buy-in from your staff if you're not willing to exemplify the characteristics for which you want them to act, and to then have the trust and honest conversation with them. Once you've established they respect you, you're one of them, and then you actually have a dialogue.
So what is Infido telling us about the data about decisive leadership?
Sure. To build on what you just said about going by the book, or there's a framework. So there are two things, right? One is what we at Infido do, and the second is what we've observed out there from what our data tells us. So at Infido, in the last 3 years, something that we have started prioritizing is what we call the spirit of entrepreneurship, right? There is no book. We used to do it, and I mean it, like until 3 years ago, right? There's no book. Each one is more than welcome to do what they think will work. Each one has their own playbook. I do it, the team does it, our leaders do it. But we only ask that it needs to be outcome driven, right? And when I say outcome driven, it's okay if it didn't work, right? But we just need that individuals are confident on why this would work, right? So, and I'm really glad we did that. Like that's something, and that too was a data-driven decision. It's what I've been talking a lot about timely decisions. That was a timely decision which we took, and it's brilliant. It worked so well. We had an intern we had hired, right, specifically for sales, all right? And this person's coming in just to work on some inbound, outbound motions. And this intern was like, well, there's no book, right? You guys told me that there's no framework, so I can just go out and do what I want. And we were like, yeah. This individual, of course, with all the wonderful AI that's available now, it's brilliant. They just put together like a process that gave us so much more momentum than what we would have built in like 2 weeks, right? We were able to achieve that in 2 days, and I'm not even kidding. So we've seen that the spirit of entrepreneurship and welcoming decision-making at irrespective of what level, expertise, or experience you bring, that has worked great for us. And same to go with customers, right? We are now seeing a trend. So we work with like close to 400 customers now globally. And what I love that because it's very industry agnostic and very like region agnostic, we're seeing a lot more intent for leaders to focus on data, right? We have customers who are like, oh my God, you know what? My employees are so engaged and everything is working really well for us. But is that what your employees are really saying on the ground? Not really, right? Your attrition rate is possibly so much higher than you could ever know. So internally for us, it's all about the spirit of entrepreneurship because decision-making at every level is a game changer. But externally, we are just seeing it, it's kind of shifting a lot more to being data-driven right now. And so yeah, that's what I'm observing out there.
So talk to me about how leaders compound then in your organization. You deal with a lot of teams and you are everywhere, it seems, and the cultures are different, which you've noted. So how are you using decisive leadership to grow and compound leadership within those organizations?
So at the current company that I'm at now, Cortec Precision Manufacturing Sheet Metal, so what we do is we custom fabricate sheet metal, framing, cold rolled steel for semiconductor, pharmaceutical, across the board. So I deal globally. So within that organization, we had to build the culture of decisive leadership, not just in those that have the title, but in those that are putting the label on the bag that goes to the customer. That's the last person that sees that component. So if that label's incorrect, that person needs to understand you can make a decision if the machine is not working correctly. Before, again, it's a waiting, so we didn't put that, So what I did myself when I first started was I'd walk the floor. No, I'm not a welder. Nor am I a machinist, nor am I a lot of what they do. So I call them all professors, experts in their field. No matter what they are and what they do, they are experts in their field. Teach me. So I showed them. And whether or not, like you were saying, you clean bathrooms, it's funny. I'll help push the cart for the person who's going to clean a restroom. I'll help push material. On that end is when you start building leadership and decisive thinkers around your whole entire company, pretty soon when you do collaborate, you guys will all think on the same path. And you will not be afraid, and they will not be afraid to come to you with their ideas. So it makes it easier for us as leaders to say, I like that, but from my experience level, let's try this. But now you're hearing it from their experience level because they've done it. So now your decisiveness now has to be in a more executive way. How am I going to communicate this in a case to the customer to ensure to them that maybe their print wasn't up to par, but we want to do it this way. So we're there. We're in phase 4. It took 3 years, really fast. I've been at my other company. It took 6 years. This took 3 years. So we have a lot of decisive thinkers and professors within CoreTech Precision. From the top down of their subject matter experts that I think now when I walk around getting the trust from them that, hey, I'm here to help you. I'm not here just to tell you what to do.
I love how you frame that as professors. And it seems to me like you're building a culture of learners as well. And I would say in my work for high-performing leaders especially, I think explaining your process of decision-making, not outcomes, is really important because, if I say, okay, this is how Suzanne makes decisions, and when it's going well and when it's not, and someone says, oh, and I say to them, okay, so I use this information or this set of software, or I brought my weight of my experience to this, and then they say, oh, well, I didn't think about bringing the weight of my existence or what I brought from another organization, and now you've shown me that maybe next time I need to speak up. To be a decisive leader, I need to share my experience at a different level. And I think understanding that, it can be the key to really raising up a new generation of leaders inside the organizations. So I'd love to do a rapid fire real quick. And then if somebody's got some questions, we'll have just probably a few minutes for that. So what is one thing, if everybody's watching and listening right now, what is one thing that they could do differently by Monday? Now, not a concept. I want an actual move from each of you. Okay, an actual move towards decisive leadership. Karithi, we'll start with you and we'll just go all the way down.
The first thing that comes to my mind is if you got to take a decision, give it 24 hours. Don't rush into it. Yeah.
So mine's a little bit different. A lot of us have families and people who don't have a clue what we do. I would suggest that before Monday, you define an elevator pitch for yourself of what you do and why you do it. Because I think ultimately as a leader, until you answer those two questions, you're going to have a hard time articulating to your teams and others why you exist and for what purpose. And understanding your own purpose is really critical to being.
Ditto exactly what he said. But I would like everybody to look at things that we don't, you touched on it, we don't look at enough. Find a successor that you can mentor, that you feel, not a person that person you say, that can do it. Find a person that you say, there's something in that person that I want to pull out. And find that person that may be waiting to say something, may not have the courage to bring it up, and try to mentor that person. So pick them. Either they're gonna want to or they're not, but go choose somebody you may have never, ever thought can do it. You will be surprised.
And I think what I would say is, I want you to name the decision that you've been avoiding. You all have it. There's something that you've been avoiding. And I want you to put a date on that. And the date is Friday. So you're going to do this on Monday, and the date is Friday. And I don't want you spinning anymore. You're not going to wait. You're not going to wait for more information. You're not going to run it through chat one more time. You are seriously going to say, the time is now to make the decision. There are very few decisions at this point in the game that are going to bankrupt you in 24 hours. So if that's true for most organizations and most people, You can always come back from it. It's okay. So build in a little more compassion for yourself, build in a timeline that's a little bit different, and let's make sure that you get those decisions made. Do we have time for a few questions?
I just do want to add though, Susan said from Monday, so we're here now at this brilliant event, and it's Vegas. So until Monday, I think we should all have some fun.
We're on Vegas time. Is that what you're saying? Have some fun around that too? Yeah? Okay, so we do have a few minutes for questions. Yeah, if you go to a microphone so we could hear you, I would absolutely love that.
Kind of a two-parter. One is feedback when given. I find a lot of people do it quarterly or yearly. I think it should be done like for 5 minutes every day or weekly. Just, hey, quick feedback, and then make it positive. It says it's like an airline. If you don't course correct, you end up in Alaska when you want to go to Mississippi. And the other thing was, have you ever heard of the concept of the cowardly manager who doesn't have the ability to, he basically is always doing things, none of them are productive, but he wants to appear productive? And is this a type of leader that you've come across? And
Okay, great. Someone want to start? Yes, let's repeat the questions because there's weird feedback on the stage. So I think let's start with the second one. Have you come across the concept of the cowardly leader and what that may or may not? I'm just going to reframe your question and yell at me if I didn't reframe it correctly. Okay, and what does that mean for making decisions in decisiveness? So the cowardly manager that's coming in.
First thing,
Right. There's a lack of confidence there. Yeah, for sure. Right.
Yeah. I'm kind of going to connect both the things you said. First thing is you are right. And I'm sure we have all come across these kind of leaders or managers who appear to be productive on paper, but are they really productive? Not so much, right? And I think this is where some of such managers, the mentors, always know who you are, right? So feedback more frequent than usual, I think, plays a big role here. And end of the day, you can guide these individuals and mentor them, but the realization has got to come from within, right? When they know that, hey, there are decisions I got to take, and there's something I can do with my work and my team, I think it makes a big difference.
Yeah. Martin, go ahead.
All right, so I think it also depends on the level of the leader. So the cowardly superior to the cowardly peer to the cowardly subordinate. I'm sorry.
The VP level?
VP level?
VP level.
Are you at the VP level? So peer or above?
What level are you at? Okay. So just below VP.
So I think really in those situations, it's about instilling confidence and support that you're there to help them in their decisions and will carry them through, right? But then it gives you the opportunity to talk to them about the motivation for the decision and how they can feel supported, because we all lead, whether we admit it or not, with moments of fear. And what we also want is people in the organization who will tell us that they're behind us, and then even if we make a mistake, they're going to carry it through. That's your role if they're your superior. If they're your peer, I think you have to be, as a leader, direct and brutally honest. And I think we sometimes fail to do that in an organization. And then if it's below you, you also lead with support and compassion. One of the things that we often give up when we talk about our subordinates and the people that work for us is empathy. You have to put yourself back in that position, just like you're in right now, that their leader might not be what they are expecting or they're not getting the feedback. You have to give that empathy to them and the support.
Manuel?
It's all of the above. And I mean, when you look at your peers or a manager, maybe it's either, I'd say cowardly, but maybe be a little bit more soft on their decision making. I'm a Lean Six Sigma black belt, so I use the theory of SWOT. Theory of SWOT is your strength, your weakness, your opportunity, and your threats. Very easy. Google it, pull it up, find it. Very simple also to be pointed at, why are you picking on me? You know, it's one of those things. So as a leader, you kind of look at some of the tools that you have that you can work with that person. Everybody has a strength, everybody has a weakness, an opportunity, and a threat. Then you explain to them, your strength can help others, your weakness and your opportunity, and then your threats could be, let's try to change this. You don't let it go and say, now go do something about it. As a leader, now you have to build a simulation plan. You have to build a 90-day vision for them to help them. I call it a 20-mile march, where you help them with that march. Either you're behind them pushing them, or they're pushing you, or whatever. You're not going to cover each and every one of those, but I guarantee that person that may have not have been that strong leader at that time, when you're done with that SWOT, which usually takes around 90 days, they will walk out there with more confidence as a leader. They may not, and I had to make a decision to take a senior manager and make him my senior process manager, because he was strong in engineering, but he was not strong in leading people. And he came to me after SWOT analysis telling me, here's where I feel I can help.
So as we close this panel, the other thing that I would say, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this, is fear archetype work will change not only you, but everyone that you work with. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, every single person on the planet has a fear archetype from which they make decisions from and not from. So if yours is scarcity, remember that person is making decisions out of scarcity all the time. That could be a money story that they grew up with, and it's still showing up when they're 50 years old and they're running a company. If their fear is, and if they've got imposter syndrome going up, like I fear that I really don't know what I'm doing, that's going to show up time and time and time again. I implore every leader and every organization to find someone like myself or the leaders up here to do fear archetype work with your people. It will not only change how they feel about themselves and their ability to make decisions, but it will help you become leaner, faster decision makers as an organization and give yourself more confidence. Because when you put fear on your team, you're like, fear is just part of the work. Fear is just here. Fear's never going to go away. So I'm like, hey, fear, come have a seat. Thanks for making sure that I know that this might come up again. Let's chat about that. And then we're still going to do what we need to do. It will change the organization. I hope those answers really kind of got to your question. How much time do we have? Oh. Okay, great. So in our last 5 minutes, is there someone else who had a question? Okay, then I'm going to ask a question. I can always talk. Microphone. All right, so give the actress a microphone. So I would love to know if they're, for Generation Z coming in, and their social construct has been upended from their years in COVID and how schooling changed for them, and their social EQ is very, very low. How are you building up decisive leadership with Gen Z? Who wants to start?
I gotta catch a plane.
You gotta catch a plane, me too.
I have, in the company I'm at now, I'll just give you an average year, 20 years. People have been employed in this company. And so their thought process is on paper. It's very a human glued type of an environment, right? So what I do is I partner them up with someone that I know that's out of their element, maybe a person that has a different thought process in how they do things. They may look different, they may act different, they talk different, walk different, what have you. But I partner them up when we have our little sections on purpose. Because we all learn from each other. I have 4 children, they're not children, they're in their 30s. I have 3 grandchildren. And I learn from them till this day. Right. And if we don't open ourselves up for the new generation coming out, and I'm 57, and if I keep thinking how I used to do things back in the 80s and the 90s, I'm never going to open it up for those that are going to be for our future. And that's where I try to partner people up together. Because there are future CEOs and everything of our whole, how we're going to be living in the future.
I'm going to be honest. I could have a differing opinion. So at Infido, we are actually big on hiring from the younger generations.
I know you are.
And kid you not, I'm not too concerned about how decisive some of the upcoming generations are. I think they are way more decisive than a lot of us. The only thing is, I think the bigger concern there is they know what their boundaries are, but setting those boundaries and what works well for them and people around them, I think is a bigger concern. So they decisive. Oh yes, trust me, they are like they have no fear, and I love that, right? Which is why we are like big on learning from them. Like you said, you learn from them all the time, but I think it's more around they can be decisive, but they just need some guidance on how to be decisive, setting the right boundaries and healthy boundaries.
Martin, do you want to take this, or you want to go catch your
really
plane?
interesting. Yeah, real quickly, I think there's two components to that, and we see this a lot. Finding people within that demographic who represent the qualities that you want to emulate. You also need coaches and teachers and peers within that group, and I think you identify them. To your point, I think they're extremely decisive. The question is, do they understand the cost of their decisions? I think sometimes it's easy to make a decision without understanding the consequences, and I think you give them scenarios and situations where making that rapid decision does have some consequences so that they learn.
Right.
I am honored to sit on this panel with you, and I just want to say thank you for each of your perspectives. I want to say thank you to each of you, and we all want more decisive leadership, I think, in the world. So thank you for giving us a light to the way. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Susan. You're a great moderator.
Very good, very good. Thank you, everybody.
I changed my shoes. Other smart shoes, not as high.
Oh, okay, great.
Old dancer knees are hurt. Yes. Oh yeah, they're Disney knees too.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing such invaluable lessons on navigating risks and making bold decisions. Have you ever been so close to a major setback that it felt like your business might not survive? What would you do differently if you could turn back the clock? In the upcoming session, I almost crashed my business, then I got smarter. Our panelists will share candid stories of high-stakes mistakes, the lesson they learned the hard way, and the strategies that transformed potential failures into growth opportunities. This is the chance to learn firsthand how top executives turned critical moments into stepping stones for success. Please put your hands together for Pankaj Kumar, founder and CEO of Bold Masala. The stage is all yours.
That's great, being really lucky. You want to use it? Mike. Oh, okay, yeah, that's awesome. That's great. Hi, guys. My name is Pankaj Kumar. I am a founder or franchisor of Bold Masala. I started this business, Bold Masala, at the time of COVID. COVID hit, and I was sitting at home for quarantine for 2 weeks. In that 2 weeks, I was thinking what is going on in my office. So you have a corporate office where you have corporate politics is going on, and you're sitting at home, nobody's picking up your call, you have no idea what is going on. So I was thinking that, okay, I'm gonna get fired. Do I have a job? What should I do? And I was working throughout my 27 years in the fast casual restaurant. So I decided that, okay, I want to start a restaurant. So I sit down and I was talking to my wife. I said, hey, I want to start my own business. I need to have a plan B. So she said, what do you want to do? I was like, well, I want to start a restaurant. She said, are you crazy? Restaurants are closing down. Why you want to start a restaurant? do something else. I was like, I don't know anything else. I need to start a restaurant. And I started doing some research. I came to know about a cloud kitchen. Now, cloud kitchen is something which is low investment and everything is online. You order food through the Uber, Grubhub, DoorDash, and you get delivered. But you have no clue the food is coming from which kitchen, where, is there any restaurant, there's no restaurant, it's on the cloud. So I was like, okay, this is great. I took this space, signed up the lease for 1 year. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna figure out what to do. Meanwhile, I got a call from my office saying that, okay, hey, you have to come back to work because you are essential business, part of the essential business. So I have to go back to work, and 10 to 5, I was working. And because I had a space and there is no time restriction, because being in a cloud, you can open anytime. You can swipe open and you swipe close. So what I did, I started my kitchen 6 in the evening till 1 o'clock in the night, and used to do delivery. I was a one-man show. I started with myself. I used to go set up a kitchen, and now there was a facility for me being in a cloud kitchen. You can set up multiple kitchens, multiple brand. And I had almost 10 to 12 brands. Every brand is serving something different, either chicken wings, burger, fried chicken, Indian food, all sort of products. And I used to call every single kitchen customers next day and see, hey, how was the food? What do you like? What do you hate? And I collected the data. I did it for 1 year. So first 6 months, it was great. It was amazing. Sales was going up. One-man show, we are doing $40,000, $50,000 a month. I was like, wow. But after 6 months, when the COVID start fading and people start going back to work, right? So they start going out and eating food. So sales start dropping. Then I realized, okay, this bubble is gone. Now I have no choice to do something else. In between, one of my customer who came to my cloud kitchen, and he was like, where is your restaurant? I was like, no, this is not a restaurant. It's just a kitchen. You can collect your food if you pick up, or you order online. I said, like, what? Your food deserves to be in a better place. And I was like, okay. So he said, let me connect you to somebody. And they are a developer in Wilmington, Delaware. So they were building a beautiful food place. It's called Food Hall. They gave me a space for the 400 square feet, small, tiny space. Meanwhile, I knew that, okay, I have 20 items which I'm going to sell. I decided a name and set up the entire restaurant. It did well. It was successful. So once they start building a second location, which was in Houston, so they said, okay, I want you to come and open a store in Houston. I was like, all right. So there's one location is 4 hours from the flight, and one location which is 2 hours by road. So for me, it was a pressure to build the entire process in place so people can, whoever is working in the restaurant, they should be able to do things by themselves. And once I set up entire process, and I can see that the Houston location is run by Nico. He is from Mexico. He has no clue about the food. He was following my process, and the customer review was 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, and where I had another team in Wilmington, they were young kids. They were running it, 2, 3 kids. They were running the store, and I see 4.5, 4.6. So I realized that, okay, this is great. I have a good review. I have a process and system in place, and it's working. Now, after a year, I start getting a feedback that, hey, do you like to franchise because you have 2 different locations? And I was like, okay, I haven't thought about the franchising. So I went to the lawyer. I was like, look, I have a concept, and I thought I have a great concept. I'm going to franchise it. So we sat down with the lawyer. We work on the costing and realized $120,000 to franchise your business. And I was like, wow. So I start thinking that, okay, this money, if I invest on myself, I learned the franchise processing. I learned the franchise law. maybe I can give a time for a year or two, but it's gonna stay with me, right? I don't have to go back to someone for every contract or every changes or anything else is happening. And I can help somebody else if they want to grow. People like me who has a smaller operations and they want to transit and become a franchisor. So I went to Palm Beach University. From there, IFPG, became a franchise consultant. And I had another 600 brands to sell, right? So if somebody walks in and said, okay, hey, Pankaj, maybe I don't like the food business. Do you have any other options? So the now lead generation was happening, and I was using that to sell 600 other brands. In that process, what happened, we realized that the food, what we were selling it, and the trend was changing. Trend is changing towards the healthy food, right? And we were seeing that customers are walking to us and say, hey, this is healthy, but can you make it more, lunch oriented? And that's where, most of the time when you go to Indian restaurant, you're gonna see they open 4 in the evening till midnight, because this is not something which you eat and go back to your desk. And it's not really easy to eat as well. So, if you go to the Indian restaurant, they have a small bowls and all those items, and you have a carb. So what we thought, okay, let's just start working towards how we can make it as a healthier option. And we did okay, let's build a bowl where you have a basmati rice, you have a protein on the top and a lot of veggies. So as a customer, you start eating from veggie, go to the protein and carbs. So it's become sustainable, it's not heavy, it's great. You're getting your veggies, you're getting your protein, what you require, and a little bit of carbs. So sustainable energy. And now after that, we start seeing that, okay, lunch crowd is start increasing. And we see that, okay, people like that concept. And then we start franchising from there. So now we have 7 locations all over, and we are opening 5 more by end of this year. So we are looking at somewhere to hit our target of 15 locations by end of this year, if possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you have any questions, you can interact. I'm open, because I know I'm standing alone here. So, yeah, go ahead, just say it. Yes. No, yeah, that's right. So it's all about similar size of warehouse. You convert that into a small kitchen. It's like a full-fledged apartment. You take a bag, you walk in, and you start. So they build the entire kitchen for you. All right? Fear was there. First, this business has started with the fear of losing my job. That was number one. So, because I came from England, and always we see that when you're working as an employee, and if you're not performing, then you have 90 days of the period where you go through your performance review and opportunity for you to improve. And then you get fired or you stay, right? But when I came to America, I was working for a company, and my vice president asked me that, okay, you have to fire Chris. So I went to HR, I said, can I have the file? I wanted to see why should I fire him? I need to know where he is gonna pay the bill if I fire him, what happened, what are the opportunity we have given. I got a file, has nothing on it. So I sat with him and I was trying to understand and come to that conclusion and say thank you. My vice president walked in, he was watching me through the window. He walked in and said, Mr. Kumar, you are wasting your time and wasting Chris' time. I said, Chris, thank you very much for your service. While you're going out, collect your paycheck. And I was taken back. I was like, wow, this is what you can do here? Okay. So when COVID hit, that was running in my head, and I was working on plan B. And I would like everybody to have a plan B in that matter. Even while we are working and we are running a business, you have a fear, the franchisee who you are bringing on board, right? And employees who you bringing on board is always going to be a fear.
Question. So
Yes, sir.
What was the one thing that you felt like was the thing that made you smarter going forward when you crashed?
Yeah, so in the food business, you will always gonna find, you pick up any brand, either Subway, McDonald's, or any of the brand which is growing right now. What they do, they go and build a centralized kitchen. And from there, they build a supply chain, right? So we had a similar opportunity as well to do that, to making sure your quality and consistency, that's the word everybody is using, right? So if you're building a centralized kitchen, you're looking at $1 million investment. And that $1 million investment gonna be a burden on each location. So you are under pressure of performance that I have to open multiple locations ASAP to generate that money to support this elephant which I'm having it here, but doesn't really solve the purpose. So what I have done in that scenario to maintain, I've gone back and I picked up some of those international cuisine and their process, and I took Indian food and basically mix and match. I changed the Indian, how you cooking it. And so we cook everything local in the store. It was a challenge that how we can do it. If we don't do it, then it's another burden, and that definitely you cannot sustain. In the business, you have to be sustainable. You have to stay on the ground. You know, we play cricket. So in that cricket, we always say, if you are on the pitch, the run might come, may not come, but if you're not on the pitch, you are zero. Right, so you have to sustain, you have to stay in the business, making sure your operating cost is very, very low. And that's where it gives you a more room and more time, by your time to fix those corrections and, you know, becoming better. And always listening to your customer. Your customers are, I personally realize that the customers always come to you with well wishes. They always have good heart, and they always want you to succeed. You know, if I have seen in my case, I do get personalized email if any of my location do anything wrong. They don't go and write on the social media. They're like, okay, I really want you to succeed. Your food is great, the store looks amazing, and these are the issues which I want you to fix. So it's, if you open door with customers and they come to me and say, okay, hey, your bowl is protein bowl. Why do you call butter chicken bowl? Or, okay, that's great. It's another selling point. So a lot of things which you cannot bring from your side based on your education, learning, experience. But somebody like you walk in and said, okay, why don't you position this way? It helps you to increase the sales, and that's what happened in my scenario. Thank you. It was a great opportunity. I enjoyed being here. The restaurant called Bold Masala, B-O-W-L-D, Bold Masala. Yeah, so it's the whole idea was having a bold, and I wanted to bring as in a bowl form, and how we can, you know, make it as a bold masala. We just opened recently in Pentagon City Mall. I remember when we started, we gone to the Simon, we went to the airport. I'm knocking the door everywhere I can, and they always turn me down. But once you stay in the market, you stay in the business, okay, they're watching you. Everybody's watching you, you know, okay, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. You're still there? Okay, here you go. I have a space for you.
Have you come to the
Houston, I have 3 locations right now.
Okay.
So we are in Memorial Mall, we are in Richmond, we are in the Post, one of the downtown location. Colorado, we have one in Denver. Denver downtown, we have opened one location. Yeah, absolutely. So my positioning for Bol Masala is pretty simple. We want you to eat healthy food with a reasonable pricing. So if there isn't a McDonald's and you have a crowd and you can see people are standing, if I give you an opportunity to spend same $15 and get a healthy bowl, and or either you get a burger and fries or friend, you know. So I look at that scenario, and mostly I see from my clienteles are 18 plus. And everybody after COVID, you're looking for some kind of opportunity to eat healthy. Is sometimes you don't have that opportunity. If opportunity has been brought to you, you will love to eat. If you go to the airport, I would love to have an airport where you are flying, traveling, and if you get a nice healthy food with the same reasonable price, I'm sure you will like to jump on it. Yes. So it's our whole idea that 400 square feet, we don't need a hood or anything in that scenario. Whole idea for me, it comes from, 30 years ago when I finished my college, I went to the McDonald's and asking for franchisee. And the McDonald's asked me for certain amount, which is, I was like, wow, I can build my home kitchen for $10,000 and my mom can cook one of the best food. Why do I have to spend so much money for flipping a burger patty, right? So that's the concept, and I wanted to build for $50,000. So the idea behind is not about the money or space, it's all about we are looking for a space where you have a crowd, you have a traffic, you have young generations. I see my kids, they used to eat pepperoni pizza, they used to love it, now they don't eat. Now they are learning, they are understanding healthy products. They don't want to eat any more processed meal. If they do not have any veggies on the dinner, they will ask questions, and which is, we don't think that way, right? But the next generation, they're definitely going to be, and they are my clienteles. They are growing, they're going to pass out from the college and start working and spending money. So definitely like university, airport, service stations, all of these places are going to be our main. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, what a day of incredible insights and bold conversations. Before we wrap up, let's dive into our final session. Have you ever wondered how small businesses can not only survive, but thrive in a world dominated by industry giants? What strategies allow them to stay agile, innovative, and true to their core identity? Our next session, How Can Small Businesses Thrive in a Market Dominated by Giants, will explore the power of authenticity, community connections, and strategic thinking to compete and grow sustainably. Get ready for practical tips, inspiring stories, and actionable insights to help smaller ventures make a big impact. Please welcome our panelists, Dr. John Warner, Chief Customer Officer at American Battery Solutions. Welcome. Sam Shah, CEO of The Fraction. Oh, Sam's not here. Excuse me. And we have Akshay Markande, founder and CEO of Version X Innovations, and Omar Ramat, CEO of Office Technology Partners LLC. So let's give them a warm round of applause. And John Paul. CEO, 14th Floor Solutions, LLC. Welcome.
Thank you so much. All right, well, thank you, everyone, and a special thank you to everyone that's still here. The last session of the last day is always the most difficult, so that's why they saved this great panel for the last to give you some excitement. We're expecting the doors to fly open and 100 people to fill the room here in the next few minutes, but if not, we're going to have a great conversation, and feel free to ask questions as we get into it. So again, I'm John Warner. I'm actually the Chief Industry Relations Officer, moved into a new role here recently with American Battery Solutions. We're a battery pack manufacturer, so we make battery packs for things like electric trucks and electric buses and commercial and fleet vehicles. So this topic is very relevant for me and for what I do, and I think it's going to be relevant for different reasons for all four of us here because we work in different industries. What we want to talk about today is really big companies and small companies. We tend to all be in small companies. A lot of the companies I've heard speaking today are in the small to mid-sized term here. So how do we compete in industries where we've got these giants in there? And I'll give you some examples from my own industry as we go through here. But there's data out there that tells us that about 20% of today's $10 billion valuation companies started as small businesses just in the last 2 decades. So we know that small businesses can and will succeed. The question is, how do they win? What do they do differently to become those big businesses? They don't win on, again, small businesses don't win on scale, and we don't win on resources, but we win on speed, focus, differentiation, intimacy, and the ability to adapt faster and better than the big guys. So with that, we're going to answer the questions, or at least we'll try to. We'll discuss the questions. How do you scale without losing what made you special? And how do you compete without becoming diluted version of the big guys? With that, let each of our panelists introduce themselves, give a little bit of background, and then we'll delve into some questions. So John, you want to start?
Sure. I'm John Pohl, the founder and chief elevator operator of 14th Floor Solutions. So I'm a CEO. 14th Floor Solutions is a marketing firm. I've had, over the last 19 years, over 50 brilliant clients, very innovative clients, and it's been my pleasure to do my job, which is to help them tell their stories so that their target audiences appreciate and really understand how special their offerings are. And there's nothing I enjoy more than being able to see one of my clients get the outstanding results that their outstanding technology deserves.
Awesome.
Hi. My name is Akshay. I am founder of a company called Version X. So I kept this name Version X because I believe that tech in general has to evolve. So hence the name was coined for it. So Next denotes forever improving. As a company, we focus on that. What got me started was that I was very intrigued by why one company succeed and why one company failed in the same line. So I started getting more interested in that. So then I realized it is all about efficiency. So then I turned my interest or passion into a business. So I work with organizations to help them get more efficient. So all businesses should or probably need to be more efficient in whatever they are doing. I have probably a self-interest or more passion in that side, so I could pretty much help any business or any company get more efficient in whatever that they do. So very broad statement. But that is what I do, and that is what was the starting of Version X. I have close to about 7 or 8 Fortune 100 company clients working with me, and there are of course small and mid-sized companies that I work with. So as a business doing well now, so I've been doing this for about 10 years.
Thank you, Akshay. My name is Omar Amat, and I'm the CEO of Office Technology Partners. We are an expense reduction business, so I work with mid to large-sized businesses. I help them reduce their cost of operation related to their operational contracts. I find this very, very rewarding because, based on my experience, there's a huge gap between what the customers are spending and what the contractual pricing and terms need to be. So examining those vulnerabilities at my clients and exploring it with them and finding advantages and areas of improvement really makes my job very rewarding. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. So in my business, we've got an interesting industry. We're led by 3 giants, 3 companies in the battery space, literally make up 65% of the market. So there are these giants in there. So one of the questions that I want to start with is, and this is a question that we had to face when we started the company, is what's the biggest single disadvantage or challenge that small businesses face today when working with these markets and trying to face these giants? Let's start with that one. And Omar, why don't we start with you?
Sure. I think the single biggest challenges that businesses have is limited financial capability. They don't have access to a large capital like the giants do. And, to navigate their way through this, tough climate is very hard for them. So I would say that is the number one biggest challenge for most small businesses. They need capital to get them going.
I have maybe a couple of points to add more. So money is one of the part, but I also feel it's the knowledge and the experience. Because a larger company is doing something for 20 years, so of course they would have more knowledge about something which a smaller company has to still get to. And what makes money easier for a larger company is to have right talent. So you could still have certain people, you can buy somebody who's 20 years experience and try to get to that knowledge or experience faster. But then the lack of money then also stops you from doing that.
Yeah, no, and that's a great point. We saw that in my industry that we found that the companies that tend to be more successful are the ones that can pay a little better. They can bring those resources in, and then ultimately when they find strategic partners, one of the things we struggle with in the battery space is it's capital intensive. So you get to a point where the VC funding just can't continue anymore, and you need that big strategic partner or that big capital injection to be able to move. So, John, what do you think?
Well, those are great answers. As a marketing guy, I'm going to come at it from a slightly different angle. I think one of the biggest challenges for a small company going after a big company is the fact that they have very little awareness or credibility. Especially if you're in the B2B space, when somebody's buying a product from you, typically it's a pretty big ticket item, and they're taking a risk on you if they've never heard of you before, and they don't have any evidence or you don't have any reputation to hang your hat on. So it doesn't mean you can't overcome that challenge, but it is a challenge that you have to be aware of and make sure that you somehow are able to convince a prospect that despite the fact they've never heard of you before, you're the best solution for their needs.
John, that is a great story. And let me add, so when we started ABS, we literally rented a conference room in a hotel for like the first 3 months. So we were meeting with prospective customers in the lobby of this hotel. So they got there and looking around and said, what is going on? So once we moved into a real facility, things started to change. But those first couple of months, you could definitely see it in customers' eyes. Like, why are we meeting here? So that credibility really was a big challenge when we started. Awesome. So let's flip that question around. And John, why don't you start us with this one? What's the most underutilized advantage small businesses have? You work with a lot of small businesses in your firm, so what do you think?
Well, I think there's a great opportunity that comes from the fact that most companies, including most big companies, do a really bad job at one thing, and that is telling their story. There's something called a customer promise, which has three components that every company, no matter how big they are, should have. They should be making to their prospect. Basically, it's to say that your product, number one, is offering something of great value to the prospect, something that they look at it, they listen to it, and they say, wow, I want that. I can't get that from anybody else. Secondly, it should be something that's unique to you, something you can own that they can't get from anybody else. And thirdly, it's got to be something that you can convince them, even though they've never heard of you before, that you can deliver, you can walk the talk. So if you have a customer promise, studies show that it will triple your chances of increasing market share. So you would think that everybody would do this, right? Everybody have a customer promise, but the same study showed that of all the companies that they studied, and it was over 700, only 18% had a customer promise. As they were marketing themselves, only 18% had a customer promise. You can own, yeah. Yeah, that you're the only one making the claim, ideally. And yeah, just the fact that whatever you're hanging your hat on, whatever you're promising is big, it's significant. It's something it's not something that they've heard from anybody else. It's something that makes people go, I want that. Yeah. We don't have that now. And no one else has ever offered it. Those are the three. Those are the three. Yeah. Exactly.
I have a slightly different take at it. I think the larger companies can do a better narration of a promise, or maybe they could still portray themselves or do a better storytelling. What I also don't agree is that you have to be very unique. You could do something which is better. So the advantage of a smaller company would always be that we have a blank slate, right? We are not carrying anything legacy. We have an advantage of starting from zero, so we could actually build something which is very modern, very different than what larger companies are doing. We have the agility or the speed to deliver. We don't have red tapes. All those things add. Just to give you an example, I think long back when Google started, right? So there was, email was something that nobody thought, there was Yahoo Mail, Hotmail, there were all the mails, right? In somebody to think of getting into an email kind of a business was, I think people would have laughed at it, who would want to get into an email side of business, right? So the advantage Google had, because they was very young, so they started a new kind of an email format, which was not their even people are used to of emails, but then Google kind of did something better as a young company. So even though they were not unique, they did far better than we all know Google where it is.
Good. I agree with everything you just said, but I do want to rebut one thing. And that is, you said the bigger companies can do a better job.
Storytelling, yes.
Yeah, and I don't think they do, Akshay. And an example that maybe you wouldn't relate to if you don't watch the Super Bowl, but anybody here who does, I think would agree that most of the ads in the Super Bowl, they're run by huge companies that are spending millions and millions of dollars just for the one ad, and they're terrible ads. They don't say anything. If you look at them, almost none of them says anything of essence, of substance about their product. They just try to be entertaining. And in my opinion, it's very subjective, but in my opinion, most of them fail miserably at being entertaining. No, there aren't many Super Bowl ads that people are talking about around the water cooler the next day. And these are big companies, so they do everything else well, but that's the reason I got into the business.
But there's not that they can't do. Maybe for some reason they are not able to do. That's a different thing. But they can always do it because they have more resources or more money to, of course, do a better job.
They should do a better job. They have no excuse for not doing a better job.
Yeah, that's great, guys. Well said. I think one of the most underutilized thing that small businesses do is their ability to adapt quickly. Mm-hmm. Adaptability is very, very important in the business climate. I mean, if you're a small flower shop and you can't adapt to the e-commerce or get involved with credit card processing or anything like that right away, then the 1-800-Flowers win. So you got to make sure that you stay afloat and you adapt very, very quickly to the business climate. You have the ability to do that because you're agile. You have a small, staff maybe, and you have the ability to move and make things happen. Where a larger organization have to go through some red tape and resources to make it happen. So adaptability is a very important key, and any small business should take advantage of it.
That's a great point, Omar. One of the things I would add to, and I agree with all of those statements, one of the things I would add to is that small businesses, we tend to, again, have the ability to focus more. And when I say what I mean that is if I look at a big company, they maybe have the resources to work in multiple things. Again, in my industry, we see companies that put batteries in everything from e-bikes up to transit buses or stationary systems. When we started the company, we said, we're going to do one thing. We've got one type of customer we're going to serve, and that was fleet and commercial vehicle manufacturers. We said, we know we don't want to do automotive because we're just a cost center there, and the volumes are going to drive capital that we can't afford. And if you go beyond that, it's too small. But in this market, we know that they don't have the battery experience, they don't have the technical capability, that we have, and they don't have the manufacturing capability to do these things. So we added something, again, a value story to John's point, that we were able to get in there and be very successful. But we were able to keep focused. And I would say that's been also a challenge, because when you're VC funded, I find, and you guys tell me what you think, but when you're VC funded, you also get pushed in other directions a lot of times. And we saw that a lot in some of my competitors in the battery space actually had challenges because of that. They ended up trying to do too many things and ultimately driving to failure.
I just want to do a quick spin-off of what John said about Super Bowl. We all watched Bad Bunny show, but he highlighted like a small business in his songs, like a taco stand in LA, and overnight it became a sensation. Yeah. And people lined up for it. So sometimes things like that have a lot of power, the exposure that a small business could get through some connection with a big name or big business.
Yeah. Actually, you had a comment?
No, I was just maybe joking that I think funding kills creativity. So
Yeah, exactly.
they'll push you for sales.
So if we look at, large companies tend to win. We talked about with capital, they've got infrastructure. So where should we focus? Where should small businesses choose not to compete? And again, that's kind of the example I just gave with us. We specifically chose some areas we weren't going to work in. How do you manage that in a small business? Actually, why don't you start?
So I think small businesses for sure cannot compete on anything which is capital intensive. I think that's something they should stay away from. What they could definitely do is, I think in today's world, most of the things you can either partner or like probably pull an API and use it. So and in fact, that is good because you don't have to spend money. Once you get a customer, you first charge and then you can just buy that technology in some form, shape or size and just sell it. So I think focus there is always better that way.
Right.
Go ahead, Omar.
Okay, I think one of the things that small businesses should avoid doing is go head to head with the big guys, because I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Shark Tank. Mr. Wonderful, he's like, I'm going to crush you like the cockroach that you are. So you don't want to be crushed by the big business. So there's no need to go head to head with them. You're very resilient. You're mobile. You're agile. Use your adaptability. Use your resourcefulness. And you can go alongside. Like in my industry, in cost-saving industry, there's a few giants, McKinsey, Powerhouse, or some of the other companies. And usually what they do is when companies engage them to come and do some cost reduction for them or cost analysis for them, they send a college kid wet behind the ears, and they make more of a mess than actually help them. So use your ability to communicate to them that you are a professional of 20, 30 years in the industry, and you can bring so much more to the business and identify their vulnerabilities so much clearer and provide them such a better solution than anyone else could with much less experience. So use that to your advantage as a small business. That's what I would say.
Awesome.
The thing I would add is that in addition to everything that Akshay and Omar said that I totally agree with, particularly from a capital standpoint, I would be careful to make sure you understand the cost of going to market in whatever industry is. For example, if you're selling a product that's going to sell through a retail store, you probably have to have a distributor who's going to sell the product to the store for you. They're going to charge anywhere from 5% to 20% or so margin or commission on that. The retailer, depending on the retailer, is going to want a margin of, it could be upwards of 55 or 60%. If you can sell at Costco, do that because they make a much lower margin. But if you want to sell through major department stores or even stores like Target or so forth, you got to factor in the margin that they have to make. And at the end of the day, the percentage of that retail price that you get is a pretty small sliver. So study that very carefully.
Yeah, that's why we stay in the B2B space. That's actually the same reason we didn't get into automotive, though, right? We know in the automotive space, and I come out of Detroit, a typical tier 1, tier 2 margin is single-digit percents.
Yep.
And so we knew that wasn't where we wanted to be. We knew that wasn't where the VC market would be. So we actually strategically kind of chose a segment that we focused on.
Exactly.
Awesome. So let me ask this question. What's a strategic decision you think small businesses consistently get wrong? What do we do wrong or maybe do too early when we're starting a young business?
That's a very good question. A lot of small businesses that I've seen, that I've noticed, they overspend their capital on large marketing campaigns and advertising. And they get these large infrastructure protocols, and they invest in Salesforce 200 Enterprise 2.0. And a lot of times they don't really need to do that. They can do away with very, very small, unique software packages that are geared towards small business and will do the job. I mean, when I started this business, that Excel spreadsheet was just as good as, HubSpot for me, until the business, grew to the point where I had the capital to invest in a HubSpot or a Salesforce. So, don't sell yourself short. You have the capability. It all boils down to your process, how hard you work, and how clear your mission statement is, and how well your methodology and process is set up. The rest is really minutia, because everything else is going to fall in place once you have a good method and process in place.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think having a process and again, managing your cash flow early on, right? So we see that a lot in my industry. People will overinvest, put in too much capacity too early. We had a lot of government grants in this side of the industry, so people would put in way more than they, capacity than actually had customers aligned for, and so that caused a lot of challenges. Excellent.
I started my career for about the first 25 years in consumer products, and I was director of marketing for companies like Gallo and Kellogg's, and VP marketing for Dial and Cobra Electronics. And in those businesses, they were like what you described, Omar, where those companies had to spend big money in advertising. In the B2B space, which is where I focus most of my consulting, they don't have that luxury. Aren't many companies that have, that I've seen, when they're starting out, that have the luxury of spending a lot of money in their marketing. Yeah. But they do make a mistake, I think, and big companies can make the same mistake. They don't think about their messaging, because even if you don't have a big advertising budget, you've got a website, you've got sales literature that you're putting together, maybe you're doing posts on Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever, email marketing, and you've got to tell your story there. And I think most founders, because in many cases they developed the product, they created, they conceived of it, it's their baby, and it's a special product, and they know intimately just how special it is. And they tend to assume that it's obvious to everybody else just how special it is, and it's not. So I think a lot of companies fail, even though they've got great technology, great innovation, because they don't make their target audience understand just how special it is. So that's something that, don't make the assumption that everybody else is going to automatically get just how special your baby is.
And I'll echo what John said, and that sometimes small businesses have to make some serious decision. Do they want to make payroll for the next couple of months, or do they want to just blow it on a Facebook ad or a Google ad? So you really have to be careful to have the cash flow. That's number one. That's the bloodline for any business. Yeah. Yep. First and foremost, to keep the cash flow going.
Yep. I'll probably add a few things from my experience, since you said strategically what small companies go wrong in acting big. So the word act itself is a negative term, right? So first of all, you should never act. Always remain true to what you have. So typically when I started my company, I had some finite money, so since I was not venture capitalist and all that, I have bootstrapped. So I had only an X amount of money, and I wanted to make sure that I spend it wisely. So before I made any big plans, made any strategies, nothing I did, I just made sure that I talk and try to get 10 customers. I made sure that I just get the first 10 customers, because those 10 customers will teach you everything about you. Maybe you have something in your head, a notion. It may be right or wrong, but you would not know unless you really get a customer. So I would only say you first go knock the doors, don't spend money anywhere. If you can walk, don't take taxi. Do whatever it takes, just get first 10 customers. I think that should set you good. If you go wrong there, you generally will go wrong.
Yeah, that's a great point. Starting out getting those first solid customers is all the difference.
So I didn't even charge any money. So the first 10 customers, I said, you just use my product, don't pay me anything. I'm fine. So I'm okay with that as well, because I think those 10 customers then taught me so much that I could end up with now 200. So
yeah, it's interesting. I advise a couple of young startup companies in my industry, and it's one of the things that I've focused into a couple of them is asking the question, who is your customer? Because sometimes they've got a great technology and they get excited about the technology, right? And they say, oh, this is a great widget, it's going to do this. But what they don't ask is, okay, who's going to buy this from me? And so I kind of spent, I know with one company, I spent probably the first 6 weeks asking the same question. Who is your customer? Tell me what this person looks like. What's their job description be? How are they going to use this? But understanding who your customer is, I think helps you drive towards there. You need to know, what is the product you're offering, and then who is it you're going to be selling to. A lot of times, again, especially in the technology side of the world, we see somebody has a great idea and they say, this is awesome, but again, they don't know who the customer is.
Good point.
Awesome. So should we even aspire to become big companies? As we get these small companies here, should we focus on that, do you think? Or should we maintain our niches here?
I think it depends on your business model. Number one, certain businesses are never meant to become conglomerates. And certain businesses just need to focus on staying nimble, focused on their strategy, on growing their company, and make sure that it has sustainable growth. cash flows in, they have good people, they have an environment of trust, good culture. You stay focused on these things and you develop these things over time. And if you're in a certain space where you could potentially be bought up by Google or Facebook or somebody else, Meta, somebody's going to end up purchasing you if you stay focused on staying nimble, resilient, and process-oriented. I see this a lot in my cost reduction industry. A lot of my clients, they focus on the contract. They say, okay, we have a contract with vendor ABC. Let's negotiate a better deal with them. We're paying $10,000 a month. Okay, now they're offering us $9,000 a month. Okay, deal. Let's sign another 5-year contract with them. But what they don't realize is that if they go through a certain process, which is first, you have to determine where you are in order to identify where you want to go. So you have to do a discovery of what your current needs and requirements are in the first place, because the contract that you currently have in place may be completely based on wrong requirements that may have been relevant 5-6 years ago, but aren't relevant now.
Yeah, they change.
Unless you do that, you're not going to get to the bottom of it, because maybe you could do the contract at $5,000 a month, not at $9,000 a month. But you have to have a good process of discovery, creating the current scope of work, and then based on that, you negotiate the contract with the vendor.
Perfect. Great answer. Akshay, you talked yesterday a little bit about getting ready to grow your company, expanding out of India and moving into some other regions. What's your philosophy around that? When you think about that, how are you going to manage that growth?
I think managing anything doesn't really matter by region. I think when you're managing these days, you're not physically going and managing anything, right? So you pretty much have to have good systems and good tools. So for me, I think I paid a lot of attention because I sell efficiency, right? So for me, it was very, very critical for me to stay true to the efficient business format. So I've always made sure that whatever I'm doing, with how least overheads can I do something. I think since I've been focused from day one, for me, I think I had one support person when I had one customer. Now I have about 200, I still have one support person. So I also believe that when you make good systems, they should just work more reliably. So if you focus on reliability, that any which ways takes care of all your overhead, because you don't have to engage with customer, you don't have to send someone, you don't have to manage things. Excellent. So you pay a lot of attention in making reliable system. I think reliability is extremely important. It gives you a great advantage in terms of your scalability and your cost benefits.
Excellent. Perfect.
Also, I think from an AI perspective, maybe I can add a few things.
Yeah.
So I think AI has been, extremely valuable, at least to a smaller company like me, because earlier what I could not get access to, or I had no, the resources or the money to get access, now I can, because I can go and talk to a GPT, or I can go and talk to some agent which can give me a knowledge or experience worth 20, 30 years I would have to hire that person to get it. So that's a great advantage for smaller companies, because then we don't have to spend as much and we can get. And this is not so good for a bigger company because they already have so many people for 20 years experience. So they probably have to fire them. But we don't have to hire anyone, but we can enable maybe the people with 2 years experience to work as a 20 years experience people. So that's a great advantage as well.
Awesome. So John, you've been with big companies, you've been with small companies. So how do you maintain the traits, right? So when you think about, again, being a startup entrepreneur, how do you keep your vision? We talked about vision in one of the earlier panels today, right? How do you maintain that vision as your company grows? And that's a great question for all of us here.
Yeah, I think it starts with having for lack of a better word, an ethos that you build your company around, your standards, your values, your kind of core beliefs. And hopefully you've got a small team that you're all holding hands and you're just embracing that same vision of what you want to stand for. But there's another thing you can do beyond that, and it's going to seem trivial, but it's something I put a lot of stock in. I'm a big believer in taglines, in the models, the company model. Now, most of them are throwaway. They're interchangeable. Everybody sounds kind of the same. Take this tagline away from this car company, you can put it on this breakfast cereal and it'll work just about as well. But if you have a 3 to 7 word tagline that really captures the essence of what you believe, what you're about, I think that can be your guidepost, so that whenever you're faced with a decision, you look at the logo on the wall and say, okay, would that be consistent with that? A great example, I think, one of my favorite taglines, and it's been around for decades, is BMWs. the ultimate driving machine. And my favorite story is that decades ago, when white wall tires were the rage, they refused to put white wall tires on their cars. And the reason is that did nothing to enhance the drivability of a BMW. It didn't make it a better driving machine, a more ultimate driving machine. And that decision, I'm not sure they were looking at the tagline when they made that decision, but it just shows that at essence, they're just about being the ultimate driving machine and don't let anything else get in the way.
Yeah.
And I think that served them well for decades, and they still use that tagline.
That's awesome. Actually, so again, how do you keep the traits, your focus on process and systems? How are you going to keep that as you grow the company? Keep that vision in place?
I think it's simple it's a top-down approach. So I think if I am heading the company, it's my duty to make sure that we don't dilute any value system. I think that'll come probably many a times you feel, oh, if I do this or do that, maybe I'll get a quick gain or I can maybe get a customer or two. But I think in the long run, it's a bad thing. But I think as a leader of the company, if I can make sure that I'm not trying to push a revenue at time of compromising the value of a company, it's easy. Because you break it once, then you break it many times, then you just continue to break it. I think there's no end to it. I think that's the responsibility of the guy who's heading the company. I think if there's no rocket science to it, I think it just somewhere you have to balance your greed to your values to your business, I think.
Akshay, do you have people who work for you who sometimes will come to you with an idea that they're excited about, but you feel strays too far from what you want the focus to be?
No, I think no. So sometimes yes. So for example, if it's a very random thing, so if I'm in a business of selling shoes and somebody says, come, let's do something very different, like maybe sell an ice cream. So maybe I will have a question why. So if there is a synergy that can be drawn with what you do, because that's what add value. Because if you have two absolutely separate things, of course you're going to bleed or your resources will get wasted. But you can synergize your business lines, good, because you can use the same set of resources. Now you have two product lines. So there use synergy if you can be drawn. An idea can come from anyone, for sure.
Yeah. That's a great point. And building on that, when we started ABS, there was actually a point about 2 years into it where we were getting a lot of inquiries for what they call grid energy systems. So think of large containerized batteries. We're out of Detroit. We're all automotive guys. So we do cars, we do things that roll. And so it's a different solution. So what we did is we kept getting pushed for it. We actually brought in and started a whole other division so that we could keep our focus on the mobility aspect because it's a little different technology, it's a different sales cycle, it's a different customer. And we were pretty successful. Started up a whole other division, focused on this, created some great product. And then we ultimately spun those off into their own company. So it allowed us to kind of keep that focus.
Yeah, I mean, John brought up a good point about ethos. In any leadership culture and how you want to build your company, ethos plays a major role.
Yeah.
So if I may get philosophical a little bit, I think it was Buddha that said, peace comes from within, don't seek it from without, right? So first you have to get your house in order before you focus on everybody else and put your processes and methodologies in place, i.e. cash flow, backup, plans, stuff like that. And then the Romans turned that around by saying that a civilization isn't going to ruin itself from without, but from within, right? So you can put everything on its ear and analyze it. It really comes down to the methodology and the process and your resiliency and being nimble and agile in a moving, fast-growing market to stay afloat.
I think it's to the same point. I would say I think your core team has to carry that values because people will come and go your organization. I think core team remains. So if your core team can sustain the culture and the ethos well, I think you should be fine.
Yeah, you guys just sparked a thought in me. So our company, we were acquired in 2023 by Komatsu, 65,000 employee company. Acquired us, a little 300 person company. So we're actually in the midst of this right now, right? So we're absorbed into them. We're fully owned subsidiary now, but we're now starting to take a look, and this is actually something we're actually doing in the next couple of weeks, is sitting down and looking at our core values, looking at our mission, our vision, and our values, and saying, are these still aligned with where we want to be, and are they aligned with where our new parent wants to be? So kind of trying to make that decision is do we need to change those? Do they evolve as we evolve here? So it's an interesting point.
And they didn't try to force theirs on you?
No. So that was one of the things in our when we went through the process that we liked. We felt we were culturally similar, right? They didn't want to come in and replace all the management and drive it. They knew that we were the experts in this technology, and they weren't. And so they've come in and they've helped where we needed help. They've got 105 years of manufacturing experience. So coming in and helping us figure out how to do things better at the manufacturing floor, helping us figure out our quality systems. So they helped us with the things that they were good at. And then we've helped them as we start to develop products specifically to electrify some of their applications. So now we're at the point where we're saying, do we need to make, do we need to just take I don't think we'll see a big change, but I think we'll see a slight curve as we start to move more towards their values.
Interesting.
Awesome. All right, let's see, what's next? Here's a good question. So where does culture break first as companies grow, and how do you prevent that? Go ahead, Omar, you want to start?
Culture?
Culture, yeah.
I think culture is number one. It's the foundation. And that's what everything is built on. Mm-hmm. So it's to the person that founded the company, the founder, is to make sure that you put the foundation right. Because business is in many ways like a mountain, right? You're climbing a mountain. First, you get to the base. You got to make sure that before you climb, you got to make sure you got the right gear, because it could get cold up there, So you got to make sure you pack some warm clothes and some gear and some hiking stuff. And get ready. So the first order of business is to get organized, to have your gear in order. And then as you climb through the slopes and the valleys of the mountain, that's when you do your discovery, you're building your culture, you're adding employees, you're building trust, you're creating mission statement, you're creating processes and methodologies, you're putting all these foundations in place to build on, to build the culture of the company on. And then you get to the summit, which is the peak. You peak up at a certain point because you go, wow, this is amazing. I've never expected this kind of revenue come through the door. That is when the maintenance kicks in. That is when you really need to be careful to stay resilient and don't get lost in the mayhem and lose a lot of money on advertising and nonsense and campaigns, and keep the cash flow going and build upon it and keep the movement going. Right.
And there's probably, and I think actually you talked a little bit about, again, as the company grows and managing the vision, you're the leader and need to drive that vision. And so building on what Omar just said, I was thinking about, again, our company has grown to 300 people, so that vision, you've got to continually reinforce that drive to your senior leaders, and then they've got to have the same vision, they've got to pass that down, so it's got to roll down the hill.
So I think probably for me, vision and culture are slightly two different things. I try to keep a culture very small. I think if you have maybe 200 points or 100 points doesn't go well. So for my company, there was simple culture that we have kept it in place. One is treat others how you want to be treated. So most decisions that we take, we put ourselves in the customer's shoes and decide. Does it make sense? Second, we kept is be honest, don't lie. So I think as a company culture, we only broadly have those two statements. We just follow those. Everything is revolving around it. Now, as we go along, we may change some lines, we may change some processes. Right. But these two lines, I think, is easy to follow. If you make it too complex, if you make too many of such points, I think it'll go nowhere because people tend to.
And how do you reinforce that as you grow to make sure that when new employees come on or as you grow into new regions?
So that's since there are only 2 points, so I think it's easy to first tell them these 2 points. I think it's straightforward. And then I think second, any policies that we make in a company, we do through voting. So me as a leader, I do not decide the policy. So we put a policy out, okay, fine, that we need to do X, Y, Z. So everybody votes. So we take ideas, whichever idea is the best idea, that formulates as a policy. But those two remains the standard ethos, that we are not lying and treat others how you want to be treated.
But to build on what Akshay is saying, culture could have many other facets as well.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, your interaction with employees, the trust within the organization,
so the first point takes care of it. Treat others how you want.
The hierarchy within the organization, and obviously treatment of your customers, could be multifaceted points that you could inject within the culture of your organization. So yeah, very, very important.
I think one way a company can go wrong culture-wise is when they've grown to the point where they bring in a new person at a high level, somebody from outside the company who doesn't share the culture and doesn't, and they
didn't emerge out of it.
Right, exactly, and the people hiring him or her didn't do their due diligence well enough to see if they were going to be a good mesh with that. I think the best example, and it's pretty dramatic, it was, I don't know, 40 years ago when Apple basically fired Steve Jobs and brought in John Scully, who had been the president of Pepsi. And he totally changed the culture there, and it almost killed the company. And, famously, a couple years later, Jobs came back and turned it back around, and they grew on to dramatically greater heights than they were during his first tenure. But they really took a big step back for several years because that was such a jarring change to the culture, and it disrupted everything that the company did.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to add, I'm sorry, actually. I wanted to add that once you scale your summit, as I mentioned before, and you're on top of the mountain, you build so much potential energy. And now you got to maintain this potential energy. So a lot of work goes into maintaining that potential energy to keep things going. Sometimes it's not very hard to get to the top. It's much harder to stay at the top. Yeah, exactly.
I think what John said about when you hire a new person who comes in the organization. So we have had instances like that. So let's say somebody who's coming. Now it happens, let's say if I am coming on a senior position, I may pass a PPT work or a presentation work to my junior, right? I say, do this. So then in our company, we are supposed to speak honestly, right? So the junior will say, no, I'm not doing this, is your job. So when some argument happens, then we go back to the ethos. So that first clause says, treat others how you want to be treated. So I'll ask the senior guy, if somebody passes you this, would you want to do it? Or are you being honest? So I think the matter is mostly settled with those two things.
Yeah, interesting.
Most of the time.
Awesome. So in today's environment, is it better for small businesses to compete against the large companies or to align with them? And why not, John, I'm going to start with you because you've been with both big and small. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can really point to anything in my experience where I had to deal with that. I would actually, I'll defer, let Akshay and Omar talk to that because they have more relevant experience in that area.
I would say I think it's a call the business has to take. I think sometimes it makes sense to align, sometimes it makes sense to compete, I think. Because when you're competing with larger companies, you may get some portion of the pie. Mm-hmm. For a larger company, maybe 10 million makes no difference, but for you, a 10 million deal can make a big difference. So I think it's you align or you compete, that's up to you, but probably just pick a fight that you can win.
Well said, Akshay.
Pick a fight you can win, I like that.
Yeah. I have to go with what I'd said initially, which is it depends on the business, actually, really. Because, I've seen this happen with many small businesses. They get an offer of acquisition or a merger, and they decide to merge with a larger company, and then the larger company comes in and guts the whole employee division, lays them off and gets rid of the executives, and they bring their own executives. Mm-hmm. And like John alluded to, their culture is so vastly different than what the culture of this company was, that it completely decimates the whole foundation of what this company was built on in the first place. And as a result, they lose a lot of customers. So it is very, very important if you want to go through a merger and acquisition to make sure that the culture, the mission statement, the vision, all of those things are aligned. Otherwise, there will be a lot of breakage in between and a lot of growing pains.
And so building on that, what makes a small company attractive to partner with or for an acquisition target for a bigger company? What do you think makes a company interesting when you're engaged with those larger companies? What makes them want to partner with?
Product and services, I think, is the number one. And then methodology and mission statement would follow suit. But product and services, what's the shiny thing in front of the investor? They see, wow, this company did this and that, and they acquired this customer and they acquired that customer. That's what attracts their attention. And then they dig into their mission and vision and the processes that the company has and see if it's aligned with their merger and acquisition process.
Your question was about merger and acquisitions, right?
Well, yeah, again, what makes a small company an attractive partner, whether it's to partner with an acquisition and merger or even just to work with in general, right?
I would be a wrong person to answer this because I hate selling the company. So for me, it's an answer that I can't.
Let's take it from this. Actually, you got some very big companies you're working with. What made your company attractive to them? Why did they go to your company if you got a top tier?
So I was basically, like what I was saying, right? What I was doing was unique to my interest. So I think what makes my company unique is because what I do is kind of very unique. So one thing is that we focus on efficiency. So most companies are selling a product or you're trying to sell something. I'm trying to keep it very basic because anybody who's buying something, they're buying to be more efficient, right? So end of the day, whatever you are doing is to either solve a problem or to probably do the same thing better, right? And that is the end objective. So I've just gone right to the end point and I'm just selling us an efficiency thing.
Okay.
And it's kind of unique because what makes it is very, very complex to deliver something like this. So in my line of work, there is no competing company. So for me, it's generally very easy. So if I'm going into any kind of a discussion, 99% I would get the deal.
Yeah, well, if there's no competition, that makes it a little easier. You got a unique niche, right?
But that is also because I was interested in this line. So it is not a scalable line. So it's not that you could make this and replicate and quickly sell it. It's because it has to be tailored for each customer's need, right? So that makes it a little exciting. I like that because it's not monotonous. Yeah. Right? It's you're engaging, you're discussing, you're solving a problem. And then I bring the tech. So tech is just like in English, right? So you're using that language to write a song or a poem or anything like that. So tech is not important. It's how you execute that is what is important.
Excellent.
So most big companies actually don't pay so much attention to the customers. They're just trying to sell. They're not trying to listen to the customer or trying to solve a problem.
Yeah,
that makes it easy for me, actually.
That's an important part, listening to the customer.
So most customers are just trying to sell. So like most companies are selling. I'm trying to solve. So I'm coming with genuine, there's a genuineness in our approach. So I think that makes us very different. And then we generally, I think, sell because of that.
And I have a clear example of that. Very well said, Akshay. We've all seen small, hole-in-the-wall mom-and-pop restaurants that they have excellent food, great service. We just love it, great pricing. And they do so well, they attract somebody's attention and they get bought by a chain or something. Out goes the customer service, out goes the quality of the food. So that is very, very important to maintain that or at least sell to a business that's going to honor those parameters that you work so hard all your life to build.
So I'll give you one example. This happened once, I think, maybe once or twice in the company. So one of my sales guys, he said and told a customer some lie. He said, no, we can do this, you can replace your system with our system. Then I went and spoke to the customer, he explained me. So then I saw their system, I said, no, I think my salesperson lied to you. Your existing system is better than ours, you please keep it. We'll come back to you when ours is better than yours. So then we went back, but I did charge my time and my cab from the sales guy's salary.
That is
then
a great story.
And I added a clause in the statement that if you lie and then something happens, I will deduct 25% of the salary. So fix that problem.
Has that company come back to you? I mean, if I were that company,
so they called me after 2 years.
I would say, I'm going to.
So they called me after 2 years, or not? They called me. I went to them after 2 years. They said, now my system is better than what you had that time. So if you would like to see my system, so he said, no, please show me. So I actually got the client after 2 years.
Great. Happy ending.
All right, so we're about 5 minutes left. 5 minutes, perfect. So why don't we get into one last kind of closing question, and then if there's any questions from anybody in the audience, we're happy to take some of those. So let me start with this. If you were starting a small business today, what would be the first strategic move you make in the first 90 days?
Who's going?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think I'll probably do the same thing which I did then. I think, I'm not sure about 90 days, but I think when you're starting, just try to stick to what you're good at. I would say don't start a company with a money objective because I think you will lose that battle. But if you do something that you like doing, I think you probably will have infinite energy to do it. It's always very simple. So business, I feel, is not complex. Business is easy. It's just hard to do it. Because it'll hold you, right? You have to work 12 hours, 14 hours relentlessly, right? It's just the journey is hard. It is not complex. It's not rocket science. It is not complex at all. You stay true to your cause. If you're interested, you like something, I think you'll succeed. If you don't like it, the other person will beat you because everybody has more money than you. So you can't win that battle. But if you have more interest, I think that battle you can always win because very few people have business with interest.
So it's getting that kind of strategic vision and direction.
Vision, I think, doesn't matter. I think you follow your interest. I think if you follow the interest, everything follows.
Passion, maybe that's the right word.
Passion would be a little bit stronger word, but I think interest is good enough to start. Passion, though, is self-consuming as well, but interest is good to start from.
Awesome.
I like that a lot. What I would add to that is, once you started from your passion, I would have said until several years ago, I would also want to make sure that whatever you're going to do, you're pretty confident that you can do it better than anybody else is doing it right now. And because to be able to have people think of you as the best at what you do, it's a good thing. But about 10 years ago, I read a line that I thought was really profound. It says, the goal of positioning a company, marketing a company, it's not to make people think that you're the best at what you do. It's to make them think that you're the only one who does what you do. It's a difference, right? And it's pretty cool. And the person who said that was Jerry Garcia. It's because if you know any Dead fans, they're pretty confident that the Grateful Dead is the only band that has ever existed in the history of the planet. So it's hard to do that, to get people to think of it that way. Apple, I think, comes as close as anybody. Apple users, they're not using a smartphone, they're using an iPhone.
Yeah.
And they think of Apple as the only company in that business, or the only company in the laptop business, or whatever. So it's hard to achieve that, but I think it's a good thing to aspire to, whatever you're doing. Nice. Make people think you're the only one who does it.
Very well said, John. I think the genesis of any good company initially starts with a product or an idea. You have to have a good product or a good idea, good service. Yeah. And then you build on it with a good vision and mission statement with clarity. And then people. People are the most integral part of any organization, that they'll go to bat for you and they'll grow the business to unbelievable heights if the culture is right and the trust is there and they have clarity of vision and the mission statement is clear to everybody within the organization.
Awesome. Can we answer any questions? Here's one right here.
Some years ago, I read the book by Jack Welch called Winning. Jack Welch is the former CEO of, what was it? General Electric?
GE Electric.
Yeah. And he addressed a number of interesting topics. One of the topics was what creates a good culture in a company. And his answer was actually quite concise and actionable. He said, the culture of a company sprinkles down from the top, goes from the top down. He didn't use the word sprinkles. Goes from the top down. And basically the way to, for the CEO, to instill or install a good culture is to say what you mean and do what you say.
Yeah,
absolutely. So my question is, do you agree with that statement from Jack Welch or disagree? And is he missing something important?
So for me, I think it ties back to the second point, don't lie. I think, just be honest. I think it's the same thing what you are saying. Just do what you mean and say what you do, right? So it's the same thing.
No, say what you mean and do what you say.
Correct. So just be honest to your commitments. I think what you say, you should always do it.
To answer your question, I completely agree with that statement. A leader, like you mentioned, he has to install confidence and trust and have it sprinkled down. So you have to always mean what you say and do what you mean. Because it is very, very important for people to see the leadership and follow that business model within the organization. All the departments will follow that. All that is going to translate to the sales force. That's going to translate to their customer service, tech support, all those areas of your business. So I completely agree with that statement.
There's something important missing from it.
Please feel free to enlighten us.
No. I said, from my standpoint, I agree with, I think that there's aspects of it, again, you could delve into deeper, right? So when I think of culture, I think of integrity and trust, right? So again, and it follows some of the things my panelists, partners here have said, that I think if you take those and if you live those, again, if you're living those traits, and you've got to be consistent, you've got to always do those, that's when it transfers down. When you're not consistently, again, walking the walk and talking the talk, when you're not consistent, the employees will see that and they will replicate whatever you're doing. So that culture will evolve, I think, based on how the leader demonstrates it and how they act it.
I was a big fan of Jack Welch. I think he was generally considered the most successful CEO in the world for many, many years. But the one thing that I wonder about is the company did not do well after he left. And the guys that he groomed to take over for him didn't perform as well as he did. And I don't know if there was something about the culture when he was running things that kept those leaders from maybe developing into the CEOs that he was. So I'm not making a statement. I'm just wondering if there might have been something missing in his view of culture that prevented his successors from having the success that he did. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going to tell us what's missing.
Sorry?
I thought you were going to tell us what's missing.
No, I'm asking you. Yeah. I don't know if there's a second question, but there was a second thing that has always been on my mind that Jack Welch said about the right way to go about hiring, what questions to ask. And I loved his answer. And what he said was, okay, sit down with the person you're interviewing and explain to him that there's no rush, and ask that person, okay, for every place that you've been to since, since you were in high school, or depends on the age of the guy or the gal, for every place you've ever been, tell me why you went there, who you reported to, what you accomplished, and why you left. And I have plenty of time, so just listen to it. And once a person truly goes through that biography, boy, you know everything about what motivates the person, what the person accomplishes, what he's looking for, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought that was also great.
That's great.
That's wonderful. Unless it's an AI interview these days. AI is interviewing people. But, well said. Thank you.
Young lady in the back had one more question.
Trying to figure out how to transition away from being the day-to-day operations owner. So what advice would you give me? I've been taking notes frantically, but I'm a very small company. I run a dance school, and I'm on year 49. So I guess there's some element of success because I'm still here, but needing to transition. What advice would you have? Keeping the culture is the biggest thing I'm worried about because it's been me. And and people always tell me, you're the reason I'm here, blah, blah. I think it feels great, but I need it to transfer.
Your question was that you are a smaller company and then you are struggling with day-to-day operations, is what your question was?
How to transfer
Your day-to-day
operations.
my culture, the culture that I've created to other people.
So I would say two parts to this. One is try not have people dependency. You pay attention to tools. So you make sure that your teams are using tools. So there is some process or some method to the madness. That is one. Second, I think you have to delegate and let people learn, and not everybody can fly. So make sure that you're not expecting a horse to fly. You choose the right person for the right job. I think those two parts from my perspective, I think works.
I would add to that, that delegation, you just delegate more and more to that person and see if they can hold up their own as you keep doing that. And then I'm sure if that person has been with you for a long time and there's an element of trust and they know your processes, methodology, that would be a plus, so that they can carry on the mission and the culture that you've created so wonderfully over the past 40 years, you said?
49.
49 years?
Next year started 50 anniversary.
So you got to make sure that baby that you've baby to adulthood is now being taken care of by someone that knows how to take care of that business and little different components of it.
And I'm not sure this is a good idea or not, but I'll just throw out there. Is it the type of situation where you've got some long-time clients that you could talk to and just kind of say, hey, I'm thinking about moving out at some point, and maybe get their thoughts on if anybody that's currently working for you that they would love to see take over if you have to replace yourself?
No, that's a great idea, and even a focus group of that spurred me, a focus group of parents. What is important to you as to why you're here, and how can I then make sure that is in the person that I choose, whether it's a person that's there now or whether that means that I have to hire from outside and gradually bring it in.
And I want to bring up a really important point on behalf of the panel, definitely for myself, right? The more I've had my business, I've been in the world of business for 35 years, and like I'd mentioned to you over lunch, I think we met, the more I've gone, the more I've realized that I don't know much. There's so much more to learn. So we're here as panel of an authority on business. Sometimes we're just as lost as you are. So just want you to know that.
Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
So you'll have to take the decision. I think it would be right or wrong, but you'll have to, the time will tell.
Time will tell. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, please join me in thanking my fellow panelists here. I think it's been a great panel, and hopefully we've answered some questions. Thank you guys for sticking around till the end.
Thanks.
Oh, stand up. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the last panel of the day and the last panel of the conference. What an incredible 3 days it has been here at the CXO 2.0 conference, Las Vegas 2026. Over the past few days, we've explored ideas that challenge thinking, conversations that push boundaries, and connections that have the potential to turn into something truly meaningful. And while this edition comes to a close, there's more ahead. We're heading next to Singapore and Dubai, where new conversations, global perspectives, and fresh opportunities await. And yes, we'll be back in Las Vegas next year as well, with even more in store. And passes are already live, so there's plenty to look forward to. We are deeply grateful to every delegate, speaker, and attendee who brought curiosity, passion, and engagement to this conference. A special thank you goes to our gold sponsors, Tactical Rehabilitation, in partnership with Brilliant Health Solutions. Our silver sponsors, EWA by R Evolution and Paul Mitchell Schools. And our bronze sponsors, Apogee Global RMS, Team Up Corp, and the Experience Group. Your support made this event possible and helped create such a vibrant, impactful experience. As we conclude, take the knowledge and inspiration from these 3 days to drive innovation, collaboration, and growth in your organizations. Let's continue to lead boldly, make thoughtful decisions, and shape the future of business with vision and purpose. Thank you to being part of the CXO 2.0 conference. This is your host signing off and wishing you an inspiring evening, safe travels, and continuing success as you lead, innovate, and make impact wherever your journey takes you. Thank you, everyone.
Phenomena.